find himself getting passed by multiple cars, as I mentioned earlier on. So New York in a very precarious situation, but he often finds himself in these places. Doesn't qualify as well as he races.
Up front, they are getting with Lee Aberdeen and Luca Varani, not very far apart at all here. But I just want to see how Alistair Haight deals with Marcello Kessler coming around the old hairpin.
Say it's not the best decision they've ever made, just not having done that under the safety car, really.
Yeah, they're taking their pit stop strategies from Ferrari lately or something. What's going on?
In turn one, just too much gas on them, too much feet on the loud pedal, and unfortunately he's dropped him all the way down the order. But Philip Hammer is out in front by an 8.91 seconds. Dan Michael is a wall there, sir. And definitely doesn't want to be hitting that earlier on as well.
Difficult, the understeer is in the dirty air through that final corner because it's such a long corner and you get dragged off into the grass very easily. He'll have the slipstream down towards the chicane. Peterson was briefly alongside, but that slipstream has saved him and kept him in third.
Yeah, Varani now lost a little bit of time to Aberdeen, about half a second. Peterson is... Pike's pushed Morton forward up ahead. He's got out of line. Is now Pike going to have a go at Werrell? Don't push him off. He's in the championship fight. Jack Werrell chasing down Carl Jacklin. Further down, Rob Williams and Chris Barnes.
Sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's come back into play. Exactly. Miller's still such up. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden Miller's back in play.
On to the back end of Phil Jocelyn. So there's been a lot of movers and shakers in this first 2 laps here for race.
Absolutely serious racing league. Everybody's a lot of fun. Yeah, it's all about the entertainment. So I hope everybody is enjoying themselves out there in the chat. We know that Ron is been enjoying himself watching. The Burger King machines off into the grass a little bit there as they're really bunching up now.
Good morning, afternoon, or evening, wherever you are. I'm Harry Burrows alongside here with Biggles for the beginning of the FTR Endurance Series, running for its 6th season now as we begin our first feature-length round at the Portimao circuit in Portugal. This is a fantastic field in a fantastic championship. 4 classes of drivers are going to be racing for the next 6 hours across a really grueling endurance race. I couldn't even do a few on this extremely tight, technical, challenging, but very, very fun racing circuit. We have some GT3s across the amateur and pro division alongside GT4s, and for this season, the return of the TCR class, one of my favourites. How are you feeling going into this race, Biggles? How's it going for you?
Hello, welcome everybody. I'm excited, of course. Anything that's starting off a season is fantastic because we don't know. The slate is clean. It's kind of like Formula One. Is Max Verstappen going to win the season, or is Lando Norris going to try to take it late? I mean, we don't know. This is a start at the moment. We've got some heavy hitters in this one too. We've got some of these drivers up around the 8K rating, all the way down to give and change about, probably one of the lowest is almost 2K. So, I mean, iRacing is one thing, but isn't it? At the end of the day, what you produce on track is another.
Indeed. I love this sort of multi-class racing because even though 6 hours always sounds like a lot, there's always so much to see and do up and down the field. With the split of the GT3s into 2 categories, you have a great variety of drivers around the track, and also joined once again by the TCRs. As I said, I absolutely love these cars. Last season, they were run by the LMP3s, but our good old front-wheel drive boxes are back in the running. We're just coming up to the end of the qualifying session now, as drivers are starting to get themselves into their final places. Last season's LMP3 champions, the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, have decided to take up the TCR from the fastest to the slowest, and are currently running one of the fastest times around the grid. A lot of Audis up at the very front of the GT3 Pro field. Last time won by Brabham Esports. Whereas the amateur division is full of newbies and full of lovely new drivers willing to find their place on such a dynamic field, being led right now by the DDK Speed Academy team. And finally, we have the GT4s, of course, now making up the middle of the pack rather than the back. The Motor Racing Academy currently leading up that field. Huge car variety, huge field variety. What do you think is going to contribute to this race?
As Tom just says the top of the timesheets at the moment, and I do butcher the names too, so I do apologise for that one. It's the number 10 Audi, as you said, that are dominating the GT3 Pro class. Well, it comes back to, I don't know, really at the end of the day, this is a tricky track, of course. It's in Portugal, it's got its ups and down roller coasters, and traffic to navigate through, of course, an endurance race is always tricky. You don't want to get any meatballs, is the term I believe you call it. As you can see currently at the moment, as we're riding on board with Scotty, a little bit impeded by one of the cars for qualifying. You can see the track map as well too, where the cars are. It's about finding a gap too, isn't it, to put the fastest laps in, with 4 minutes, just under 5 minutes remaining on the qualifying.
Thankfully, the qualifying is by group this time. You'd really hate to see those cars getting held up by slower classes the whole way around the grid. So we have entire class fields. We're just finishing off one of the last classes out here. There's a huge amount of variety and pace here, and luckily this is the sort of track where multi-class racing does work quite well. I just came out of doing 2 hours of multi-class endurance racing at Charlotte Roval just before now. Like, it was straight out one into the other. That race isn't over. I hope my teammate's doing well. That's a very thin track, very hard to pass at. This is a very wide track. It offers a lot of opportunities to pass just on that metric alone, alongside with that very fast sweeping downhill into the final straight. So I hope these teams don't get too hard into each other's hair. There's a lot of chances. There's also a lot of blind corners, a lot of elevation change, a lot of surprises. It truly is a roller coaster up and down the field here. So RPM Racing Red with Tom, as mentioned before, currently set the fastest time in the Pro Division, about half a second ahead of our best amateur driver. I'm interested in this car split over here. It seems to mirror what I see all the time, quite frankly. And a lot of the amateurs, they love their Porsches and they love their Ferraris, but it's very Audi heavy in the front of this GT3 Pro field. A few Ford Mustangs as well, brave enough to try and face the field. Some of the cars there have been banned from qualifying. Very strict rules on this league up and down, and teams that didn't properly declare their number have been forced to start from the back of their field. Shouldn't end their race knowing just how long this is going to be, but we've seen a lot of the Fords aren't even quite making it out onto the grid. Some Chevrolets making up the middle. Only one Porsche in that pro field, and then all of those Ferraris making up the amateur field. The GT4 field is only Mercedes-AMG. I'm not too sure about some of those cars without their symbols lined up, but I'm sure we'll find out more about those when they hit the grid. Whereas my lovely TCR field is filled with variety. There's 2 different Hyundais as well, so I'd like to looking forward to seeing how that's field has been split up. Audi, very, very popular. One of the most popular mid-engine cars on the lineup. Do you think there's anything in the way these cars have been divided among these 2 classes? Because it is interesting.
Sometimes you just see a difference of what race drivers particularly like. In this case, it seems to be the Audi, as Tom going fastest through the first sector again. So he wants to secure that pole position currently for the GT3 Pros. He's got about 2/10 gap on Kimbrough. Scott, who looks like he's back in the garage, probably not enough time for him to put another lap in. But yes, I mean, of course, there's different information. The fuel tanks are set at about 75% for these beasts there. Penalties of about 15 times or 60 times and subsequent penalties. So 60 X's you can get. Fast repairs 0, my friend. Endurance races, that's a crucial thing, isn't it? Making sure you keep it out of the fence and keep it out of the other cars, because you've got to get to the end at the end of the day, regardless of how quick you are. You've got to see that checkered flag, and you don't want to be sitting in pit road for 15 minutes in repairs. But yeah, as for the cars, my friend, yeah, it is just a pick of the crop at sometimes. You see that during in different splits too, in iRacing official events, don't you? Split 1, these drivers could be using a certain type of car. Split 2, they tend to like another one, blah, blah, blah,
It's very funny because today's iRacing endurance event is intended to test a new splitting algorithm. They're trying to create an algorithm that creates a bit more variety among these physics different car classes, so you don't see only one car manufacturer. And you wouldn't believe we were 80-90% Porsche in that GT3 class. I don't know what they're cooking behind the scenes. They don't tell us. But right now, that was a very Porsche heavy race, although they forced us onto high downforce fixed on the Charlotte Roval, so it just wasn't fun for anyone really out there. Talking about the rules of this league, I mean, there's so much that goes into this league as well. We have live stewarding. We're going to see live penalties given up and down the grid throughout this race. And I'm sure there will be a lot. 6 hours is a lot of time for people to make mistakes. Rules about serving of penalties in the penalty box before each race, and a safety car system on this track. Indeed, large incidents are going to bunch up the field for cautions, and we are going to see several pack restarts throughout this race, I'm sure. It's a big and it's a wide track. Quite forgiving as well with the runoff, but I'm sure there will be mistakes and errors. Coming in now into the last 20 seconds of this open qualifying, doesn't look like anyone is going to be able to set a new lap other than maybe Tom Cicchetto, but he already has his pole locked in.
Yeah, just going to have a look at the weather at the moment. Conditions 22 degrees Celsius on track, 20 ambient, so it should be nice cool conditions. We're going to see some of those drivers just pull off at the moment. Then I have to return it back to pit road as the session is over. We'll read the chat as well too. I love it, engaging with the audience. That's what we do here at the JP Broadcasting Network. So, Bot Logan, I don't think you're a bot, my friend. You're typing quite well. He's talking about and this is good to note. Thank you very much, and I appreciate everybody out there giving us juicy bits of information, like the fact that the overlay isn't updated for the BMW GT4. As you can see on there, you'll see some of those logos that are missing. Thanks to Mr. Bot Logan out there. Let us know that that's because they haven't updated it. A new iRacing update just came out recently, as you're aware, my friend.
Well, we're supposed to have another new car here. Where's our McLaren? We don't know. He went out for milk one day and he never came home. So we're going to be missing that little mid-engine beast. I actually bought that McLaren when it was going to go on the Legacy, because you're going to get your money back, and ran that in GT3s for a little bit just to scare people. It's an endangered species out there on the track, and it was a very, very fun car. Very, very planted. More fun than the Ferrari, and the flames that thing spat out of the rear were unreal. It spits them for several seconds at a time. Would have loved to see him out in the field today, but the teams that were planning to run McLarens, there were several, have been given an opportunity to move to a new car. And it looks like there's been a lot of popularity around that Audi on the field, with them making up the top 3 on the grid. Time's up now. Car's just coming to a stop, and we are now going to get our final qualifying results imminently.
Yes, exactly. And welcome everybody. And of course the boss man is enjoying a little bit of a, what shall we say, a Father Sunday as well too. That's James. He'll be tuning in as well too. So hey, you're under the spotlight. The boss is watching as Barney the Wave Man, Barney the Flag Man is waving. He must get a sore arm, as we should get those grid results for you in just a second for all our classes.
I believe the pros will be starting up in front of those AMs. Pros in the red, AMs in the blue, GT4s in the green, and TCRs in the yellow for any on-track overlays. Looking at some of these qualifying results, we have the RPM Racing Red FTR, Tom Sichetto on the first position. Another RPM team behind him in P3 with Patrick Gannon, broken up by Empire Racing Scott Grimbo. Behind him, the only Porsche in the grid, Ruben Bearings and DDK by Eagle Speed Academy. Then followed up by Alejandro Garcia in the Enosis Esports GT3 Corvette, and backmarker rating Razzle Dazzle from Martin Pearson in P6. Looking at the amateurs, DDK's Speed Academy amateurs have also made up the first place on those on the amateur grid. It looks like we may be starting combined. We are indeed starting combined on this grid. RPM Racing Purple FDR with that second fastest time, Robert Lancaster. Then the Corvette from the Eagle Speed Academy Esports, Chris Van Gucht in P3, and 11 tenths from Mark Baxter Jones and another Porsche down in P4. Down in the GT4 side of the field, another Motor Racing Academy team. In a Mercedes in Kane Halliburton. I'm doing my best with these. And this is Esports GT4's Pablo Cabrera takes up the P2 position. Talk of Freak Racing by TFR's David Barraclough in P3 in another Merc, and WBM White's team Julian Carcises in the fourth position. Just looking a little bit back to the TCR field to make sure I get a good representation on the field. Logan McKenzie's Sim Racing Grid Phoenix team starts in a Hyundai on P1. Goyo's Motorsports Mark Daniels lines up on P2 in the Honda Civic, and the two huge ass teams, nice name, we see what you're doing, with Brooks Clayton and Jeremy Castro line up behind. Looking at the way this grid has been formed over here, it looks like we probably will be starting with these classes apart. It's just that these are the teams at the back that did not set qualifying time due to being excluded from the session.
Naughty. You've got to... Yeah, well, endurance races, thankfully, one of those you could actually get away with that because qualifying is important like it is in any race, but it's not as important, obviously, in endurances as it would be in a regular sprint race because, you've got a little bit more time to get your overtakes done. So any predictions out there, please, in the chat, let us know who you're predicting, of course, from all the classes of the drivers, who you're supporting, any friends and family members out there too, give us a shout out. And let us know while these drivers will get ready to load all in the grid. We have about 43 gladiators, my friend. Do I call you Howie?
Yeah, that's just right.
All right, 43 gladiators, Howie, who are going to be enduring their way on the Portugal coast. And, of course, as you said, it's going to be very, very interesting. Nationalities all around the world. I think we even have somebody from my neck of the woods, actually from New Zealand. Martin Pearson in P7 currently at the moment. So he's up at, 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 o'clock in the morning, actually, to see this through.
I love getting these teams in for the crazy hours for these long races. 6 hours long means you can bring people in so late into the game and actually work across time zones. Might use that to my advantage for the Indy on the way. So you sometimes just leave the card to someone else, just put it in their hands. You don't know what they're going to do with it. Look at the way this grid is forming. It's just taking a little bit of time to form on my side. It looks as if, though, everything is just about lining up. Looks like the GT3s are starting together, the GT4s, and then the TCRs in the back of the grid. RPM Racing Reds, FTR's Tom Sichetto there on the front. An amateur driver making it into the top 5 is an impressive result to see. But he's got a lot of cars around him mobbing him on the field, so that's going to take some fear in the heart.
Yeah, I apologise at the moment. There's a little bit of flickering going on. It should sort itself out very, very soon. It's just iRacing trying to sort itself out to my location.
It's the iRacing Blues.
Mm-hmm.
It's just trying to calibrate to this funky new time zone. As they line up single file, they go double file, I believe. That might just be for the restart. But I know for many of these race restarts, they run a single file around the back and then form up near the front. So that triple Audi lockout, followed by 2 Porsches and a Corvette. How hard do you send it as a driver at the beginning of an endurance race like this? How hard do you go at the very beginning to try and get that track position, knowing how much time there is ahead?
We shall see, my friend. We shall see.
Just still trying to work out what's happening to this grid as they wrap around. This pack is going to be all the way back into the last few corners by the time they make it to the start finish. There is quite a big gap being led between the groups, so those TCRs very much in the back half of the track by the time the GT3s come around. We'll be there for the GT3 start on the field. Pace car's almost about to pull in as we get close to 6 hours ahead of us on this challenging field. Tom Suchetto with a good lead up ahead. Scott Kimbrough's going to be challenging him all the way in. As the cars approach pit road, it's a nervous start. It's a slow build up. But as soon as it goes green, all the friendships end there on the spot. Pace car pulls in. And the green flag will be flown any second now. Side by side. Rolling up the hill. Green. And that's the green flag is away, and it's a good launch from Tom Suchetto there down the main straight with Patrick Gannon just sneaking in behind. Scott Kimbrough losing out on the start of that race, and it's a really good start by Suchetto up ahead. He's made a big launch, but up the inside, Kimbrough's going to take that place back. But just about lose out going into turn 3. They're going side by side here. Like that corner, it tightens up on you very unexpectedly. And that's Suchetto falls in a little bit closer to the rest of the pack here as the cars mostly go single file. Has been a clean start for everybody around. Looks like they're all getting their bearings into the start of this 6-hour run. But it's Tom Suchetto making the clean lead. Patrick Gannon with the other RPM team. 2 teammates running up at the front. They're going to enjoy working with each other now. And Scott Kimbrough makes up the rest of the pack with Ruben Bearings behind in that DDK car.
We have a caution speedway. Well, on the racetrack, as you can currently see. So something's happened at the start there. We've had a little bit of a moment with a few cars. We'll try to have a look at that for you.
Yeah, cautions get automatically thrown in this series when there are substantially large incidents on the track. So they've got quite a complicated system behind them. I tried to read how that worked, and it didn't make too much sense to me. But the software engineers can make the craziest of things. Pulls in the pack for a single file, restart, and they're going to have to do it all again. But this time they've got teammates on the front row, side by side to each other. That might make this start a little bit easier for them. They might be able to hold off that Empire Racing car. As I apologize for what looks like a few technical issues, we are just going to get this sorted out as soon as possible. Hopefully in time for this long restart up ahead. This is looking at the profile of those first few corners, the first corner comes in quite smoothly, but then the next one really comes away from you. And as we saw Kimbrough there try and make the inside line in that green car and just not really make it work, because suddenly you come into turn 3 and it just spikes, just takes all the energy out of you coming up on the inside. So it's a very challenging complex before you make it onto that long straight. And I've been a bit too aggressive into there. I've been caught out many a time around here, and he just got caught out just as well. But I think you can use this time a lot to learn from the experience, learn from the struggle you had, and maybe try to get them back next time. Further down the field, it looks as if we still have Kane Halliburton in the Mercedes up in the front of his field, while Logan McKenzie kept that TCR start alongside Mark Daniels in the Honda. I'm not completely sure if we are at this stage racing green. I think we are with the lap times being set on the field myself. And that means that the GT3s are going to be coming around to the back of the TCRs as they come in around. This is where the first drama is really going to kick off for some of this field. Those TCRs are slow, and they do struggle to make some of these corners. So looks like not too much faster than the GT4s up ahead. The GT3s are just lapping the field in comparison. So Sedek's got that lead very cleanly now. His fastest lap, almost 2 seconds ahead of the car behind. He's going to enjoy just taking that lead and running with it. A little bit of scrapping further behind there. We're seeing Gilles Philippates lose a couple positions out there on the remainder of the pros. The gap, I mean, some of the gaps in these times, you're getting like 156s compared to like 159s, just a few car lengths behind. Really, really scared by the start of these first few cars. They absolutely did get it off the line incredibly smoothly. I'm not sure if the field is under a caution period at this very moment. Just continue having some problems with the data on my end. So, but I'm looking at the pace going around this field, and that doesn't look like racing speed for a GT3 to me. So they must have made up there. They must have made some caution period somewhere. I'll let you know as soon as I know more about what's going on around here. It says that the stewards have said that they're not quite sure what triggered that first caution. So at least we're not the only ones that don't really quite know. They said that quite a few cars had a few incidents at the same time, and that's one of the things that can trigger the caution system to send out a safety car. It doesn't sound like there was one big incident that wrapped up the field, but a couple small ones all adding up at once, and that can just immediately trigger the caution period out on the field. It sounds as if we are not the only ones having problems. It sounds as if there have been problems with race control down there on the track as well. A few cars getting black flags out there on the field, so stewards have quite a lot to unwind as we work into this race restart as the field now truly is getting ready to bounce back up again. It's going to take a while to get there though. Seeing these other car classes run quite a bit slower, as I believe we're only just catching the pace car now. Indeed, so still some more time for these cars behind. Here, quite a few problems with black flags out there on the field. We hope they get all those handled in time. That's a lot of box ticking. That's a lot of box ticking for any steward on the day. Just checking up on the status of some of these drivers right now, as I think everyone is just about as confused as the broadcast as well. But that field now really is in the bunching up period. The GT4s are racing their way up to the front, and the TCRs are going about as fast as a TCR can go. Not very fast, it turns out, around a track like this. Weird little front-wheel drive cars. They barely move, but making the cars that barely move is actually the most fun part of the race after all. So, tech issues all around the field, hoping to get this resolved as soon as possible. Stewards hope to get this resolved as soon as possible, so we can get back to some good racing between these drivers, because there was some hustling around that start.
Green flag, green flag.
This is what the first race of a championship is for. Sometimes it's just for getting things dealt with. Field looks like it's gone green again now on the restart, as we have another good launch here from Tom Sachetto. Patrick Gannon staying in behind, holding off the Empire Racing Scott Kimbrough car. You're going to play a few team games here, I think. These two Audis are going to work very, very hard to hold off this teammate. If it builds up a big gap for a teammate further down the field, then that's going to be the real strategical game to play. Bearings might be looking in behind to see if he can try and make advantage of this, but he might get mugged on the inside there by Alejandro if he's not too careful. Still leading in that 1-2, the RPM Racing team. They are having the start they absolutely want in a race like this. And it's a long one up ahead, but any little bit of strategy you can use and any amount of frustrating of drivers further down the field you can get just makes the entire length of the race easier for you down the line.
I apologise for the technical. We're going to have to just take a little short break to try to resolve this issue because we can't have it like this. So I do apologise, everybody. We'll try to get it resolved as quickly as possible. Likely we have 6 hours to try to get it done, so please don't go anywhere.
welcome back to the first race of the FTR GT Championship. Sorry for the short issues, but we've got 6 hours of racing ahead of us, so what is that but just a blip in the schedule. Still looking in the GT class at these 2 RPM racing cars running up the front. A very impressive team performance. In the meantime, though, the Empire Racing Audi from his P2, he's now dropped to the Porsche behind. I thought there would be pressure running around that field, and it looks like that has finally boiled over. Sucks to have a start like that out of such a good qualifying time, but you're against team racing, so it can be challenging. Don't count out a challenge between the two of them down the line, but obviously this race is a slow burner, so we're not going to see all the moves of the universe, and you don't win a 6-hour race in the first 15 minutes. It just helps to have a good start. So, out of the maelstrom of the challenging start, have you noticed anything interesting from the beginning of this race, Biggles?
Not yet, sorry, because I've just been too busy with the technical information, so I do apologise about that. Got to get one thing. Got to get the pictures right first. It's the focus.
I respect it.
So sorry about that.
We looks like we do have a pit at the back with NOS Esports, the GT3's car, looking like it's taking a very, very early pit stop alongside Jeremy Castro's huge-ass Honda. If I were to bet what happened, I would bet that a TCR and a GT3 have already come together in the lapping ritual. Well, it's going to happen quite a few more times. Those TCRs are particularly slow, particularly difficult to get around the track cars. And once this field comes into lappers, the TCRs have already been lapped at least once, and the GT4s are sort of the next ones up the road. That's where we're going to start seeing the first sort of shaking and moving around the grid, and we've already had victims. It's a shame it had to be my favourite car down the field. Kane Halliburton has kept this P1 pretty secure under the GT4s, but it is being pursued by Pablo Cabrera behind. These are only the first drivers we're going to see out in the field, so these teams are going to see a lot of adjustment in their driver skill up and down the field as we head into the deeper hours of this race. Teams like to bring their best foot forward into the start of the race. Sometimes you also need some of the best spurt in the back, and of course need consistency in the middle. So you need a little bit of everything when it comes to your team format. I've still not worked out how to format my endurance racing teams, quite frankly. I've not worked out that balance of where you put the best and where you put the worst driver. Our best driver always seems to have problems on the first lap, so he has been relegated to not the first lap. Look at these 2 GT3 AMs. Tank up behind, almost giving a bump draft down the back straight there to Philip Artes.
Yes, you can see currently at the moment the German driver at the moment of Van Gut, I think it is, just backing off a little bit, probably could seize the opportunity for an overtake if he wants a late little lunge, but realises, of course, this is the thing you're going to see during endurance races. They don't risk it for the biscuit every single lap to get an overtake. They realise clearly that, there's plenty of time to get it done. When the opportunity presents itself, you get it done without taking unnecessary risks this early in the race.
That is actually an AM on a pro driver as well. So there's even more fear deep down in your heart not to mess this one up. You got the big boys out in front of you. Although it does feel good it's got to feel good to take down a pro ahead of you at the very near the start of an endurance race. Those pros are vetted by quite significant I-rating requirements, whereas much lower drivers can drive in the AM category, and you can't even really bring in pro ringers into your team to improve their performance. This is a true battle of fresh drivers out on this grid, trying to prove themselves as much as possible in a very, very contested field. But it's going to be continuously tight around here, I think. The racing is going to take a long time to string out completely around here. This is a very, very rewarding track to get right. I'm nowhere even close to getting it right. As I've mentioned, very, very wide and easy to set up these passes, but also very, very technical around the middle. You can really start to make up some time over time, but with the lack of big straights, you can't extend your advantage into a massive push for quite some time. There's only really 1 or 2 long, fast periods. Yanis Albert there, looking to try and pass and the best spot on the track, but it's not going to be available to him. These first few corners are tricky. 1 and 2 are quite open, and then you're hit by that hairpin of the turn 3. You saw it on the first lap, if you could make it out. Just struggling if you don't have the perfect line into there, you suddenly just get the track just sort of gets taken away from you, and there's sausage curves all over the inside as well, just in case you get too aggressive, despite all of the runoff around the circuit. Then it sort of opens up a bit into that long straight before you run this real roller coaster section up and down, leading into the end of the track. There's Scott Kimbrough, a little bit frustrated off the start. Lost out his P2 start early, now lost out his P3. Can't even blame a team for this one. It's the only Porsche in the entire GT3 Pro category, hoping to represent that car well in a very, very stacked field. But I've spotted the first Mustang around. We didn't get to see him qualify. All of them got to miss a qualifying cut, but Hugh Jarce's Robert Stewart has indeed made that top 8 with the Mustang. Have you driven that Mustang very much?
I don't drive any cars at all. I'm too busy at the moment broadcasting on my friend, unless it's in real life, but neither.
So yeah, sometimes you get people that run this full time. Sometimes you've got your lovely sim racers who drop into this part of their time. That Mustang's a tricky car. I find it like the fun car. It's like the ringer of the GT3 field. You bring it in just if you're really feeling like risking it for everything, and it gets really unstable and really difficult around these top end corners, these tricky sections. In exchange, you get huge V8 power down the back straight to make up for it. So,
what's interesting at the moment, too,
declare your car.
Yeah, well, what's interesting...
Go ahead.
Sorry, at the moment is that you're going to see currently at the moment the different classes you can see. At the moment, the GT3 Pros are now having to navigate already a few laps into this race, essentially, as you can see, lap 11. Now they've got traffic to deal with, and this is when it becomes interesting. This becomes nervous, and you see for even the quickest drivers at the moment, GT3 Pro are having to bite their tongue and hold on tight, because one little mistake right now and one little spin because the field bunched up so quick, so tight, you're all of a sudden from P1 to P16 or even more, of course.
We've already seen one victim. We didn't quite see it on the stream, but that Enosis Esports GT3 Corvette absolutely took itself out on a TCR there. That GT3 is still in the pits. So these walls are so forgiving around here that are big. You're not really wrecking yourself on the walls, you're wrecking yourself on other cars. But the absolute state of the traffic out here is a sight to behold. Track's wide enough to hopefully make this reasonable, and we are running into sort of the one fast section of the track. But there's even a Honda Civic among the field right now. Those GT3s and TCRs are a little bit closer in pace. Those GT3s absolutely dominate the field out around here. You got to kind of squeeze past now when there's 3 classes as well battling each other at once as they're sort of on this back stretch. It just becomes really hairy because, you're the GT4, you're trying to get around a touring car, and the GT3 trying to battle around you at the same time. How do you even decide your priorities in life? Do you pick your line? Do they pick their line? Can kind of go free wide here and get away with it. You wouldn't want to try that too much at other places. It is quite a forgiving venue to start multi-class racing, less of a forgiving venue to actually get around. I mean, it's not easy.
It's big as well, because remember, at the moment we're following, of course, Patrick here from the number 21 machine. He's doing his best to try to narrow that gap down to our race leader, which is Tom, up the road there. And whilst they're navigating that traffic, as you mentioned, so that's the key. I think they've sorted themselves out right now, as you can currently see. The number 10 machine should just be up the road there, and in front of them. So we'll do our best right there. Yep. So they've managed to get through that first gaggle of cars. Most of them for the GT4s. There's a few more actually to go. If you look at the track map, you can see your red dots, your green dots, your blue dots, and your orange dots. And then they'll have clear space for a bit actually up the road after that to try to get some banker laps in. And that's when you're going to start to see that performance, isn't it, between those Top Gun gladiators and those machines to the oversteer moment, to really start to see the concentrate with those heavy free lap traffic. No traffic laps down. We'll get it right sometimes.
It's a long day for you. It's a long day, already a late time for you. Yes, I mean, you're really the soldier of this all. You have to deal with a rough start, and now you've got 6 hours of hopefully much cleaner running up ahead. Scott Kimbo losing out again now to Martin Pearson of the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. Love that team name. Love that team name. He has been having a really tough start to this race. I guess it's going to affect your mentality once you've lost the third position on the road, because you set the second fastest lap and then you just can't seem to dial it in at any point now. You just seem to be making mistakes. You already lost your start. Mentality can really sort of get you down, and even though like you might have your teammates rationally telling you in your rear like, oh, it's a long race, calm down, it's a long race, like from my experience, the tilt is still real. If you are like tilted, it really gets to you, and it messes you up for lap after lap after lap, and you have to like be shouted at over and over and be told just calm down, just like please just drive the car. As we already have 2 of the TCRs out of this race, it looks like. The incident between that GT3 and the TCR is under investigation between Hugh Jarson and the Enosis FTR G3. Didn't quite get to see it, so be interested in hearing what quite happened. I'm the sort of person to always say a TCR is never wrong, but then again, some of us are biased along the way. It's very hard to get around those cars. They're front-wheel drive. They're not really very compliant in the corners at all without the right setup. And you set that brake bias really far back to make the move, and then they're suddenly quite difficult to drive and quite unstable. I'm quite familiar with at least one of the teams out there in that TCR series. Jason Hightower in the Apex's Lava Racing I just seem to end up somewhere around him at all times. You know, he's run other leagues I've watched around. He loves his TCRs. He loves arranging some of these unusual races. Nice to see him out on this field, representing the field. I think it was the TCR community did try and make sure to get enough Frenchies Rally to get into this championship, because sometimes participation isn't the greatest around there. Those cars are great fun. They're great fun to whip around, and even if you're the victim of some GT aggression up ahead of the road, it's worth it. The leader of that pack making it 6 seconds out from the rest of the field. Looks like only 4 going to be running realistically in pace here. Still running into some traffic up down the field. We're almost done with it, except we're not really almost done with it, because as soon as that number 1 of Sassetto gets past the GT4 that he's passing, just about trying to get past right now, there are TCRs about 2 corners down the line. I think once this field spreads out, the traffic's never going to end. It's just simply never going to stop. These GT3s are going to be close together, and it's like this impenetrable wave. Like, you sort of know when they're coming at this stage. You just have to brace yourself and lock in and get ready for what's happening. Just try and make the best of it, and then get back out. That's what a lot of people don't really remember about this endurance race. There's always something to do, even if you're out there for 6 hours.
Ken at the moment's going to navigate through the cars here once again, which is we get a lot of traffic. It's a common rule, so if you haven't driven before, that's going to be a little bit spicy. So if you haven't driven, or if it's the first time you're tuning into endurance races, the faster cars, have to do their way of overtaking the slower cars. I'm taking slower generally in the case of classes of cars here, of course. So those other cars just have to race their own race, like normal, right? So, for example, these cars that are approaching right now, they're the different class cars, which they are into some of the GT4s and some of the GTAMs. They do their thing, and if you're approaching in a GT3 Pro, you have to make your way around them. They're off track, overtaken in usual overtaking positions. That way, by the other drivers racing on the racing line and so forth, they're predictable. And you want predictability. You want them to go, I know where they're going to be, so I can do the overtake around the outside. Unless, of course, they're on straights and things like that, or if they completely pull off the track to get out of the way, they will do that. But it's predictability is the key, because if they're not predictable and they're all over the place and you're going to make an overtake and you'll collide with them, then you're going to have some very unhappy drivers. So it seems easier on paper, or how we say it, but when you get in the heat of the moment, and some of these drivers, as you know, they're in their team radio. Once again, so it's important to have a good team, because they're going to be frustrated. They could be screaming at their team, going, I hate this car, I hate this, this driver's annoying me, why didn't he get out of the road, blah, 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 beep, 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 beep. And your team's got to calm you down and say, all right, it's okay, we're putting in the right direction. We're not in the fence. We're still going. If it's costing you a bit of time, it's costing you a bit of time. But you have 5 hours and 32 minutes remaining of time to do something about it.
My pro tip for slower drivers, in general, across the board here, is if you are slower classes, I'm not going to you're not always a slower driver for wanting to do a slower class. Those cars can be a lot of fun. But if you're in a slower class, don't try and be helpful. it's the temptation of people to try and be helpful. Oh, get off the line and I'll make it happen for this guy. And you have to like resist that urge from deep within you, because the moment that faster car comes outside you to pass, and you're gonna like try and move aside for them at the same time, and that's how you crash. There's a lot of iRacing tries to sort of get you into that experience of doing the multi-class racing fairly early, although Production Car Challenge isn't a great way of doing that. As we go 3 wide, that's a GT4 AMG on the inside, but otherwise that is Nicholas Larson making a very nice pass there around the Grand layers as well. I try my best for the names as well, but I'm about cutting myself off at Grondeliers and Yagizoglu. I got that. Yagizoglu. I got that. Talking about that incident from earlier, by the way, Steward's decisions are coming in hot and fast. 60 seconds stop-and-go penalty for the number 74 in Osa's FTR GT3 for causing a major incident with that TCR and the 337 huge ass car. And that's after he gets out of the pits. He did a massive load of repairs. Yeah. His car was in there for longer than the TCR. In fact, he might still be repairing now, because the stop and go happens before the pit entry in this championship. Before the rows, there's a box you have to sit and wait in. I think he's been sitting there for quite some time now. So if that car ever makes it back,
I'm seeing currently at the moment time. Jeremy's jumped in the pit road currently at the moment, so that's Jeremy Castro. He's down in 40th place, but of course they're thinking about their class.
This is the car that was hit earlier. Car looks okay for now, and he did make a pit stop earlier, so maybe he's just trying to get more optional repairs done in that time. Been another incident for TCR, by the way. Incident between the Apex's Lava's car from Jason Hightower and the 146 of Squandra Veloce Bravo. Another 10-second time penalty to the GT3 AM for avoidable contact. We are, like, our TCR's just already racking up the death count here. Are they about to become, like, the next big victims of this race? There's been 2 in half an hour. I mean, if enough of them even make it to the end, that would be very nice.
This is where the action's picking up a little bit here currently at the moment, as you can see. So throw a blanket over these cars at the moment. You're looking at 13th, 14th, and 15th in class at the moment in the top class, of course, cars. And we'll show you the grip tower, of course, and that's the battle currently at the moment, as you can see, for 11th and 12th for the GT3 Pros. And the track map, they have a bit of gag with the cars. As you can see, the highlighted 12, that's the car that we're currently on. We're taking this last one from the United States of America. He's up early. Well, no, again. And look at that one at the moment. It's about 12:40 in the afternoon, Eastern Standard Time.
It's the battle of the 3 American cars. The Corvettes are very sort of traditional mid-engine cars, just a little bit loose, while that Mustang is this very strange front-engine beast here. Doesn't take to the hills very well, and it sort of has this unstoppable power down the straight as they are about to run into TCRs again. Don't make this too difficult, lads. That car is not particularly fast around there. Oh, that is Nicholas Larson's going to get stuck behind. The moments like this do get frustrating when you're in a battle and then the other guys clear the car ahead, and then you're losing time to the car in the next class. You just don't quite clear in time. You got to get sort of your head clear after those moments. You just got to come expect that it will happen to them later as much as it will happen to you.
Oh,
and that is
Tim. Oh, that's going to hurt you.
Tim DeHaan.
Yeah.
In the brand new BMW class, just making a bit of. That's one of the few walls that is really easy to hit around this track if we oversteer hard out of that corner.
Going to drive it back.
No fast.
Well. That's crabbing for sure.
No fast repair around here, so you're either going to be running with the lack of aero, or you are just going to be making it into those pits fairly early. In fact, he has made it into the pit lane. He's just going to wait out those repairs. Plenty more repairs to kick off over the course of this very, very long race. So it's not going to be the beginning or the end of anything.
Sometimes it's not bad to, I always say in an endurance race, if you have a moment, have it early. You know, yes, it might cost you a bit of time, and you'll definitely drop a couple laps early in the race. However, you know, if you don't have one by the end, you're good, because then the other cars will have moments, and then you can just basically see them zoom on by, and they go on pit road. You know, there's never a good time to have a big crash, but if there is, you could take it early, because you don't want to do it when you've got, you know, an hour left in your race, and you're, say, third in class, and then you have a ding, and all of a sudden you drop back a couple of laps to some other cars in class, and that can get a little bit frustrating. But it is what it is, my friend. Yeah.
Especially when these races string out. So it very much it becomes much less about the on-track overtakes over time, and it becomes a lot more about how much pace you can make up in a stint.
Yes.
So if you lose time to a bad stint early, and you lose someone, but then you make up seconds and seconds and seconds, and you'll sort of get them in the pit stop when the time is most appropriate. Scott Kimbrough trying to look to get his positions back after losing so much up on the start down in P5. Still a struggle. There's always that fine balance between pushing a little bit too hard and hurting your tyres and hurting your race, and just sort of backing off and just sort of letting it happen. The gap to the car behind is fairly significant. I think losing another would mentally push me over the edge as well, but you've got to sort of stay in the air of this car at the very least. But there's only really a few spots to make big moves, and some of these haven't really totally worked out yet.
Cars sometimes are set up too for, obviously, endurance races when you're going to switch it over to another driver. Sometimes the cars are set up, you know, by whoever sets the car up, and it's not always suited exactly to all the drivers. Of course, you can't do too much about it, because once the car's it's set up. So you might find a driver on a certain stint isn't quite performing as well racecraft that he did to qualifying and so forth, but, you know, if there's another driver come into the cockpit later on, might like the car a little bit better. You know that. So, and it's patience too, you can see. Happy to sit here at the moment, currently in P5, behind Pearson. Not willing to take a gamble of an overtake. Probably maybe using some of that traffic up the road there to take it to your advantage, but also maybe taking care of the fuel a little bit and the tyres. In strategy,
get a nice
comes
fuel
into play.
advantage. You get a nice fuel advantage behind another car. You do get to use that slipstream a little bit. It just extends your stint over time. Just, you know, sometimes just having that air and not really making those big moves is perfectly fine to be in. And once you're dropping back, you can either succumb to the tilt, or you can just accept where you are for now and say, you know, we will get positions. Other people are going to be in this car ahead of me. Other people are going to make things happen. Sometimes, my perspective into these endurance races is just I've just got to do my job, and my job is largely to make it. And if all of us make it at the best we can do, then it will even out to a reasonable result, whether or not I made that pass I wanted to, or whether I made that mistake that I wanted to. Still quite a few
and putting
warnings
pressure on the
coming
car
out
ahead as well too. So Pearson's forcing Pearson to mistake. Looks like Pearson's using a lot more of the track currently at the moment than what Scott Kimbrough that we're watching. And that's what I always like to ask, and that's one for the chat as well too. Thank you very much for tuning in. And well as yourself, Howie, as a racing driver, do you like to be the chaser or the chase? To chase or to be chased? You know, the predator or the prey.
I mean, last I heard someone was asked this question, they were asked it under the duress of copious hot sauce. Thanks, Lewis Hamilton, for that answer. But I'm under less pressure. Sometimes chasing too hard can put me under pressure and cause me to just mess up. A lot of people say they love chasing more. I sometimes prefer just sort of running my best race, knowing that the guy is behind me. As long as the slipstream isn't too big, because then that starts to stress me out. But if it's just sort of a reasonable race where I know I'm running this guy's pace, but as long as I don't make a mistake, I know I'll be able to continue to it. I quite like defending. I quite like sort of getting out there and really put myself in the right place. Sometimes I make mistakes and overexert it when I chase someone down. You put a little bit too much heat into the tyres, you mess up one or two corners, then your next lap's just done. It's over for you. Try again next time as you come around. So a lot of people love chasing. I mean, I only have a little bit of first-hand experience of running a straight 2-hour stint. But just before now, but when I was pushing people too hard, I was losing my concentration and I was losing my pace. So we get a nice side-by-side pass, a little bit of door banging.
Yes.
All rubbing and racing for now. These Samuel clears in the first two corners. That makes this last one quite a bit easier. See how much it tightens around there. And if you get that clear in the high-speed section of that first corner, it's easy to make the difference. Nice position gaining up the road. in just one of these Mustangs out there. I'm kind of rooting for them. I kind of love these cars. They're unusual, but they are a lot of fun. Still surprised by the way this field has been split up. So anything that doesn't look exactly like all the others, I'm willing to be a fan of for now.
And it pushes Larson into play as well too, because Granadilli Arosir, I really butchered his name. Sorry, Glenn. That's the 88 machine that's in the middle currently at the moment. It just got overtaken. That's just, I don't know. I'd feel even worse to be the car in the middle because you're going to be looking forward and backwards all the time. So, but, once again, some of these drivers are happy to yield a position early because, once again, it's not a sprint race. It's not like, you don't want to give up a position when you're in a sprint race at all. In an endurance race, you're happy to give it up because, once again, you can be comfortable following another car there, perhaps saving fuel. We did have a couple little moments where we've had a couple of drivers that have had maybe didn't buy the fence some flowers. Let's go back and have a look. This is Austin Diltz, I think it is. Now, this is going to be scary. This is a replay when you're coming down and he's either locked under braking or he's tapped the... Oh, good.
It's one.
That's clever, yes, yeah. Exactly. So he's just taken and avoiding not wanting to wreck somebody else's racing, which is what we like to see here, the fantastic FTR racing event. Now, let's have a look at the Dutch driver at the moment, not Max Verstappen, but he's had a little spin of a route, coming out in the corner, and thankfully just backed it up, gets off the racing line. Otherwise, when you're stuck right there, you've got to stay still and hopefully everybody avoids you. There you go.
It's really scary when you know they're coming and you know you need to do something, but if you even wait like half a second, then you're pulling off too late and someone's probably in your way and you might cause contact. You have to absolutely commit in that very moment. The Mustang does do that. The Mustang is a very, very hard to tame beast, even with traction control cranked up. It just sometimes, if you do not throttle control perfectly in that thing, you lose it. It goes. Bye-bye. See you next time. So that's why I'm very appreciative of any driver that tries to make it work in these cars. I'm interested that we haven't seen any Lamborghinis in the field, and that the Ferraris have only really been in the far back class myself. The Ferrari is usually a very, very well-balanced car. I hate driving that car, but I know that a lot of the best GT3 drivers really like it next to the Audi, because it's that mid-engine car gives it a lot across a large variety of tracks. And you do have to declare your car for the whole championship over here, so you can't really just play to track advantages like you maybe can in iRacing. Very tight battle still between these three GT4s. Racing can be great in this field. Justin Delano behind. A 3-car chase. This is where there were mistakes earlier. You're braking downhill into that left-hander, so it really can extend out your braking distances. These cars are small. They're quite compliant, but they can be a little bit on edge and a little bit unusual. They're on a bit of a knife edge sometimes, the GT4s, when set up correctly. And they're a little bit trickier than maybe sometimes your first time out there in the fixed setup might make you think. You really see the roller coaster in this track, especially this nasty. This corner right here is nasty. It's a very blind right-hander where it's very easy to make a mistake and just go into the back of the car ahead, but you sort of have to brake and then you don't really know where the turning point is. It's a real roller coaster of a circuit.
Oh, just like that.
Yes. And it's so easy on these hard braking zones to miscalculate, and that could risk giving up the position. Mm-hmm. Delano has the advantage, but this is some fast right-handers now coming up, which means if you don't completely clear him by now, it's going to be hard to make that gap up. Tries to slot in behind. He has to check up here and doesn't quite make that place. Next passing opportunity could be in this first corner. He's going to get a little bit of a slipstream down the straight. For Mercedes AMGs usually do, they have that powerful engine advantage around here. So he's really going to have to throw in the side-by-side if there's any chance. Just all over these bumpy curbs. It's just still about getting loose, just touching all the bumps around here. Must be a very tricky suspension setup to get around this track properly, which I can imagine, and he's still just lost in behind.
Yeah, also that's going to be a TCR class at the moment, touring car up the road that they're going to be trying to overtake. But another interesting thing, that this is a great squabble, of course, that you're looking for the battle for the 6th in the class, as you can see in the bottom right-hand corner. So they're going to have to navigate past the touring car here with ease, hopefully, as you can see, get a little slipstream. Oh, that's not going to be very good. No, that's kind of, well, once again, the TCR's on his racing line. He's allowed to do that. You've got to make your way around the hard way. You can see the race director written on the 218. I don't think you're the race director, my friend, but maybe in another thing, as they do oversteer a moment and gets in second. Can you see, because of the class difference, they're not that different, as you said, between the TCR. Look at that. Now I was going to say the race leaders are coming through at the same time. So this is what the drivers don't like as race leaders, isn't it? You've got to navigate your way through these cars that are battling tooth and nail, and you can see on that track map. Actually, that's not the race leader. My apologies. The race leaders are coming up now, as you can see on the track map. That is, who was that? Retaking that. That looked like a TCR. I'm getting all confused.
No, it looks like Austin. Looks like possibly Austin Diltz of WBM Racing.
Yes, it was. It's the same class. Yeah.
Just taking advantage of a tricky situation.
And the race leader is going to be approaching this pretty quickly as well, too. You probably just see the race leader at the top of your screen. Yes. So I want to see how they get through here now. This is what
see him really struggle on those bumps. It makes you wonder what the setup is like to get around this track. Because I know a lot more cars are much more compliant around the bumps on the outside. You sort of get these subtle bumps, and then they build into giant sausages if you don't obey. And those giant sausages are the bane of many car around here. I actually find that the TCR class is the best at taking these bumps. And there are some little sausages and little bumps that the TCRs can just run over that other classes can't. And they're just laughing all the way to the bank around the back. With the difference between the two classes, I've driven the multi-class series between the two of them, and there is a pace difference, but it's not in power. The GT3s have a power advantage on how it goes. The advantage is largely in the handling style. Those TCRs with the front-wheel drive, they are way, way more planted. They have to take corners just completely differently because of their entire handling setup. Very often, you've got to rotate it with the brake very heavily. It gets very unstable when you try and do that, and then you can push on the power, and then you put everything on the front wheel, your steering and your power at the same time. This is still an epic battle up ahead, and we still have Tom Susetto here. He's already lapped a few times around. Into a battle like this. That's a car sent wide. Gives him 1 for 3. Still got a big field to aggressively move up on, and that's a car turned up ahead. There may have been contact between those two. We may have to review in just a few minutes from now.
This is why this is going to be nerve-wracking, isn't it? As the race leader in the class at the moment for the GT3 Pro, he's got to sit there, and they are battling, and it's always danger zone when you're going through that because, they make mistakes, they tangle, and you get involved. So he's going to navigate through that one. But let's have a look what's happened in the replay.
It's kind of given that one for free by this side-by-side contact. Stewards are going to look at that one later between the 358 there. That's a hard hit into the wall. That's going to be some damage. There's some very strict prescribed rules on overtaking around here.
Is this the first of the pit stops that we start to see? This is the Kiwi driver.
This will be. We're in about the pit window for the field now, at least for the GT3s. Cars are running at 75% fuel, so they can't quite get the most out of their tank. They get just under an hour usually, and whether or not they driver swap now is an interesting call, but it's one that's entirely up to them. I'm not going to try and make predictions as we try and weave around TCRs now between a big GT3 battle. The lights are flashing all over the place, trying to warn the pack around that we have a massive, massive field of super, super high-speed power. Noticing all those TCRs and the huge arse teams running the same liveries as each other. It's very interesting to see just this field of identical cars. It actually makes one of those, the huge arse BMW, quite hard to tell from that's the name of the team, from the huge arse teammates. Don't ever call me unprofessional, they did it to me.
This is a great squabble at the moment that's occurring between Ken and Gilius. So they are 5th and 6th in class, as you can see once you get to the right-hand side. We'll see how that pit stops come out for the undercut and overcut, as you mentioned there earlier. So the Kiwi driver, the number 24 machine, Martin Pearson here for the black marker, Razzle Dazzle. So that 10,000 times, Razzle Dazzle. He's back in 21st place overall right now. So of course he'll drop a little bit when we go to the pit road. About a minute and change, about 1.5 minutes it is for a pit stop. Around
you
here.
Take 75% fuel, and I think the tyres come free in that length of time. So the tyre wear is not going to be a tremendous factor here, just on the back of the fact that these tyres are pretty much get time to change them. Tom Cicetto in with the race lead, transferring the lead temporarily here over to Patrick Gannon in here for his teammates, but that field is going to rotate back around sooner rather than later, as it's a packed pit lane. Sometimes you really have to thank iRacing for these no-clip pit boxes, as almost the entire field here makes it in just on time. They've waited until the last possible moment. And I'm curious what that next group, the 1, 2, 3, and 4 halfway through the track are going to do.
There's pros and cons, of course, being in the first slot like he was, that you just saw before Tom. So he gets that very first position, so it should be pretty straightforward out position to get loud pedal. However, if everybody's in it before you and they're coming in there, you have to spot your lollipop person. That's what you see as a racing driver. You'll see a lollipop person. It doesn't show you, unfortunately, as a spectator. We can't get that. iRacing, hello? One day, please. And then you got to spot your lollipop person. But if you're ghosting inside the cars, remember. So if you got a car in P2, P3, P4, and those pit boxes, then you've got to try to find your lollipop. That's where it becomes a little bit difficult. And remember, in pit stops, even in endurance races, that few seconds can cost you some crucial places.
Pit entry here is quite late coming out of this sweeping right-hander. Do you get a clear commit line before then? But it really does just sort of come out of nowhere. Seeing most of the field filter in now, I don't think any of these GT3s are going to miss on the opportunity to take this, which will leave Cicetto and Pearson back out in the first two positions once the whole field has sorted itself out. It's like these other cars can go run for just a little bit longer. I know the TCRs only take the front side tyres because they are the best after all. But we'll be seeing some of those make their moves as well very, very soon. Right now the overall time is a bit of a mess. I'm trying to look at it. I'm trying to make sense of it. Very hard to make sense of it. So some of the amateurs haven't fully made their stops either. But that's the whole pro field pretty much sorted out at this stage, as the remaining AMs are going to have to slot in. And in its convenience, these cars are running out of fuel quick.
Here comes Tom to resume the lead of this race, as zoomed by everybody in pit road. Bingo into turn one. So as to be expected, almost everybody had boxed on a similar lap, at least one lap ahead or a lap later. So, oops, we got blinkings occurring again too. iRacing, we had that resolved.
It's only temporary. It's only temporary. You just wish it goes away. Like you just sort of look at some TCRs to get the stress out of the system.
Oh no. Yeah.
Not today. Not now. At least we're out of a race start. Not seen a caution since the first one, and I do believe that first caution was sort of thrown in error by the system, so there hasn't been a spectacular incident yet. Usually, I hear that while it's a very complex criteria to trigger these cautions, it usually has to involve about 3 cars. Once it involves that third car, that sort of pushes an incident over the threshold, especially when it comes to cars being in close by. It's at race control's discretion, after all. So we've not seen a truly big one kick off. On this track, I doubt we're going to see a massive one. I mean, I'm sure something will happen at one point that will collect a third or fourth car. You know, it's inevitable in this much time going by. This also isn't a track with like massive flashpoints, massive high pressure moments and high pressure situations, just because of how much space you get all over the place and how few terrifying walls there are nearby.
Yeah,
passing out there from the back of the field.
Yeah, we have like Chaser 100% from Dave out there earlier. Let's go blue chip. Maybe some iRacing experts out there can let us know what some of these problems are, because it's something that occurs individually. The sea is all red. Oh, was that a moment? The sea is all red here currently at the moment, as you can see on that iRacing data, which is saying something.
It's this track.
It's this track.
iRacing make their tracks too intensive now. I don't want the good graphics anymore.
And they are turned down a little bit too, as well, to another 490 card, as I've mentioned. So it's the bee's knees of cards. I mean, I think the 5000 series has just come out. It's the only one, but that's about $8,000. Don't have that much coin. It's about the graphics card. Anyway, we'll see if it picks itself like, out. If not, I'm
streaming just like doubles it. Streaming just like doubles the requirements. iRacing VR, I have to run on like the lowest possible. It's wild. Just can't even see anything on the side of the track. I don't think it's a catastrophe. I don't think it's a catastrophe this time. I think
I might restart.
Maybe it's the copium.
I might restart it, so we'll have to head back to our be right back screen. Sorry.
Be quicker than the last one. We think we know
and
what to do.
Because we
so
just finished
see
the first round of pit stops anyway, so we're not going to miss too much action. Please don't go anywhere.
Welcome back again to the first hour complete of this FTR opening race around Portimao. And the moment we go back, iRacing does not cooperate. If I could complain about one thing, I would say that iRacing do not optimize their new tracks terribly well. And this is just one of those victims. Off-track pass.
You'll have to pause again. I'm sorry. Sorry. I gotta reload it.
Who knows when the spectre of tech issues might catch up to you? It could be at any time. But we look like we're in the clear for now, approaching the end of the first hour of the first round of the FTR GT Championship. Oh, lovely old multi-class racing, 6 hours around Portimao, and we've only done the first one, and we've seen about the first round of pit stops from all these GT3 pros, and the other cars are working their way in very much imminently. Story of the race so far has still been these 2 RPM racing cars up at the front. Notice that the red car seems to have changed its, the top car in the red team seems to have changed its driver.
This is what's happened to Morgan Smith. Oh yeah, just cooked it to on the turn there. Has come back on the track and has spun again, I think, after that. But thankfully, it's a solo moment there. Mow the lawn, please. Yep, thank you. The expensive machine mowing the lawn, of course, for the Mercedes. We'll get to
I hear lawnmower racing is quite good. Maybe iRacing could think about getting into that little niche right after the go-karts, and they're obviously adding anytime soon. Scott Kimbrough, slow start, but still has the pace to stick around in this 5th place and making good distance on the car behind, even more than he did before the pit stops. Looking a bit antsy, looking a bit like he wants to make this pass really happen. Any track position up the road is good track position. But after a bit of a nightmare start, this race has definitely mellowed out for this Empire Racing team, and they do have to start focusing on the long game, as they very much have. Running in this air, nice. It's nice on the fuel. It's nice on the driver. I doubt the pressure is too high to perform at this point, so everything is fine as is. As they run right up into the next class there, the 10th place Smith.
Yeah, good battle at the moment. You can see currently at the moment in P4. So yeah, I've been broadcasting. I broadcast every day usually, and it's the first time I've had the problems like this, as you'd mentioned out there, Manny Man. And it's not my PC. It's because I've got a 4090 card, just brand new, brought it actually. So it's a kick butt card. I'm running an AMD Verizon 7 5800 series. You've got 64 gig of RAM. All the goodies, my friend. So, not the computer.
So was that chasing that golden goose of performance? Whenever you upgrade one thing, there's always another thing that starts bothering you, and then you never end up out of the chase. I had to break myself out of that one nice and early. Kimbrough keeps looking to try and get some sort of slipstream advantage. Unfortunately, this is the only really long straight on the track. He is going to pull out to the side, but I still don't think the outbreak is really on the cards. That first corner isn't really as sharp as it looks when you actually take it in these GT3s. It only really becomes sharp here after it's been eased off after these first few corners. And I look at that yellow sausage curb, just constantly in fear and awe. 2CR still haven't had to stop yet, apart from Castro, who has had a few little on-track incidents. Kenlick in that GT4 class, the only one in this top pack not to have stopped yet, so that must be due fairly soon for that side of the field. First stops have come around. A lot of drivers have mostly gotten back to where they've started, but once this kicks off, it becomes again about long-run pace rather than individual battles here, really, doesn't it? As it's not quite going to happen there.
I'm just interested. I'm looking at Crouch. That's Brack Crouch here in the BPM Racing purple. Now, I'm just having a look at their pit stops because it's showing us 2. But yes, that would be because they were one of the teams that, of course, I believe they had to start from the pit lane or something like that because of the some of those penalties which were issued out by our race control, who are live and watching this as well too. So we have Brandon Blakesley and Jeffrey Belk as our race control this evening.
And there has been a third one in the past. Maybe they do rotate their staff. It's got to be a busy role. Let me say one of the most thankless in all of motorsports, as that is Brad Crouch getting turned by the GT4. That's not a way you often see that one happen. With the car behind the slower one spinning the faster one. That one will go under investigation, I'm sure, at one point. It does make this pass happen quite cleanly, but does he outbrake himself a bit to go into this corner? Oh, it's so subtle. It's so subtle. But
you can see David just got on the gas thinking, okay, it's full pedal metal, and he wasn't going sideways and twirly-whirly coming out of the corner. He was just on the gas, and unfortunately, it looked like Barrett didn't get the power down early enough and got tagged.
For the slower car, it's sort of a instant temptation to think that, oh, I can just, go full power because he's faster than me, right? Not completely sure what happened there. Still trying to make this pass happen back here against Ruben Bearings. Still not quite happening. Kimbrough's getting so hungry. He wants that top pack of Audis back, and he's not going to give up until he gets it. There's very few major passing opportunities around here, especially in these sort of quite heavy cars. I'm not going to call them very nimble cars. They are indeed quite heavy. They're compliant when you know what to do with them, but in general, they are some of the bigger, bulkier, scarier machines you can get out on the road over here. Not always the most maneuverable, so it sort of makes this track, which is sometimes like a dream in something like F1 cars, it makes it a little bit less flowing and a bit more plodding, perhaps. Maybe it's my bias speaking. Maybe I just have some tracks I like and some I don't.
Yeah, maybe another one. It's not one of my favourites, but I know I'm not a driver as well, too. For broadcasting, it's not one of my favourites these days because of what there's mentioned. But I do appreciate everybody in the chat there for supporting with us and bearing with us because, we're trying our absolute best. We don't want to bring something that doesn't appear as good as what these drivers are performing. So we want to make them look good. And it's Alias, I think it is, out there saying also as well, too, that he's having continuing network issues whilst in the server as well. So I think we're all having those little gremlins. But let's get those gremlins out of the system and let's hopefully, as it will sort itself out further and further. Under 5 hours to go. 37 laps down. About half the field are lapped currently at the moment, up to the raid leaders have lapped up to P23.
Fewer problems for everybody. The better very much. Only one of these GTs has been lapped on the field, excluding two at the very far back that have served massive penalties. We're just going to ignore them for now and say that it's this Am car from Stefan Le Guen sitting a lap behind in the Ferrari. But these faster cars are going to start coming up, and eventually you do reach that sort of crossover point where you've got GTs lapping GTs, especially in a field where half of them are amateur drivers and half of them are significantly further ahead in their performance. It's a very, very endurance thing to add these Pro and Am classes, but it does allow this great entry point for newer drivers who want to drive these strong cars while still keeping a competitive field around them, while still letting everyone else race in them. One of those good old innovations that stuck around for a very, very long time. Now, looking around here, this is sort of part of the track where these blue flag passes become a little bit trivial, but Kimbrough thinks he has the run. He's making some real pace up here. He's going to be given the outside line, and it seems like as soon as he leaves that slipstream, it's just like a parachute opens on the back of the car, and all that pace disappears. Something about this track and these straights is not really serving itself very well to these slipstream battles. It's very, very corner heavy.
I think at the moment it looks like a bit of frustration may be creeping into the 17 machine that we're actually on board with, because at some parts you can see a lot of mistakes that are creeping in currently at the moment for Ruben Bearings, that's he's battling with. And there it is. And look, there's door banging. There's going to be beef. He's got beef. There will be some beef between these two drivers, and it's too early to have beef because you've still got 5 hours of racing to go. It's just both drivers are not wanting to yield. One wants to take the position, the other one does not want to yield it. Ruben does not want to give it up. And I foresee, and I hope not, that push comes to shove, both of these cars are around, and they're both going to regret it if they push too hard at the moment.
In my opinion, this track position right now is not the end of the world. If you're faster and your team is faster than Pitt's positions are going to sort of even this out over time. It is really annoying to be compromised because he must be fundamentally running faster laps and not being able to really get past. But at the same time, like, you're just frustrating yourself when you're really making this race harder than it needs to be. You've got a lot of teammates in the wings who are really... I don't really know what's going on in their ear. You could have a team telling you, get him, we're getting sick of this. You could have a team telling you, back off. We're sick of this. Could be sick of it in very much their own ways. I mean, you're playing for a lot of people other than yourself around here. And good hard racing is to be expected. But he's finally pressured that car ahead into a mistake, and those nasty sausage curbs I keep talking about come back to haunt Ruben Bearings. A mistake on the sausage curb, he sent wide, and maybe that was the game, to wait for that mistake to be made, and hopefully now, just in his mind, make out that gap as fast as possible.
I think that action speaks for the words on that one, wasn't it? Pictures speak louder than the words, but because that's exactly what happened. I think that push, that pressure. Ruben trying to hold on tight to keep Scott behind, ended up making a mistake, and Scotty eventually got through anyway. So, and moved on. They got a car between them as well too that does move out of the way and allow Ruben's bearings. But another thing, even though they probably, you should say, strategically shouldn't be fighting, because if anything, they're going to cost themselves some lap time and possibly wear the tyres more and stuff. But at the same time, it's entertaining for us, so why not?
I love some good racing. We don't just come here to watch cars lap around the track loads of times. Now that incident was a real victim of the sausage curbs around here. There's a giant sausage on the exit and entrance of almost every corner. And as he turns in there on the TCR car and collects another, that's going to be the caution. That's going to bunch up this field completely. And we saw it with our own eyes right there. That was what was going to cause it, if anything. A little bit of a Constantina, as getting around these TCR cars are not agile. That's the number one thing you need to know about them, is they struggle on these corners, but also their brakes aren't terribly powerful, and it's just a small coming together. Bit of an accident really from both. Stewards will review everything, and that's unlucky for the car behind. There's very few places to go because that's a very blind sort of approach.
Almost teammates got taken out behind as well too. If you have a look from the huge
ass team are everywhere. That really is just unfortunate. Both drivers are obviously trying to respect each other, and there's a tiny inch in the middle where they're in each other's space. Stewards also reviewing the earlier collision between the GT3 and GT4, bringing you news on every Stewards decision as soon as it comes.
Bang. How much damage
they're going to look at that one.
I think that might have done to Ken's car.
I think that that yellow car's lost a lot, but I think Ken might have gotten away with this.
Yeah, watch, he's going to the corner like normal, bang, doesn't know what's happening, of course, gets that little tag, a little bit frustrated, big side T-bone.
No, that's his bumper that left. That's his bumper that left. You do so much aero to that. And the pit lane closes as soon as the safety car comes out, unless you have meatball flags that have to be served.
But Ken got in
as soon as possible.
That's so, I think, was it?
I believe that you're allowed to serve if you are required to, but you cannot just make convenient stops under these safety car periods. As we hear back from the race control that the earlier contact between the 111 GT AM and the 281 GT4 has been given a 5-second penalty to the 281 Torque Freak GT4 for unnecessary contact. I think that's one we powered up too much behind the GT3 in front. He has been handed a 5-second penalty that will be served in his next pit stop. That was when he, I believe, spun the Porsche up ahead on the power coming out of that corner. And those stewards are going to be really mulling over that next incident. It's a very difficult job watching this much on the track. And
let's go back and have a look at the replay. Oh, this is the incident that's caused a penalty, I believe. There's
just taps the rear, and that was
almost looks like, I hate to say the netcode word, but pretty close.
I think there was contact there, and I think that came from too much power. These stewards can not give penalties because of netcode. They've already done that at least once this race. They've said, hey, that was an incident, but we think that was netcode, so we're not giving that out. There's been some pretty harsh penalties already. Massive incident early on in the race with a GT3 and a TCR, 60 seconds. So 5 seconds isn't very much. You take it on the chin and you move on. I got us with a 40-second penalty just earlier today in my race, so I know what it's like to be the one that causes it for a long team. I forgot the pit lane speed limiter button. So,
why isn't everybody speeds in the pit road when it's the #1 thing that everybody knows not to speed?
No, but like I pressed my light flash button instead of the pit lane speed limiter, so I made pit entry, which at Charlotte is really hard, and then sped a little bit above the limit. I have not taken anybody out though, so I at least have that going for me. Just going to have some time to work out this instant as the field bunches up over the next few laps in a single file for some time. And they do
Good evening, Ashley, out there. It gives everybody a chance to get up and stretch your legs for a second. Walk around, because it's an endurance race, you have a bit of time. I've heard this actually last night when I was talking to a driver for another broadcast network. One of the gentlemen said, oh yes, he's like, my wife jumps in my cockpit and under caution, because it's an oval racing too with NASCAR. You have a lot more cautions. She jumps in the cockpit under caution, so she takes over if he has to run to the bathroom or something like that. It's really interesting, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe any drivers out there, let us know, or friends of drivers, what do you do if you've had to go to the bathroom, something like that, maybe during cautions or even during a race or something. Have anybody ever come in the cockpit? Even though I don't think that's allowed, is it, usually, but to take over your racing rig, your story?
So
appreciate it all.
From a review of the regulations around safety cars, because there are a lot of them, cars that stop under the pit lane being closed are allowed to do so, but they get an end-of-line penalty. I believe the classes do also get reformed, but it takes a few laps to sort all of this out. Can we just see the lights on the safety car here?
Yes, it's still on.
Still flashing, so we have another lap at least going around the field.
You know, the other disappointing thing is I don't see any drivers in the Discord channel at the moment. So usually I like to pull the drivers in for a chin wagon.
Yeah, well, we don't get to scrutinise them for their mistakes quite this time.
Not the mistakes, just to talk to any of the drivers, race leaders and things like that. I mean, and under cautions, of course, not during green flag.
That should be a twist. Maybe that's a penalty if you have to do an interview right now.
Oh, I just do it all the time, sometimes in oval racing. But anyway, it is what it is.
I just mean like a new penalty type. Just make them do a green flag interview. Go!
Green flag
Answer 3 questions correctly.
Yeah, no, not on a restart as well. So hopefully, cross fingers, everything will work out. So they will bunch up, as you can see currently. In the moment, pace car lights should go off when they get to exit sector 3, which will come up soon. And once again, give us a big shout out there. We've got Ashley that goes, oops, she forgot her teammates were racing. Well, who's your teammates, Ashley? Please let us know. And by the way, anybody in the chat, if there's a particular car or driver or something like that you wanted to look at, but let me know. I'm race director. I'm happy to show you some of the cars when there's opportunities, and there generally is during endurance races, that there's a gap where we don't have action, and we can show you your drivers and your friends that you're supporting. We're not TV networks. We listen to the audience.
That's some of the joy of doing these broadcasts online with chats, is just being able to hop in, answer questions, and really, get with some of the fans and maybe some of the teammates that are just watching some of their friends out, and they think this is the most comfortable way to do it. And I very much welcome believing this to be the most comfortable way to watch your teammates around the track. You could just get cramped up in their cockpit view for hours on end, but probably get smelly in that.
P9 currently at the moment. That pit road. And speaking of which, Yanis is going to pit road. You were talking about P9 at the time. That's the car. I think it was the car number anyway. Which is car number 5. No lollipop people to see, as you mentioned. When you go into pit road, they just zoom on by as we go into the cockpit and have a look. There you go. Look at the steering completely yanked to the right there as well. That's quite interesting.
If you try and steer it back while it's like stop, like the force feedback gets really antsy on you to make you stop. iRacing demands that you hold your wheel correctly.
I'm curious to know as well too, because the cars are in position on the track, as you can see, all over the place. So they haven't really sorted themselves out just yet for some of the cars in class, as you can see. So there's our P1, our P2, and our driver for P3, but we've got cars in between here at the moment. So are they going to elaborate to the audience, to everybody that's viewing, are they going to sort it out so you're back in current overall positions, or is it currently where you are on track?
There will be cars that are waved around the pack that are stuck between their class leader and the safety car, and then we'll have to wait for them to come all the way around the pack. So these cautions can take quite some time. You start to understand why they're not automatically labelled on the roadside after you've watched one or two of these. But there is going to be
because Miles is here, right? And he's currently running in 28th, of course, but in class, Miles is running 5th. But he's in between, of course, our race leader of Tom and then Patrick in P2. There's Tom up the road, there's Patrick behind him. So will he be allowed to unlap themselves and get back, or at least get back to the position currently sitting at overall 28th?
I want to see a TCR in the middle of it all. Go green with a
Yes.
TCR surrounding the pack. Nothing wrong with that.
Looks like it, yeah. This is also an opportunity, and to let people know, you can do little repairs at a time, right? So you can elect how much repairs you want to do on your car. You don't have to do all repairs at once. You can take a little snippet out, isn't it? Just chisel away, essentially, at little bits of repairs on your car so that you, under these caution conditions and pit stop conditions, that'll help, right? Slowly repair what you need to get repaired, and then eventually, over time, you can get it all fixed. Do you have a copy there, Howie?
Oh, hello.
Oh,
So I think there's going to be a little bit more time behind the safety cars. Race Control do like to make sure that the whole field is caught up after their wave of pit stops going around the back of the field. This period can be extended. We have Race Control watching the field to make sure nothing bizarre happens. And trust me, if you've ever seen iRacing try to form an overall restart, you would understand why sometimes that is very much necessary. Cars also keep to the left in order to try and make sure that wave arounds are safely made it all the way around the circuit. I can see that little sad TCR in the back. Krautwald just making it back around, as now we're getting our wave arounds. It's handled on a per class basis, so wave arounds happen for these GT4s before they happen for their TCRs.
There you go, Ashley. There's Jack at the moment who's supporting. They are supporting the MRC team. That's the MRC Endurance team. Jack currently from the United Kingdom or England at the moment. 10 positions gained, sitting in pit road, getting some repairs done. It looks like. Can't see him inside the car. Out of the car. Ooh. So that's interesting. Completely out of the car, my friend. What do you think's happening there?
You might as well go take a break while
Yes.
those endless repairs are going down. I believe that was one of those 2 heavily damaged cars, and there's probably a lot more than we see on the outside. Stuff like the steering gets screwed, and you're just sitting there thinking, when are we going to get out of here? It sounds as if there's going to be about Ken Copeland's car is going to have about 10 to 15 minutes of repairs. So that car's going to be sitting out there for quite a long time.
But with for just 4.5 hours to go, that's not too bad.
You'll make it back. Crazy things will happen
exactly,
out there.
exactly.
Yes, we're seeing the GT4 class get their wave arounds now. This will be followed up by the TCR cars when eligible. So it's going to be a little bit more time to sort out this field.
Yeah, there's your top 3. So just to go over the top 3 at the moment, you can pronounce the surname as well too for Tom if you want for the BP. So the RPM Racing Team Red, and then Patrick is the RPM Racing Team Black. So the team is in a good position, and then you go back to Martin Pearson for the black marker Razzadazzle. Scott Kimbrough.
8 minutes for Yanis's car, by the way.
Okay.
So both are going to be sitting there for a little bit longer.
And then you have Ruben Bearings for the DTK by Eagle Speed Academy. So that's currently P5 in class. And then, of course, you've got the other DDK by Eagle Speed Academy. But, of course, this is the GT3AM. So they're leading that class. So they're together, as you can see on the track. So these, even though they're not the same class, this team can work together here. In fact, look behind. We have another one. So all 3 cars for the Eagle Speed Academy Esports. That's going to be beneficial to them, isn't it? They can control the race on this level here and keep the likes of Glenn here behind them for the Digitrax team. And then you go back to the Art Sim Racing. Then you have the Stage 1 and then the other Eagle Sports Academy Racing. So we've got lots of different teams here, which is great, as you can see by those liveries. And they definitely work together, even if they're different classes, as you know, right? You can make it a little bit more difficult for your opposition to get around you if they have to lap.
Although there's a line. There's a challenging line to battle because a lot of blocking, everything's being reviewed by these stewards, and any teammate can send in a protest for anything at any time. There's a form that you can just get sent. You just start sending in those protests towards stewards mid-race. So eyes are peeled about excessive defending and excessive blocking. You've got to sort of like play the strategy wisely. It's why this top two did such a great job holding off and frustrating Scott behind that opening. Now these two affiliated cars are going to be running side by side with each other now at the front, and the benefit is that while the teammates can race, we don't know their strategy, but we're going to assume that they're racers and they can race. They're also not going to be literally breathing down each other's neck. They're not going to be putting in high pressure. They're going to be, trying to keep each other's nerves calm. I think if you're not going to actively try and make ultra aggressive moves, like we saw Kimbrough making massive attacks and massive pressure. And it helps that driver in front cool off. And then it helps that driver behind also just sort of focus on what they're doing rather than getting too tilted about it, rather than getting, too frustrated and losing out on time. It's really a win-win situation in these races.
A win-win situation, I always say, in endurance races, seeing Barney at the end. That should be your number one objective as a team. Just see Barney. Just see the checkered flag. Everything else is a bonus after that. Of course, you always want to win. You always want to get good positions, top 10s, top 3 positions, podiums. But that's your number one objective. Just bring the car home. Do that first, and then the rest is a bonus. Because it's good. You don't want to be going, 5 hours into a race and 5.5 hours into a race, and then all of a sudden you completely smash into the fence and you're out after all that work down the drain. So think of the objective at the end. Think of the checkered flag.
I mean, if you're a TCR, maybe the game is survive against a field of hungry GT3s that seem to want your blood non-stop and have already engaged in some pretty serious contact in order to get there. Out of all the teams, this huge ass team, which you can tell from their just really nice livery and their even better name, have actually had the hardest time of it. We've seen quite a few of them end up in squabbles, up and down. They're gold teams, only running in P6 and P8 in the GT4s, and then they're running in P3 and P5 in those TCRs. And then they only brought one car into the GT3s, one of their Ford Mustangs out there. We've seen them on the receiving end of incidents so far. I need everybody to calm down around the funny team name, okay? They did this just to set me and Biggles here up for a full 24/7. You have to respect at least that sort of grift. I hear that this Algarve and Corvette combo is a difficult one. You declare your car for the entire season, and the Corvette is a little bit loose on corner exit, and you have to sort of manage it properly. It's very, very pointy if you get it right. It's very, very agile if you get it right. It's one of my favorite GT3s, but I hear that some of these drivers are sort of saying that this combo with these cars, like you're spending your race trying to get used to it more than anything else out here on the field. And also for a lot of these drivers, it's their first time ever running multi-class with these three cars against each other, as the 3s and the 4s don't often get to run like this very often. I see the lights on their safety car go out. It looks like we are getting ready for our restart now. Everybody's back into position. Both RPM cars here on the front row. They're going to try and make this launch the best they can. Martin Pearson possibly trying to play spoiler. And Scott Kimbrough from Empire Racing, who's definitely been an exciting character in this race so far, is going to threaten for that position. All to play for on this restart. The field is back. The field is bunched together. As I learned from the first start, if I make the call too early on the pace car going off, then I'm left with a very awkward silence as I stare up to the grid, because this is a very, very slow run down to the start-finish. As the cars run single file, I'm just sort of sitting here in raw anticipation, but we'll see that first car launch as soon as he can. Good getaway from both of those Audis up at the front. Top 4, making it clean, going into the first corner, running very wide there on the red. Black behind, just keeping it clear. No big moves out of this top part going into the first restart. And looking to try and preserve it and make it out clean as well. Kimbrough struggled on this start last time. Hasn't made too many big moves this time. Followed up by the two DDK Porsches. One Pro, one Am just behind. going to be working with each other. Different classes, but same pace. Very interesting dynamic between the two as Kimbro looks to already try and make a move out on the inside. On the outside, that Porsche trying to be bold about it, but it's a very hard corner to stick around the outside, both keeping it out of trouble for now. Kimbro still under pressure here from Ruben Bearings, as he's going to try and look to make more moves. They've had their battles on the field in the past. Bearings lost it due to hitting a nasty sausage curb. Doesn't want to repeat that mistake out on the field again. Back top for now. Our top 5 stays as they were.
Yes, deja vu between those two the headers in the arena. They'll get their boxing gloves on early as well. Further back in the field, we do have our boxing gloves on early as I get the hiccups at the worst possible time as well. And that's a battle currently at the moment back down here. But we'll go back up to the front here because I still want to see this. And Scott's around.
That's Kimbro. That's Kimbro spun out of his top position. It's been a difficult day, and it might just end even worse as he's now at the back of the remaining cars running on the GT3 field. We'll have to take a look at what happened there in a moment. Passing here is hard, and you never want to lose track position like this quite so bad. Gonna have to see if this was contact or if this was just a mistake on these cold tires. It is contact. Kimbro has run into the back of. Steward's taking a look at that one very soon. That's unfortunate. He's got a whole road to work up now. And if we're going to talk about him being frustrated this race, that's the most frustrating thing that could ever happen to you on a restart. Long race ahead, but man, dropping back that far when we don't even really quite, such a tight incident as well. Can't really tell who's at fault from this perspective out there. That's got to really, really get you down now.
It's unfortunate, isn't it? Because Scott Kimbro dropped a couple of places on the race start as well too, and now have to drop back after that. But to tell you what, it gives you more motivation, doesn't it, to kick it back into a gear and just build your way back up through the field there, because you're not too far down from the race leaders anyway, because it's only the opening lap after a green flag again. At the back, we've got a nice little battles here, so still continue with hiccups.
As now these Mustangs really going to muscle with each other to try and make it up that field. Love those little things. They don't seem to be terribly competitive around here. This is not really a power track. This is a heavy aero track, and it really does sort of punish these Mustangs. They're fun to get around a track, but on these tracks without the massive straights, they don't really get the best out of their engine. They feel a bit more like boats, you could say. Tyler Campbell for Fabulous Ford Skin Racing. That's another one. They got me with another one. Slots in that P6 position, but I've noticed these more agile cars are making the best of them right now.
Yes, thank you very much for alerting me. We'll get the live timing. There it is. Thank you very much for you ask, you shall receive from the JP Broadcasting Network.
Yeah, lovely live timing. Lets you sort out a lot of information among the field out here. You couldn't do life without it. Couldn't do life without it. Side by side, we have the huge-ass Mustang. The huge-ass Mustang. Joke writes himself. I can't believe it. They have set me up for this. I'm going to continue to be annoyed by this for a long time going. Clearing out some of these cars. They do have a lot of power down that straight, and they are making the most of it as it looks like we try and get a nice battle up on the inside. He does make it clear. Get the inside in that corner. It's a huge advantage. And Schrunik makes it clear. Just about, almost a little bit of a tap. Not quite enough.
Stevie's come off here somewhere. Let's have a little replay. This is Steve. That's a big slow. There's something wrong. Maybe has a maybe the cat's come and pulled the drive out or something like that. The USB's unplugged. But if you have a look at that one, that's just completely lost all power to the steering or something like that. Even though it's a sim world, it happens. Yeah, see, the car's not turning.
I have heard some people have had tech issues with their wheels so far in this race.
Yes.
And it could have been any number of things. I'll hear back. I'm tuned into the driver's lounge.
I don't think there should be a penalty or anything like that. It looked completely as a technical thing, just like real cars. But that's the beautiful. Even though we're sim racing, we have malfunctions with the equipment that occur.
But I'm tuned into the driver's lounge as well. So some of these drivers get to talk among themselves, get to sort of share what happens in some of their own incidents among themselves, and I'll see if there's any updates shared on that one among some of these others going around the track.
Yeah, let us know as well too in the chat if you can too as well. We know that there are some spotters and other drivers as well too that are waiting to get their turn to race. And share it out, please. Let everybody know on the broadcast as well as us.
Field evening out with these RPM cars still running out in the top 2. They've made an absolutely dominating start of it so far. They have 2 of the fastest laps on the whole track. These could be, you know, real contenders to take more of these races further down the line if they keep pushing like this as they have. They have been competitors in prior championships. RPM Racing have got themselves a 2nd and a 5th last season. Looking to push up for the top now that that Brabham Esports team that won the pros last season isn't around to contend. Are we getting a case of the flickers again?
Yes, we are. Unfortunately, sorry.
It's like an hourly disease.
I know.
It just comes in, it affects us on an important day.
And it's not like the graphics have changed or anything like that either. This is just us occurring after.
Yeah, like
wow.
you know, you guys are witnessing back-to-back green flag racing for an hour, and then all of a sudden, iRacing just decides it's not really interested in showing you the race anymore. I think it. I have the positivity in my heart. I think it actually might be clearing this time. I think we've got him for a bad storm. As Giovanni Romano in the huge ass. I'm not going to get over that. I've got an hour and a half to go, and I'm not going to get over this.
Sometimes it sounds like
most of that power down the straight.
Sounds like you're just making it up as you go along, but that's the team, man.
He's trying to make the most of that power down the straight. Porsche isn't the fastest down the straights in that class at all, really.
Don't get James
Still
started
not really able
Porsches.
to make the move.
James is Porsches.
Is it a love or a hate? I mean, I do sometimes think Porsches can be a little on-track terrors.
Here we go,
But,
sending it inside.
I was just one. Just about. This is a corner. It's very easy to make an advantage on if you get someone in that inside send. It's another clean position on the grid. Even these positions further back, you're like taking. You take everything you can get, even if it's at the back of this field. Huge House, they were series champions last time. They haven't quite had the best start of it this time around. And we don't forget about TCR battling over here. I love these little things. They can really go side by side and door bang. You'll see these cars do things and you'll make noises like that. And you'll think, oh, is that legal? Can they do that? Yes, they can. I love the way these cars battle and bump a little side by side. They're very stable, very heavy on the track. They can take a nice bump and a bruise. And that is a very nice pass for that P2.
This is like
I call it nice.
This is like
I know what TCRs are like.
Grandma takes to go shopping and load the shopping into the back of the car on one of these. Where does Grandma hide the cookies in these cars? As we get that's another broadcaster I work with, commentator that says, Grandma hiding the cookies, as we're going to see these 2 cars not hiding any cookies down the main straight away into turn 1.
Just get some on this track. As there's a little side-by-side bump between the 2 amateurs. That's going to open up for the Mustang behind now to try and take that position. He's just lost the pace. He's going to keep it into there. You can't really send it around the outside into here. That's a challenge sending it around there, especially in these big blocky Fords. As a little bit of, I think, in GT racing, that is on the all of this is on the category of like just about fair racing. These cars can take a little bit of a bump, take a little bit of a scrape, as long as no one's really shoving each other around. But we are starting to see this field get physical.
American muscle cars, but a grunt, lots of horsepower, my friend. Opposite to the Japanese cars, which is like smaller engines and more gizmos to it, turbochargers and superchargers, and try to maximize the efficiency of a 4-cylinder engine rather than just a big block V8.
The Mustang's loud. The Corvette is whiny. Very different types of cars. It's amazing how weird the Corvette sounds for a massive American muscle car. But these Mustangs are big, brutal machines, and they're carving their way through the field. But he doesn't make the pass cleanly. And there's a bit of a side-by-side running off the road there.
Steward's going to be busy.
They've got a lot ahead of them right now. Protests flying in left, right, and centre right now. Teammates just getting ready. They have that form like already ready in their brows. Like, we know something's going to happen with a Mustang. Get it down, get it down. God, they're going to go 3 wide here. Down this main straight between 3 GT3s. Porsche looks like it's running a little slower than it should. And they're not usually that slow. So, could be... Who knows if there's been some kind of minor damage, or who knows if we just backed out of a difficult situation. I know when someone goes 3 wide on me, I'm just scared. Like, I'm going to just let them have it.
Yeah, it was Roger on a different class anyway. Roger, sorry, not the P3 in class that's there. So he didn't want to get involved in that battle, which is clever enough. Let the GT3 pros get on with it, because his battle, of course, is with the other 2 drivers up the road, which are up in 5th and 6th overall, and that's Gilles. Philippiarts, is that how you pronounce this? DDK.
I would go Philippiarts. I would go Philippiarts.
Yes.
Or something like that. Those characters, those A's, they often just sort of sneak their way into other words in that sort of language.
Well, that's who he's targeting in his class, of course, and Chris is a little bit further down the road here. Van Gut, and the Eagle Speed as well. So they're team mates, even though they're at 1 and 2. For them, and then of course you just saw the 3rd place driver down the field a little bit.
And that Porsche up ahead is from the same academy as well. So actually, even though it's a sort of out of class, they're still running there quite consistently within their team. So you don't want to annoy your pro teammate. There's annoying your in-class teammate. There's annoying your out-of-class teammate, and then there's, as an AM, annoying your pro-class teammate. I'm sure it's happened. There's plenty of tensions to flare up on the field, but that doesn't sound fun.
And here's Scotty. We know that he's dropped a couple of places after that restart, though. He's going to be making his way back up to the field. And it's Nicholas. So I'd have to say Scotty at the moment's been the mover of the race, hasn't he? Had to battle constantly. Everything. Just overtakes. Probably has the most overtakes, I have to say, so far. Another 17 machine.
Fundamentally, he's very fast. He got second on that grid in a hot lap. He's very, very fast on the track when it comes to getting around others. I'd love to see a comeback. You're currently running P9 in class. I'd love to see him make it back up to that top 4 after everything that's happened up to now. But it looks like it could be well on pace for that. There will no doubt be a teammate switch at one point, but and you sometimes put your best teammate in first. So it'd be interesting to see how that shakes out when we get another car in there too. But I have high hopes that we're going to continue to see exciting racing from this green Audi. Very striking green Audi.
And once again, spotlight. So nothing's changed up the business end. Tom's still leading from Patrick. They're the RPM racing team, red and black. They're comfortably leading the back marker razzle dazzle of Martin Pearson, who's up at give or take probably 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning in New Zealand racing. The only one from Oceania, apart from myself. What's interesting is Kane has back here. This is Kane in the. Let's just show that up at the moment for the drive details. Shane for the Motor Racing Academy here, the Jamaican driver, the 209 machine, has the highest I rating out of all the drivers in here, 8.3k, I think. That's an insane I rating. Yeah. And the Jamaican in here. It's fantastic. You can get the little blinking back.
And yeah, sometimes the best drivers will still run in their lower class cars because they just find them more fun. I never truly found the appeal of the GT4s, but I'm not about to be rude to the best driver on the field and tell him he's made a wrong decision in any way. Those cars, they're much more agile. They're much more, you can get around these corners a lot better. Scott Kimbrough lines up another nice overtake on one of those easy to pass corners. More places being made up the field. This man is fast and he's going to keep pushing. Just a few Mustangs up the road now. These may be easier passes. We've been seeing them sort of a bit bogged down throughout the race. I think a return to a high points paying position is completely on the cards here.
Next up the road is the biggest gainers at the moment overall. And that's the number 72 machine here at the moment of David, who's held up a little bit of traffic. He has gained 30 places, if my telemetry is correct, sir.
started out. None of these Mustangs got to qualify at all, so they didn't really get to start in a place that necessarily befit their pace. But they've all absolutely been making up this time and this pace along the pack, and just continuing to. They've been fun races. They've been fun races. I respect anyone that can make that car happen myself, because he cleans up a pass around the Honda Civic on the outside. Easiest place to make a TCR pass happen, really. They don't have that sort of a high speed momentum. Looks like there's been a 30-second stop and hold to one of the TCRs for causing an incident. That must have been the earlier incident that triggered that caution. The stewards have given it to the TCR, the huge ass car, and they've given him a 30-second stop and hold for a major on-track incident. It was a very, very tight one. I'd need to watch it back. I'm not gonna give my unqualified opinions at this stage in the game. But for once, I can't believe the TCRs have been cast as the villain in this. Usually, this doesn't work with the narrative. The narrative in my head. It's always not their fault.
It's the 337 machine I'm currently looking at for it, which I don't know if it's just me, but I cannot see the 337 machine, the telemetry.
Let me keep digging. I can't see it on the track anymore. I don't know if they've... I'm checking on the... It was a huge-ass blue team. So it's actually the 306. I think some of the cars have their numbers registered incorrectly.
Right, okay.
And so some of the cars might have the right number going to the league.
So he has to do a end of line, as you said. Well, stop and go. Oop.
That will be on the next pit stop. You pull into the pit lane. There's a box you serve your penalty in before you are allowed to run your pit stop.
David's had a moment here for stage 1 racing. Now, see if your predictions come true. What do you think? Oh, there's a late dive that's going to come in, and there's contact. Yep.
Turned around.
That we will investigate it. Oh, but another round of pit stops coming in. So we are seeing, there you go, the Kiwi driver from P3 coming into pit road in Claus, and I'm getting a whole bunch of telemetry getting all over the place, my friend. So things are breaking again. Uh-oh.
The cars may not be real, and this may be evidence enough that the cars are not real, that they can do this.
Yeah, I know for a fact because my telemetry is showing everything is crashing, which they're not, of course.
Are you stuck in the replay, or has everything disappeared?
Everything's disappeared, my friend. Oh, no. It's going to be back. I was stuck in the replay.
We are so back. Yep, first pit stops coming in from some of these back market cars, these RPM cars, still hanging it out in front. Pit window fairly open now, especially because that safety car has really been able to extend the stints for quite a few of these drivers down the road, as it looks like there has been another penalty given out between our Scott Kimbrough and the other car was the DDK by Speed Academy, and that's car number 26, Ruben Behrens. Stewards are given a 10-second time penalty to Ruben Behrens in the Porsche. They think he spun Scott Kimbrough around, and he's going to have to serve a 10-second penalty before the next stop. In the good old, I like that they've got a penalty box. It's like the old sin bin of some of the full contact sports. I don't watch anything that quite runs that, but that's always a funny name.
Whilst we have drivers going to pit road, we'll take a little break at the moment to look at this blinking conditions again, which is basically just a restart of the iRacing simulation. Don't go anywhere.
As we come in at the end of the rotation of these first few pit stops, still a few more to go up at the front of the pack. We are approaching 4 hours to go on this feature-length race to kick off the FTR GT Championship. It's been a bit of a story. These RPM racing cars usually leading the way. Right now in 5th and 6th in class, as pit stops have just started coming out for the GT3 class. A caution period has sort of extended this stint out for a little bit longer than you'd expect.
That's right. Currently battles at the moment for 9th, 10th actually in class, and that's with the GT3 Pros with a ton of traffic as you can currently see on your pictures. And our leader is now Nicholas Larson, because they've yet to make their pit stops as we've gone through some of the rounds of the pit stops.
Yeah, so blue chip on top. I think we had blue chip. I think we had blue chip fans on top, and one more sitting out there. Sounds as if I've heard that for the chat here that there's a car number 18 from Aspire Competition where the engine blew randomly, and they've had to just leave. Aspire Competition, Ken Copeland, down 18 laps. It's finally explained now that we don't know why the engine left us, but it did leave us. They're putting it down to a glitch. Could have very much been. These cars do have some downshift protections. They shouldn't blow themselves out on the road.
A battle for P1 currently at the moment. These drivers still have yet to go in pit road, but they are battling it. Tief and now, that's Mr. Nicholas Larson that you can see at the moment just behind. I'm not going to pronounce that name, but that's the number 99 Audi.
I've got this, all right. No, I can't do it. Can't do it. That was my big mistake. Starting to see drivers getting swapped out now. I believe this will be about the period where drivers have sort of cashed it in for the first 2 hours, and they've just decided, oh, we're done with here. That's the sausage curb almost claiming another victim.
Dangerous.
Horrible little things on the inside of these corners. We've already seen some on-track incidents kicked off by these things entirely, and there's probably going to be probably more dangerous than the walls themselves are the giant sausage curves on the inside of every bend willing to take you out. You see quite a tight battle here in the GT3 AMs. Anyway, you'll be seeing the Ferraris out here. Brian Fratan. Oh, Fratian. I'll get good at that. I should have done practices before we went in. And Oliver Carwardney. Just in a bit of a chase also with Breck Crouch. So, these GT3 AMs all lined up with each other, meaning no real traffic in their way, apart from that little 4 just being passed around the outside, making it cleanly through. But there's a real chase going on between these cars. 2 of the same car running at the same time. It's going to be a bit of a pace battle.
And here comes the race leaders in the GT3 Pro class having to navigate, as you can see on the track map, tons of greens, and that's the GT4s. So yes, past 1. Mr. Hube, currently on the stretch. Now have a look at those pit stop strategies in the moment. Let's go back and have a look at, as you can see, 0 stops. Oh, it's very unfortunate because I've had to reset the iRacing. It's lost the data, unfortunately, because we know they've already been in pit stops before.
And that is getting loose again on the curbs again. They're going to claim, they continue to claim victims up and down the track. Gives a position back to the white UJAS team. Giovanni Romano running that car. Beautiful Mustang up in front right now. I'm expecting some of these cars up in front to take their pit stop soon, but it looks like they're stretching out this stint just a little bit further. We have seen driver swaps out from the RPM racing teams. The red car now being driven by Charlie Lund Nilsson, and the black car being driven by Richard Corfraw. Looking out for Empire Racing, and a bit of a he's been the real story of the race so far. But that green car is swapped out with Mike Brown, and we'll be seeing if he can make the most of used quite a poor track position after getting spun off the track by a rival, and make up pace on the race now. Started up P2. It's been a hard road getting here, but maybe a new driver and a new head will help clean the way for this team.
Yeah, wondering about that in the rules, if you'd like to elaborate to people. What is the minimum amount of time the drivers have to put in here for the FTR events. Endurance.
Put me on the spot. Put me on the spot. You tested me.
Get your homework, you see, and fly it over here to Portimao.
Oh, if only I had to fly. Maybe the fly would be dealing with the blinkers as well. I've got to go over that channel tunnel at least.
That's fine.
I'll find you and I'll get back to you on that.
Well, one in the chat can let us know as well too, but we're going to be able to get that information as we're seeing battles all over the place currently at the moment. This is back about down to the battle for 7 for class at the moment, the GT3 AMs.
For the record, you can enter solo. If you really want to ride 6 hours solo, you are allowed to do that in this race. Up to 5 drivers total. Although with most of these races clocking in at 4 hours, I guess you don't want to bring all 5 into one race in these contexts. I guess you could swap out drivers in and out of your roster as the race weeks permit.
This is going to be a difficult situation at the moment for them to navigate their way past the GT4, which they do.
I'm not sure there are minimums, is the answer. I'm not sure there are minimums. And given that you can run 5 drivers, you're not getting that many done in this race, that would just about make sense. Anyone that makes it through one of these solo is a real hero, though. I know someone that wants to won their Daytona 24 split solo.
What? Did you say sorry?
Yeah, they won their Daytona 24 split solo.
That's a bit of work, but impressive.
Maybe you hate yourself enough. RBM Racing still with a car in the pack here as we possibly go 3 wide, and that's the Merc getting loose in the middle and arguably completely taking out Giovanni Romano right there. I don't usually make sweeping calls on the commentary box, but I think Stewards will be looking at that little looseness from the Merc in the middle very closely. It is an honest mistake. High pressure going into that
So where did
zone.
Giovanni got the overtake? Once the overtake down on the outside here. That's off the
Cars
racing
are clean.
line.
No. Oh, he does get a bump.
Mm.
He does get a little bit of a bump. From the Mustang, it looks like. Could be like borderline netcode. I might need to see that from...
I'm just wondering, did he want to risk it from the outside? Because remember, the car's going to scrub off the speed.
Like, to him, that's clean
here.
from his perspective. He doesn't see anything. Is there a chase cam with this?
Yes, sir.
That might let us just see the gap. It's a tiny bit on that Mustang, but it could be ranked as netcode.
We'll keep that one for the audience. Let us know, please, what's your interpretation of it. And the stewards will be looking over it, no doubt.
Yes, they're on the ball for anything. And the thing is, like, we bring the spotlight to them.
Oh, no.
Really? And it's another back-to-back running into the rear, going into that tricky corner. It's a tight braking zone. You misjudge it by just a tiny bit. And the car behind usually gets in a little bit of trouble when these things happen. Typically, that's just how things go. It looks like it was for the lead of the AM division as well. Both cars trying to make that braking zone, and it's just been missed by the red one. It's downhill braking zone. It's really hard to slow the car enough there, just because of how the hill is just, the physics is just working against you down this hill. And if you pop the ABS as well, see if he pops it.
Nah, that's too quick, isn't it? I don't know. Yeah, because would he have held it on if there was no car there at the corner? I think he might have probably spun. That's a difficult one as well.
Doesn't look like he pops the ABS unless the dash doesn't. No, the dash doesn't show in real time for spectators, unfortunately. No. If you're looking at the real time dash, you'll be able to see if the ABS pop very easily on that car, but it'll be a bit of a mystery for us as the battle for ninth place in the GT3 Pro class takes place between Weston, Sand, and Brown. Brown trying to make up time for his team. I've not seen his pace on the track yet. Obviously, I've only been seeing the pace of his teammate out there on the road. It's a new element. It's a new driver. It's a new world out there, and obviously there will be a discrepancy in driver skills. Every driver in this GT3 Pro class is 3K iRating at least, so they are very, very, very competitive racers. But still, just as tiny gaps in this long run racing can make out a difference. And obviously, we're going to need him to get a few more laps on the grid, and I'll try and work out where he slots into the cars around him in that time.
strategy plays later on in the field there. Do you think that the drivers could save? There's no way you think with this amount of endurance time, 6 hours, that you'd have enough time to save a whole pit stop. Probably not, right?
I would take an ungodly amount of fuel saving
Yeah.
and an ungodly amount of pace losing. And these cars run at 75% fuel anyway. So
You
they're
can
not
barely
able
do
to
that in a
use the motor
24-hour
limit.
race anyway, is it? Like, save a whole pit stop
Yeah.
is quite a bit of work to do even that amount of time.
This is at least a 5, probably a 6-stop race for these GT cars. All stuck in a little bit of a queue here. This is the sort of track that really attracts queues and really attracts these sort of lines where those massive passing opportunities aren't there. Nicholas Larson now finally making his pit stop for Blue Chip Racing, so we're going to see this front field now start to filter through on their pit stops. Giovanni Romano, even after his little incident, still running P3, left a massive buffer between him and the cars further behind. There's 4 AM cars between him and then the next GT3s. So his little off-track excursion hasn't been punished too much in terms of.
No, exactly. And no damage to the car, crucially. Kept it out of the fence. Brought the I always say by the fence some flowers, okay? Take it out to dinner if you have to. It'll treat you kindly later on. Otherwise, you're sleeping on the sofa. You'll be sleeping in the garage, won't you? Because the car will be wrecked. So here we go. As we're continuing this big squabble of cars, you can throw a blanket over them at the moment, and they're all racing course for 8th in class. So keeping us entertained.
Their car in front not letting him run side by side down that sweeper. If you get the inside line down that sweeper and you have speed, then you kind of just have such a ridiculous advantage. You have to position your car here to just not let them have it. You know, it's a difference between a block and just sort of suggesting otherwise. And that pit exit is going to be a little bit hairy. Just about makes it out of there cleanly. That is a tricky pit exit position, but he's just immediately battling for position in among this field. And he's going to make the better of all of them here, as just more side-by-side contact between the Empire car and Sand, who just about gets ahead of the rest. Western now, side-by-side, and he gets outbreaks. This battle's going to keep on hotting up now. Car behind has run wide. Still, with the battles, the next turn could be pretty decisive, and he's got loose, and he's going to spin just a... no contact, but he forces that car behind to slow so much. He's just gonna isn't a gentleman spin to give up that position. It might just be causing that spin. Luckily, no serious contact. The car on the inside there was just absolutely left without anywhere else to go. Outside car makes this work quite cleanly. But the inside, you can see, he's going to go the only way he can. And then, you can see he's holding his brakes. He's doing the right thing here, but the car is not complying. And Yves Van Sand is going to just drop back. Nice gentleman's agreement there, I think, to just give up that position after the mistake made. It's the very least you can do in these circumstances. As we see now some battling between these GT4s. Very nice side-by-side racing, but it's very hard in a lower class to side-by-side race with someone and then also witness a giant bulky car from a larger class just squeeze its way through. Just about makes it through, but it disrupts the battle. You see the size difference between these cars. These things almost look like toy cars, these GT4s, when compared to that giant Mustang. The huge-ass Mustang, may I say. That's the team name as well. It's perfect that way.
So little Matchbox cars out there on the track, of course, as you mentioned. They're fun, as you said. All the drivers like to select the different cars. You don't always have the quickest cars. Sometimes they're more difficult to drive than some of the other cars, like the touring cars and the GT4s. Whatever suits your fancy is whatever available, of course, when you sign up for the FTR events. So that's another interesting thing. I'm wondering still if there are sign-ups, of course. If there are, we'll get that information for you for the upcoming events, because this is only round one, my friend, round one of many, so you still have time, I would imagine, to get in there and get a team, or just solo drive yourself, as you'd mentioned. Best to have a team. You want to have a spotter with you as well, because a spotter's an extra pair of eyes, and that really does make a difference.
The first and the last race are 6 hours. The remaining are 4 hours. So these are the really big feature races that are sort of the big bookends to the calendar. And that's all of it. That's the penalty box.
Oh, yes.
So you sit here while you're serving a time penalty. You did just catch a time penalty for unnecessary contact. I believe.
Sorry, I lost you for a second there. Our Discord. Now Discord's causing issues. You want to repeat what you just said there? Sorry, Howie? I've lost Howie. Howie, do you have a copy? Howie? We'll get that sorted in a second. I wonder if Brack has come forward and had a collision here. This is Brack Crouch. I think the 111 machine's had a moment. It's going to be losing it. Oh, that's a blinking light of death. That's a disconnection issue, possibly. Oh, that's what it's called. P3 35 machine has come into pit road. We'll get this audio sorted in a second.
Is everything clear?
I've got you. Yes, sir.
Okay. Not sure what those were. I just kept talking and talking and talking. At some point, it must have disappeared. Must have gone forever. Still seeing some of these cars out front making some really long runs. The huge ass and RPM Racing blue cars still just absolutely taking out the longest stints possible. Behind them are the RPM red and black cars that were already leading the front. As Empire Racing's Mike Brown still has ground to make up. Interesting though, big gap between this 1 and 2 car and then the pros behind. These AMs have really proved themselves quite well here. We've seen some good fighting among the AMs and the cars. However, Brack Crouch, currently leading that pack, is well up on some of these GT3 pros on the road. As some of you just keep, some of you are running wide there. That's an off track.
Yeah, that'll come into play a little bit later on. You mentioned earlier that the penalties on off tracks are 60 exits race. So that's something that's said once again. We'll come back and play later and bite you a little bit too adventurous. Because if this was Formula One, then all the Formula One drivers would be disqualified because they do venture off track quite a bit. Remember that one year they were talking about putting sensors on, because they have sensors in the tyres and putting it on the track, so as soon as it automatically goes over it, it penalises them, or at least alerts race control. But all the teams disagreed with it and scrapped it. So.
I'm an off-track fiend. On my iRacing account, my safety rating would be higher if you made my off-track 0x and my contacts 8x. That's how bad those things are to me. They're brutal. They're devastating. I just can't keep it on the road. So maybe I am actually the next best F1 driver if I can't keep it on the road. Maybe you're implying that there's something in there for me. These AMs are now making the pit stops in there. 2 pros out front, still running strong. Now, I said I'd report back about the new Empire Racing Mike Brown's lap time. So that car, I've not meant to make him the main character of the stream. I keep going back to him over and over, but I just think there's been a great storyline there from the start of that race. We've seen most of the tight battling from that car, and then the really big incident that set him back, to be honest. These lap times are looking very competitive. I don't think that team has a particularly weaker driver right now in that position. So he's looking to really make up places as this pack starts to shuffle itself back down now. Still those 2 cars out in front. I think I'll probably do a pit stop sooner rather than later. At this point, it all starts to string out. Strategy becomes much more variable at this stage. Sometimes you might want to run a really, really long stint now.
Well, still 3 hours and 47 minutes remaining in the race, so still quite a bit of time. I was going to say, we used to do the shuffle. 2 drivers at the moment heading in pit road. Finally, our race leaders, as we still continue to have a look at this close battle for 3rd and 4th. They've started to go to pit road. Now, are they going to navigate a bit of traffic? Oh, going from the inside's always a bit bold and brave, isn't it? Going to scrub so much speed. And if you make a mistake, you're straight into that 227 machine. Thankfully not. That's the time.
I mean, he's sort of stuck behind an AM and stuck behind a GT4 here. Luckily, the AM car is not inherently faster, especially down these big straights. But there's another BMW up ahead and another Mercedes up ahead. It's just, it all starts to stack up around these certain sections of the track. RPM Racing Blue's car, I'm just seeing it stop there. It's filtered the red and black car back into P1 and 2 of the classes. It's getting really, really tight.
Yes, it is.
In this nasty little section here. That corner. It's been the bane of many this race so far when it comes to making up their places, but that's been working out for them in this context.
So their teammates.
You don't get to see much GT3, GT4 multiclass in iRacing. You actually only get to see it really in the Raw before the 24 and during the Nürburgring Championship and during I tested this weekend. And they provide a fun dynamic because they are quite similarly handling cars, but with a big pace difference. They can also get in each other's hair though during tight chicanes. It's not quite like usually you see prototypes and GTs, and that's the big divide. Those cars couldn't be further apart. These cars are very different, and they did try running their LMPs last season, and they said they did enjoy the experience, but there was a little bit of balance performance needed to make it work. It's getting real close to these GTs.
That's not good.
I'd give more space than this in this position, to be honest. I mean, you don't have to dive out of the way, but you also don't want to do things that are unnecessary and unhelpful. You'll lose a second or two now, but I'm sure you'll get it back later when someone else gets stuck in traffic and has to do the same thing. Some very dangerous little contact kicking off there, and that's where the real tears start to kick off when it's multi-class.
I'm wary of this
happening again.
There it is. So that battle that they were trying to get past the Ferrari driver of Brian for the Equipment Geek Racing finally. Last, I think, at the moment, of the GT3 pros that are boxed in the pit road. So, we have a caution. We have a caution. There's been a huge wreck somewhere.
Must have been an incident somewhere on the track.
Yes, sir.
That's all the classes at once. Is it another TCR? Not a victim.
Bang.
Not seeing it.
And
it's up the inside there, and that collects the TCR on the outside. And that collection of the car, that collection of the third car is what triggers the caution.
Oh, yes, because there's 3 cars involved. Let's have a look here.
It's not hard, it's not a universal rule, but that's just, an easy way. It runs on its own incident point system and then tallies them up based on the context of what's been going on around the area. Mike Brown just avoiding some of that tough action. I'd love to see what triggered this between these top 2 cars. It was really that Mercedes up ahead, trying to make them pass inside. It's hard to read the body language of these GTs. Oh, it's the Mustang going in too hot. The Mustang's going in too hot into that corner. And that TCR, I'm telling you, those cars are not agile at making avoiding action. There's only so much you can do with a front-wheel drive. I think this... he's got a lot to navigate here. He's got quite a few cars to make it around, uphill braking, but you can kind of see systems get triggered on that car and you just overcook it. Alex Marsh King there into the back of another car.
Now,
we are going to see this pack bunched up.
How does this pan out now for those pit stops? Because I believe everybody just took them.
Pit road's closed for the start of these caution periods, and then it gets opened up near the end.
So it would be a huge penalty to you, really, if you didn't box and you had to box now, because if everybody's bunching up, you would just drop all those places.
And the rules here are different than the rules from iRacing. Even if they even tell drivers, like even if iRacing tells you pits are closed, you have to ignore it. Once everybody's bunched up behind the safety car, the first lap behind it is complete. They then extend the safety car period to allow pit stops and the wave arounds. As the field approaches the pit entry for the second time behind the safety car, you get the pits open. This is the only time you're allowed to pit without a penalty. And once the final car has passed pit entry, it's closed again. You get 1 lap to make that decision. Once everybody comes out of the pits, then we wave around. Everybody hangs to the left. Those eligible, they start making it around the field. And then it's set to one to go to restart this race. So a lot of admin for these to sort out. Maybe a lot of time for these cars for these stewards to make decisions. Was that the 101 car in the purple Mustang, by any chance?
The one that was involved in the incident before. No.
Was that the 101?
No, the 101's this car at the moment. That's Johnny.
he just got handed a 10-second penalty for an unnecessary contact for something earlier down the road. No doubt, I think the stewards are just getting through multiple penalties at once right now. They're really starting to stack them up.
It might have been with our previous, so he's still got to go through, it might have been the previous driver, because they've done a driver swap in this team at the moment. It's to the 11th Temps racing team. Most of the teams have had driver swaps because they got Charlie Lud Nissan. I think they're for the RPM Racing Team Red, and then you got Richard Colthrall, I think, for the Racing Team Black. You've got Richard Hartley now, who's for the Black Marker Razzle Dazzle team. So most of the teams have, yes, exactly, swapped their drivers around. And we've got Kane Halliburton, so we have another Jamaican driver for this team as well, to the Motor Racing Academy. So we're two Jamaican drivers in that team so far. Maybe just 2 total.
It's a very underrepresented region in iRacing. I love seeing drivers that aren't in the usual sort of countries and still get great time out of this sim. It really is an international experience, and seeing them be competitive as well, it's fun to see. That's the 405 Tyler Cammer. Must have taken some serious damage on the side there. We'll let you know when there's a penalty for that collision. Can you, and this is a long shot because I don't know about your powers, can you go back to an incident involving the 101? Or is that just too far out of our reach?
Too far, unfortunately, because every time I had to restart iRacing, I've lost all the previous incidents.
All right.
So
it's always worth a shot. Always worth a shot.
I'd love to, of course, but today, the way iRacing's been, every time, we have to fix the blinking issues, and that means requiring restarting iRacing. So far, so good, because last time, remember, we had the cautions. It plays up after the cautions. We'll see. So just to show you in class at the moment, currently the BPM Racing Team Red, driven by Mr. Charlie from Norway. No, that's not a Norwegian flag, actually. It's quite confusing. If you have the telemetry, the live telemetry, it is available. There is a link that I posted earlier, the live timing one, if you want to have a look.
That is a misleading flag.
Yes, that's not a Norwegian flag, I don't think, at all. It's similar, but it's not. Anyway, you can see it on the screen there at the moment, the number 10. Somebody let us know if they know what the flag is, the nationality of the driver. Charlie?
Hang on, we're not going green. Not going
She's
green.
got that yellow stripe all over it.
And then look where Chris is at the moment. Now, this is not bad. Chris is, I'll show you the overall tower, but Chris is leading in the GT3 AM class for the Eagle Speed Academy Esports. He's right in the mix, isn't he? He's P4, and then he's got a gap of, what are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pro class cars behind him before you go back to P2 in the AM class, and that's Kevin right there. So he's got a big buffer of cars, looking good, solid for that team. Then you go down to David, who's just jumped into pit road here at the moment, who is leading in the GT4s. That's a drive-through, or he took the pit stop? Let's have a look.
That is a flag used for the full Scandinavian region. So it's sort of made up. It's a made-up flag.
Why is David stopped at the end of the pit road here, serving penalty?
My first guess would be waiting for the lane to open if you have to wait for the field to come by.
So now he's going to hand the lead over to Jose, or Jose Cordeiro, who, mind you, is driving either under a Spanish flag or a Portuguese flag, or team is, but it's going to be his home track currently at the moment. Yeah, if it is. George?
That's the Iberia Club, isn't it?
Yes.
iRacing likes bunching together some countries into their own flags.
And then we go down to
Iberia.
the final class, of course, for the fun little TCR machines, and that's led currently at the moment by the Swede of David Johansson for the Sim Racing Grid team. Right here. Yeah. So it's good actually to have these cautions, so we actually get a chance to go through these grids, actually look at who's leading what class. And Patrick said before, let's go at Lorenzo. Where is... I was looking for that driver there, Patrick. I couldn't quite see him. Maybe there's a driver swap. But let us know what car and team you're supporting, and we'll show you them. As I said, anybody else, please let us know what cars you want to have a look at. If you want to check our liveries out, have a look at the drivers, we can. Is that our third caution?
I'm analysing some rules, by the way, on these pit starts, just to make sure I have everything right.
Yes, once again, if anybody out there have a break, up and stretch your legs, get in the bathroom, grab something to eat if you want to snack on. Because this we will go around for another lap, I believe. Well, they sort
it's very possible that waiting at pit exit is waiting to serve an end of line penalty, because again, these are you don't really get end of line penalties usually in road racing and iRacing's rules, but this league handles a lot of their own stewarding, and it's a lot of hard work. They've got to do this basically non-stop, watching the whole track for these incidents, and it's about getting these cars end of line. If you take a stop during an unnecessary time, you only get that one chance to go in.
Excellent. And another good thing about having this caution flag at the moment is, of course, for the race control, because they had a stack, remember, of those incidents that we had before there. They've got a few of them to catch up and go through, because they were still working on the earlier incidents. And I remember race control, if you're new to iRacing or to esports, they have to look at things from all the different angles. They go back, then they just look at a couple of the cameras that we've looked at. They go back and look at other cameras. They're taking into consideration if there is net lag. And they take into consideration everything else of the angle. Sometimes they might be talking to the driver, to the team, or whatever as well too, and give them their interpretation of what happened. Have a listen to them, and then evaluate their final report, and then issue what penalties they want to issue or not. But they are the final, and because the pit lane's open, we are seeing drivers jumping down at the moment, my friend.
Now, here we are, pit lane open. You get one lap to do it, and everybody's going to make their jump if they want to. It's interesting to wonder, if you stopped not too long ago, then you might not get too much for that. But I've had some experience here to tell you this track is a tyre killer. It's absolutely brutal on the tyres. You start to lose them at the end of like 20-minute sprint races. So it makes sense to get that change, and also just maybe to get that fuel top up, especially if the wave rounds are going to happen. There's a bit of a prisoner's dilemma game going on here, where you sort of wonder, if other people are going to do it, should I do it? Should I not do it? And then you only really get to make that decision once you're locked into it. Especially the people in front are always just terrified. Have I made the right call? Have I made the right call? You never really know until it happens. They're going to be sorted around to the back, and we still have a few more laps now after this of just getting all the wave rounds complete.
Here's another question for you. I'm going to throw all these technical questions at you and so forth. How many sets of tyres are available for the teams? Are they just unlimited at the veterinary?
You'll be getting unlimited tyres here.
Right. Because I'm reading all the race control rules, but I don't see anything about tyres. I want to ask.
Most GT, I've only really seen, I don't see many GT leagues run limited tyres. Usually the NASCAR leagues prefer to do it. See, there were changes made to iRacing a few years ago, where previously they follow the way IMSA does their pit stops. And previously in IMSA pit stops, you couldn't do tyres and fuel at the same time. And now you can do tyres and fuel at the same time. If you take a full tank, you don't lose any time taking tyres. This means that because you have unlimited sets, you sort of have this incentive to run tyres down really hard, no matter what, and change them every time on the full stops, because you're not losing anything as a result. I've heard some drivers say that they would like for iRacing to introduce the limited sets where you can bring back old sets, where you can reuse them. Currently, it just isn't possible. Once a set is gone, it's gone forever. But in motorsports, maybe sometimes you keep old sets around, and if that's all you have, you put it onto the car. There is a big UI rework coming. I think they're saving the big UI rework for that. I personally think they're waiting until on the black box you can set that up, because right now it's actually really hard to do on this very old UI. It's more than a decade old. It would really add a lot of variety to this race, but also give us a lot more to follow along the way. But for now, everybody takes tyres if it's available and they're taking enough fuel, because they are unlimited.
So there you have it. Chat's gone a little quiet at the moment. Please, you can say anything. Ask us anything you want. I don't bite much. I'm not quite sure of how he bites, but
I don't really have the teeth to anymore. Don't really have the capability in me anymore. These wave rounds just kicking off right around now. They start with the GT4s, and then once you see TCRs moving, you know we are very, very close to a restart.
yes, sir. You will see that on your track map. That's currently the 19th place. If I'm not mistaken. Where is the 10th placed? There's Austin there. 10th place in the GT4 class. It also gives them a little bit of an advantage, you'd say, as well, too, isn't it? Because they get a chance of full speeding, getting full temperature in your tyres, getting them all ready to go once they bunch up behind the rest of the cars. And you obviously pace yourself a little bit too, wouldn't you? If I was just at the moment there, Austin, I would be absolutely flat out gunning it. I would be delaying it as much as you possibly can. You don't want to catch the rest of the pack, as you can see. You want to catch them just as they're on Sector 3. And then, of course...
I mean,
yeah.
Depends on if you have the privilege of the track map. Depends on if you have the privilege of like knowing where they are and knowing when you're going to catch them or not. I also don't know if there are penalties for driving particularly slowly around the wave around.
Yes.
They've covered everything here. Like, if you thought about it, it's because they thought about it and they found a way to cover it as well.
But look at that. They've also let the TCRs through now. So there's the TCRs, and you can see the 4th place TCRs.
This little maneuver is
just
left
left
50 years.
Which is going to, or they have to wait for all the cars to bunch up. We'll see if they have to do another lap. We won't know just yet. But you see, so this car here, I don't think you're going to have enough time for the TCR to catch the rest of the pack by the time they do come around to Sector 3. Maybe. Yeah, it's another intro. I'm always thinking like a strategist, you know. I guess it's all just broadcasting, you know, and commentating for many years now. Just kind of thinking, what can you do? What can you do to gain any advantage you possibly can?
Yeah, but I mean, this is a long-running championship, and I bet these rules did not start as long as this. You don't think of everything before it starts. You think of everything after 6 seasons of doing it. And then you start to realise, here are the things that have gone wrong, here are the things we can do better next time. And then by the time we get onto it at this stage, it's just absolute, like, Goliath, where it's very, very... It's the closest thing to a truly professional racing standard I've seen. There are plenty of fantastic leagues out here, but this is the one I've worked on that has absolutely, like, officiated so much about it, to the point of having an automated race control system, to the point of having, you know, these stewards constantly reviewing things, and it's busy work. It's very, very busy work back there. I see a lot of drivers in the stewards channel are asking for wave arounds. I feel like it's customary to ask if you're getting the wave around, no matter what. Like, there are a lot of rules there. And it's just customary to just go, like, get your teammate in there. Wave around, give me the wave around. Every time, just slowly get that explained bit by bit, especially with a brand new field. You know, first race of the season. Some people might be the first time they've done this sort of multi-class race around here. Some of them might be there, the 15th league, and they're looking for a big win. Huge variety in the skills up and down the field. I think we are getting one more pace lap.
Yeah, we'll have one more
on that car.
Yeah, they can't peel into pit road because it's just past that. Well, you can peel the pit road right now, but it's a little daylight double short on that one because it wouldn't give the lead car at the moment, Charlie, an opportunity. So one more lap. And plus you can still see the TCRs on the track there that making to catch the wrecks. So they're going to make sure that all the cars catch the pack, the snake, and then they go. So there will be no advantage, of course, of having warm tyres if you did catch the pack right before they went green. You can see right now Charlie is desperately trying to get some temperature in those tyres. We can't show you that information, of course, because that wouldn't be fair. Because obviously the other team spotters would be looking at the broadcast right now going, oh, look at that. These tyre temperatures at this, and brakes are at that, all that sort of jazz. So, thankfully.
There was another penalty given, well, not a penalty even, it's just a back off here. A warning given to the 209 car in the GT3 category. I'm not sure if you can get this or not. I don't actually know the magic behind the software you use, so I'm just sort of sitting there hoping. But he says a warning for not giving racing room to a lapping car. There was a little bit of net code contact. This was the this was the incident. It was the incident. It was a warning to the Mercedes in the middle there for not giving racing room. They considered the contact to be netcode related, with the cars losing control and causing more spins further up the road. But there are no significant penalties.
I didn't realize that team was involved. The Motorsport Rating Academy. That's the team that has the highest I rating in this competition so far.
Or maybe I'm miles off. Maybe I'm getting called out on the spot right here. It's big numbers. It's everywhere.
I can't believe I can't get information about that because it might have just been after the reset. Before the reset, sorry. Anyway. We shall be going green flag racing again. Welcome everybody tuning in. Thank you very much for watching. Of course, this is round 1. We have many rounds to go. 28 of you are watching at the moment for the FTR Endurance. And once again, we'll see if we can we'll find out about providing a Discord link or something like that if anybody wants to sign up and be a part of it. If they're still looking for drivers, my friend. Do you find that out for us?
Do you need a Discord link?
No, if they're still seeking drivers for the champion, for the yes.
I'm miles out then. I'm miles out. I am not completely sure if this has been set up. I think that there is a substantial entry fee up into here. You have to have a lot of admin done to get in. You have to register your team properly. You can only really change your car deep down. I'm not sure if you can get into this league immediately after the fact. I could get some correction on that one, but you have to. There's a really long registration process and a lot of work that goes into that. So I presume this is a fairly locked field, but there's always going to be more seasons coming up. As we approach, the safety car lights out. We make it through the last couple corners. RPM Racing still looking to keep their 1-2 locked in here. Backmarker Racing, anything but backmarkers. I swear I saw those lights go out.
No, it looks like I just think I might have heard we got another lap.
I'm going delirious. I'm going. They do reserve the rights to add extra.
They have
extra laps onto the pace car period. We didn't have access to the ability to interview people earlier, but now we do, and we're still not getting any biters. I think they're scared of us. There's been confusion. There's confusion about the order in the pace car order right now. iRacing is giving some very confusing instructions to drivers right now. As it likes to do, iRacing race control is somehow the most broken part of iRacing sometimes. And so people are getting contradictory instructions, cars are pulling over. So I didn't go insane. An extra lap was just added at the last minute there. And I can already see several people are typing in the Steward's channel as everybody tries to get to the bottom of this one.
Lap 77, give or take 3 hours and 23 minutes remaining. So we're getting close up to the halfway point.
No, I'm not going to be here for too much longer, but I salute you. I salute you. You're going to be here for that much longer.
My record is 11 hours.
You woke up early to make this happen, and you continue to put in the work.
But usually I wake up about now, which is about 4, actually probably an hour earlier. It's 4:46, only 5 a.m. in the morning in Australia. We're ahead of you, of course.
Down here in the UK, the time's a lot more normal for me.
I see currently at the moment I have clocks here at 7:45 p.m. in the UK.
See, I jumped on at a normal time, and then I'm just like haunting the Australians on the other side of the planet. Wakey, wakey, it's time for your endurance race. The questions are absolutely flying in this Steward's chat as I'm trying to get to the bottom here of exactly when we are letting the race restart.
And an engine glitch. That's something as Leo had mentioned. That's something new.
The Americans just built it different. That's just how the Americans build their engines. You know, sometimes they might just explode on you. And iRacing, there was actually in the patch notes a few months ago for iRacing, there was a talk about a random glitch that would make your engine randomly explode at extremely rare intervals. And I thought, that is code from NASCAR Racing 2003 that has somehow wormed its way into here. Because whenever anything happens in iRacing, it all goes back to NASCAR Racing 2003 every time. The DNA of that game is still somehow raw in here. We're going to see if the stewards will let this race restart as the car approaches the end. I don't think it will. I'm seeing GT3 stuck right in the back there as well. I believe one of the cars, people talked about one of the cars pulling over And that's been the source of a lot of this confusion. The 275 car. And that's been why we've been out for probably about 2 laps longer than we really want. Also, people trying to work out the end of line penalties, and people trying to work out the passing under the yellows. And,
but either way, you know, it's because it's time-based race. Oil is just, unfortunately, it's just taking away some green flag laps, but it's still going to stay. It's going to take the same amount of time. As the drivers are going to have less racing, full-speed racing conditions, but not like your regular kind of sprint races or lap races, of course, if you have to do 150 laps or something like that. Then you're taking away some good racing.
I mean, people ask, why do we not have cautions on the roadside? And I think iRacing are perfectly capable of adding cautions to the roadside and simply choose not to. Because imagine queuing up to a race and having this happen to you. It's annoying enough in the NASCAR series when you get like eight cautions back to back and you think, like, when will it end? But at least the race eventually ends.
The other day.
At least the race eventually ends. What track was that? Was that Martinsville or Daytona?
Yeah, it's a short track, of course. Usually have a lot of cautions on short track. But also, sometimes now in one of the leagues that I broadcast with, they're actually doing time limits as well too. So they're capping it like 2 hours or something. Yeah. So that's it. If you don't get it done in 2 hours, that's it. Whoever's leading the race after that 2 hour limit wins. Because otherwise the cautions can extend it to 3 hours and everybody's exhausted. Drivers are exhausted, broadcasting teams are exhausted, fans that are watching are exhausted at that point.
Lights are out. We might be free very soon. Provided iRacing doesn't break on them again. We might be home for the woods. I mean, I do have a bit of a broadcaster's curse, which is why I'm not going to mention anything else unusual that's been happening on this stream over the course of this time. In fact, even saying that might have brought us too close to risk of danger. But I could see the fields are making their gaps now. I believe, even though you get waiver rounds if you're out of position, I think we can see some GT3s on the further back on the map. I think if you are not in the right position for waiver rounds, you still have to keep that further back position. Uh-oh. Get it done now. Get it done now.
I see him blinking. What is it with these race restarts? The blinking, anyway. That's just why. What is it all of a sudden?
It's because I said it. It's because I said it. I take full responsibility for that one.
Oh no, iRacing, pay attention. Paying customers here. We've all purchased the product. I've purchased probably about $6,000 worth. No, that's too much. About $3,000-4,000 worth of iRacing products. I've never driven one lap in my life.
I'm going to hand back my 40-piece club membership.
Yeah.
It returns to iRacing.
Do this every day. Every day. Sometimes 2 to 3 broadcasts every day. I deserve some sort of support from iRacing. Help me, please, iRacing.
Look, if there's one group whose fault it's not FTR's. So we can cross them off the list.
They've way prepared,
my great racing.
Yes.
So I think we've stabilised. We've made it out of the Cosmic Storm. We are going to get ourselves a race restart. These two RPM racing cars have dominated the race up from the front. Backmarker Racing hardly running from the back, taking that P3. There's another RPM car sneaking from behind that amateur Corvette. Are they going to be able to continue to lock out their front row and score almost maximum points in the GT3 Pro Series? They've come out for blood, and they might come searching for more. The pace car's going to get ready to pull in very soon. Although, as I said before, we had an aborted restart. If I call it now, then I'll have a very awkward silence up there. So let's calm it. Let's wait for this agonizingly long uphill start-finish straight. Can't pass before the start-finish, but it's about halfway down that line. Pace car peeling in. And it's all going to be on when Charlie Lund Nilsson at the front gets ready to start the race. Down the line. See the line there?
Guess it.
He's begun his run. Good launch down the line. Keeping his teammate well behind. No significant jump coming out of that first restart. As the cars file through into the next few bends. It's all going to be about how RPM can now manage this gap between the two cars and manage the gap to the cars behind, and they're making it up well right now. 7/10 of a second between them down the road. We can see that gap fairly visibly down the road. Richard Corfraw there doing a fantastic job of holding back these drivers and managing this pace.
Caution.
And another caution. Another caution goes out. Let's see if we can spot. I can see it involves a GT4 up in the back.
This is rubber. Yeah, this. It's going to be a bit of a problem here because of our blinking situation after our race restarts, unfortunately, and that's it's all gone pear-shaped there, and I don't think we're going to be able to get a good view of this.
And for the record, this is going to be what the stewards call a fast restart. You get these if these happen within 5 minutes of a previous restart. They don't do the whole procedure. They do try and get around as quickly as we can. Do you think we should take a break now and try and return? We know how to do this one quicker than before. Yeah. So see you in a hot second. Maybe cautions a curse. You know, maybe we love having them in our... Well, do we love having them take this much time on our racing? We love having automated safety cars to run this no matter the process. But maybe we do have a bit of a commentating broadcasting curse today with some of these cautions that are coming out. This should be a quick one. They generally try to keep these going as quickly as they can, which means they don't open the pits, and I hope to see those lights go out in the next lap and we return, although teams are still trying to work out their order, even though they barely moved a few corners. So that's just normal iRacing caution madness. People just can't work out the order. Lights are out. One more lap behind the safety car. Back to where we started. I keep seeing these RPM cars just absolutely dominate the start of the race, and I think they are due to do it again. They are pace setters. The gaps you have to keep under these restarts means that it's very hard to make a jump on someone. You have to be fully behind someone and you can't pass on before the start finish, but they seem to be excellent at managing this gap and managing this difference between the drivers.
I'm trying to see if I can look at a replay real quick there of kind of what happened.
This
but
might have been contact under caution.
I don't think it happened. We can't show it, sorry, unfortunately, because we had to reset it. Anyway, race control will let us know about what happened, if anybody got any penalties from that.
We'll hear. I'll let you know the two cars that are being investigated as soon as it happens. We do have a... If we are getting wave arounds, I really hope we can come in this lap.
Yeah, and perhaps we can actually probably bring in our next commentator as well, too, Dara. And you guys can have a little bit of a spin together in the booth before you depart us, my friend, for your fantastic commentating we've done this evening. We'll get going.
And for the rest of my evening, you're the real champion out here. You're the real champion out here. We do have that GT4 doing the wave around and the lights out. I think they are just going to go on green no matter what, and that GT4 has to go. No, he's not stopped. He is just going. He's doing his best. I believe only one car really needs to get waved around in this context, but and they don't open the pit lane. But hopefully he makes it out of the way before race start, or else he's going to be missing out on quite a lot. Going to be speaking to Dara as soon as he's available. He's going to be bringing you the second half of this race, alongside Biggles, of course, who is one of the true heroes of today for persevering through the stress. But I'd like to catch this restart. It's interesting to see that the amateur driver Chris Van Gut for Eagle Speed Academy Esports. There's quite a few Eagle teams on this grid right now, but he is currently beating his pro counterparts. DDK by Eagle Speed Academy, Tom Weston in number 6 on the road, 5 in class, is being beaten out by the Corvette of his teammates, and I don't even think that's pit stops. At this point, we're doing this one on pure pace.
Let's see if we get going. Yes, this time around.
I see stability in the Cosmic Rift. I see the iRacing world is staying together. And this pace car is going to pull in.
Should peel in now.
We are going to get a fresh restart of racing. Will RPM keep their lead? It's up to Charlie Lund-Nielsen up on front when he wants to go. But his teammate is doing an excellent job of working with him and making this work. It looks like he's got a bit of a slow start behind, and Richard Hartley has the better jump on him than he had last time. Still no traction into turn 1. These cars are a bit too much of a gap for it, but that was managed a little bit less well now. You see Richard Crawford in the black car there has backed off a little bit from where he was last time, and this space is wide open for Chris Van Gogh in this Eagle Speed Academy Esports and car to make up positions. He's got nothing to gain by passing any of these cars around. He's got a buffer of 4 pros behind him, but 4 pros behind him means more space to him and one of his teammates behind, ironically. Because I see 2 cars going side by side there, the huge ass car and the Stage 1 Racing 72 of Samil still battling. Inside line now is going to be given out to Giovanni. Looks just like it. Going up the hill, down the roller coaster into the second half of this circuit. So a little bit of battling down the field. as we see even more here. It's our good old Empire Racing from Mike Brown making his way up the spaces. Now's the best time to do it if he's going to do it at all. But he's losing out pace big time here. 2 Mustangs mugging him a little bit on the inside, risking 3 wide here, but he just doesn't quite have the pace to make it work up the middle. He's going to stay behind these cars. Very tight corner. We've seen many an incident here already. They're just about going to get away with it, but he just didn't get a jump he was looking for again on this race start.
It's got 3 hours to do something about it later on, so it's not too bad. But of course, you can get a lot of positions overtaken early, and that's where it's currently at. So Richard did the right thing, covered off his teammate there, which is the Racing Red, so he protected Charlie to get the job done up the road, which Charlie has been. Now they're starting to make a little bit of a gain, actually, from the backmarker Razzle-Dazzle team for P3 currently. That's in the GT3 Pros. So they've done what they needed to do, working together, Racing Team Red, FTR, and Black. Controlling this race together after the restarts. I've got to do it a few times. But this is where you've got a little bit of a battle still brewing up at the moment, because you've got a couple of the GT3 Pro class drivers in the mix here of the GT3 AM. And remember, those GT3 AMs aren't necessarily that much slower, because we have one running in P4 that's leading that class.
Good work from him. And now we've had a few false starts on the handover, but it's now time for me to introduce our lead commentator who's going to bring you through the rest of this race. It's Dara Thacker. Hi there.
Hello, Howie. How are you doing? It's been a good 3 hours, isn't it?
I've been enjoying the racing so far. A lot of people brand new to this sort of multi-class style of racing, but also a lot of very experienced experts really making the best of it up this field. And I'll quickly report that the incident that triggered this was between the 338 Huge R's TCR and the 72 GT3. We didn't quite get to catch it on camera.
Yeah, that three, falling back a little bit, weren't they, off of that. This is Robert Lancaster. Oh, that's not looking good, though. Up towards turn 9 and turn 10 in that purple and black car, the 111 going around, and that can be a dangerous place, can't it? Because, of course, when you're rising over that crest, you can easily be unsighted around lots of points here at Portimao, and so many cars on the circuit, it can be difficult, especially if there's a car backwards in the middle of the road.
Yeah, there's a lot of space to get off the track, thankfully, but you don't really... You do kind of want to, you do have to do the nice thing, but at the same time, it's very, very scary making that call with a pack this busy, a pack this tight. I've been noticing, what do you think about? I've been trying to talk up the difference in cars among this race and the performance we've seen and participation we've seen out certain manufacturers. Do you have any interesting takes on this? We see a lot of Audis out in this pro class, a few Mustangs sort of muscling around in the back, and then all the Porsches and Ferraris just hanging out in the AM class.
Yeah, I think it's just preference, isn't it, really? I mean, they all do their own things quite well, and I think track to track it can be quite difficult to really judge what can be best. But it is interesting, as you mentioned, that the fact that the Porsches and the Ferraris are kind of limited to the AMs, and then the Fords and the Audis are kind of limited to the Pro category. It's a little bit weird like that. They're going 2x2, 3, 6 and 7, though, which is very brave to do so at the back end of the GT3 Pro class. But yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, I think, to have that difference in terms of the manufacturer and the difference of the car, because, as I said, they've all got ever so slightly different features. They all behave in a slightly different way. But maybe there's therefore, with the AM class seeing more Porsches and Ferraris, there may be an element of stability in those that you don't get in the Fords and the Audis.
We didn't see any variety in the GT4 field, though. That blank entry is the new BMW, which we haven't seen icons or updated for yet. But otherwise, I think there's a few sheeps running up against each other. You see a Mercedes-shaped blob, you pretty much know exactly what it is at this stage. There's no confusion between the classes. So this race has been a few stories running up in this top. For instance, this absolutely dominating RPM racing team, and this. I've been following this Empire Racing team for the whole race. I said they've accidentally become main characters because their driver from the start started P2, had a rough start, losing out to this RPM Racing team, and then sort of got spun out and had a really bad time of it. Is now just trying to make their time back up, and they've not really made that much time up out of it, as that is an unfortunate coming together of two of those GT4s. Those blue and yellow cars, they're always the huge ass cars. I mean, you're gonna have fun with them for the next 3 hours. Trust me, what a great name. He's just lost it there under power. The elevation change really tricks these cars up, and Stewards might hit him with a penalty for that one. As, by the way, for that earlier incident, we didn't quite get to see that trigger the caution. A 5-second time penalty was given to the GT4.
And it's been interesting to have the cautions because not all endurance series do have cautions enabled, just based off the amount of cars involved and the length of the races. But it's interesting to have the cautions. I know you were, they obviously have been taking a little bit of a while, but it keeps the drivers and the teams involved, particularly if they have those incidents nearer the start, because then there's always that chance to get towards the back of the field again, and then have the chance to unlap them. If they're lapped, then unlap themselves, and then if they're not lapped, be right on the back of the drivers in front of them and racing for position. So I think it's an interesting dynamic, really, and something that keeps on generating some action, because we're seeing all those gaps. You can see the timing tower, orange and yellow time gaps, meaning that they're under a second and under half a second, I should say. And it's good to see that we've still got these close battles, particularly here, P5, P6 overall. And this is Yazoglu. Yagizoglu. Gosh, I've said so many European. I've already done a 4-hour stint on another endurance race today, and all of these names, there's just too many for me to keep up with today.
And they change halfway. It's great. They just it's halfway through the race, and it's a different driver now. We have a driver here looking for a possible interview at this stage of the race. He's sitting in the waiting room, so I assume he's not driving the car right now. If he is, that's very, very brave. He wasn't sitting in there during the caution, so we can say that. How about you? We have some word with Logan McKenzie over here as he volunteers. Not before we see whether these two cars come to blows. These Ferraris in the AM class have been surprisingly agile versus these kind of brick Mustangs. And here's Mike Brown of that Empire Racing team, who's been really struggling to make up time in this race. Shall we bring in Logan and report in?
Bring in Logan, but you'll have to talk to him because I do not know what team he's in.
Hey. Hello, Logan. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We've got a lot of international drivers here today. Which teams have we been driving for, and how has the race been shaping up for you?
Hi guys. I'm part of the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix. Is that? Yeah, I think we're Phoenix this time around. So David Johansson's in the car right now. We're leading the TCR class. It's been a pretty straightforward race thus far. Just mostly trying to stay out of trouble. The GT4s think they can outbrake you, and the GT3s can outbrake you much more than you think they can. So it's good.
I love the TCRs. They're my favourite cars on the grid, but they have been sort of the victims quite a few times around this race, and the instigators once or twice. But I like to cast them as the victims. It's very difficult driving a car that's kind of less mobile than the rest around a field of very, very snappy drivers. How has the race among you been developing? Because there's only a few of you out in the field, but I know TCR racing can get very good.
It's been interesting. We've been keeping an eye on Gorio, because I think that those guys are definitely closest to us on pace, and they ended up in some kind of incident right before that last safety car. And they went a lap down, so they just went around us, and so we've got our eye on them. We've got our eye on the people behind us as well. On my first stint, I was able to open like a 30-second gap, and then the safety cars have closed stuff back up. So we're just trying to keep it clean, use as little fuel as possible. So there might be a chance to trim a pit stop out here. So we're keeping an eye on how the strategy is going to work out from here on.
All right, I'm wishing the best for you out there. We've not been able to catch too much of the TCR battling out there on the field, but I know it can get aggressive, and I know it can get very, very, very fun. Wishing the best for all of you cars out there. It can be a real survival challenge out there. Thanks for reporting in. Hope to see your team and the others race well down the line.
Thanks, guys.
Nice to hear from a TCR. Really nice to hear from them. They are sort of the underdogs of this race.
Yeah, aren't they? I mean, being the slowest category, it always just feels like you're piled upon with all of the drivers around you, with all of the teams and the cars. Some of them, particularly the GT3s, which are much faster throughout, many of the corners and realistically down the straights, and it just kind of feels like you're trying to avoid some of these really, really fast entries, but. it adds an element of fun, doesn't it? Just being the cars at the back, just trying to pick your way through and not really get murdered by the drivers around you. I think it adds an added element and it adds a little bit of fun for the TCR drivers. And it's good to see that we've had a few teams in, albeit we've only got 3 of them on the lead lap at the moment, and only one other driver than the leader within a minute. So they have gapped out a little bit, but it's nice to see that they're here.
Indeed, they always had a lot to each race. And with this, I think I need to take my leave for now. I'm going to leave the audience in the very capable hands of Dara, along with Biggles, to finish out this race. Still plenty more to go, just on the halfway mark. So stay tuned for plenty more great racing. Bye. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. That's Howie, Dara. So, done a fantastic job in the booth with sorting out all those issues as well, too. Dara, found a great few. I know you were busy as well earlier, but iRacing being doing iRacing things, so a little blinking of death, but we have to reset the game every once in a while. Sorry, sim, not a game. Yeah, we'll get murdered for saying that. As we're seeing a race leader heading in.
Yes, race leader heading in. Charlie Nilsson then into the pit lane. The number 10 car is into the box in one of the Audis coming in and will drop right the way towards the back of the field. But we'll wait to see how long the pit stop is in the end for Nilsson. But that allows Corthor to take the lead for the RPM Racing Black FTR team. So they will be in the lead for a little while for the time being. And they've got 2 Fords in the form of Stage 1 Racing and the white key gas car of Giovanni Romano in 2nd and 3rd, tailing them behind. Eunice as well. This is a tight little battle, isn't it? At the front of the GT3 Pros, they haven't been able to separate themselves after the caution, and this could become a little bit tasty, I think.
And they've been into the wars, some of these drivers as well, so they've switched over to their different drivers. Giovanni up the road there's been the wars there, as well as I don't even get it, but that 3rd place driver's surname to pronounce. That's one for you, my friend, in the Ford. The 2 Fords there. I expect as well to the RPM Racing Team Black probably come in this lap because they're working together as teams.
Yes, I'd have thought so. I think we're going to see a bit of a disparity in terms of the pit stops. I mean, we've seen it throughout the race. Difficult to also judge the right strategy with some of the cautions that we're getting, because it's kind of stunting some of these drivers and the strategies that they'd planned, and it's kind of changing them around. But they're going to have to adapt, they're going to have to be on their toes, and that's part of the challenge here in FTR. So the drivers, the cream of the crop, will rise to the top, obviously, as we are now seeing, as you mentioned, that teammate, the RPM Racing Black FTR, into the pit lane now, the black rather than the red. They've both come in on consecutive laps. You'd expect them to be around about the same place when they come out of the pit lane, and I think we're probably going to see the blue team in 2 years in the future, Biggles.
I was going to wonder if they get a Team Papaya orders between the teams at that one, or is that too soon? Of course, talking about for me to Formula One with the McLaren duo that's heading recently in Papaya rules, so we don't even know. In this case, it'd be called the RPM rules, wouldn't it? Between those 2 drivers, as they are at, it looks like to me, where is it? Yeah, they're back currently at the moment. There's Tom's back in control of this car. He was the one that qualified their car on poles. They've been leading majority of the race, and they are currently, as you can see on the track, with that little dot of the 8 heading down the main straightaway. And there's a teammate coming back out. There's the other team, so they will come back out in line of stone. Although they've dropped a little bit of time, you'd have to say, there for the RPM Racing Team Black, but they still have 1-2, my friend.
I mean, yeah, the black. I mean, they would have dropped back a little bit. You would have thought about that with a bit of an undercut. But even still, I mean, you can look at the track map and where they are, just on the right hand side, moving towards that red dot in the middle. They have a lot of track just to drive into. There's nothing in front of them for a good 30 seconds of time before you get to the back of this battle, which we're currently looking at now, focusing in on the ART Sim Racing 2 team in the Porsche, who are just behind the Sunday drivers, albeit it's a Saturday, so I think they may have to have a rethink on that name.
Sunday Australia.
So, I guess so, but everywhere apart from Australia, and at this point we're looking at, well, India's going to be tomorrow, isn't it? Right now, so everything west of India, still Saturday. But I mean, regardless, it's a good-looking battle, and good to see that the GT3 arms are staying quite close together.
Yeah, we're getting all technical on time zones up at the moment, isn't it? Wherever you are racing in the world, wherever you're tuning in the world too. Dave, I got the message earlier about that battle for the TCRs, the touring cars. I did try to catch the end of that one. So please let us know in the chat when I get a chance to pop up. Here, this action zone right now, my friend. This is where it can go all pearl-shaped, as you can see, all the different classes trying to take each other on. This is fun. Don't look away on this one.
Yeah, I think that's one of the huge cars going very slowly through turn 3, and you can just see the RPM racing purple. I think they're up and under ever so slightly as they work their way down in towards the hairpin for these guys, the 91st time that they're working their way down there. So they've been going a fair while. 3 hours just over have been completed. If we go, and this is a big if we go green to the end, I mean, I think we're going to be expecting about 180 laps in this race, and in some of these cars, that's a fair few, isn't it?
We have some race control messages as well too. We'd like to relay some of those because they've been busy after we had a couple of caution flags and a few accidents before that one. To cut to a short break to reset iRacing to fix it. Little dramas on my end, but look at this, blow a blanket over these different cars. We've got a couple of GT Pros, a couple of GT AMs, and I think we've got a mixer. We do have the current race leader of the Eagle Academy going into pit road from the GT3s, but that's provisionally, of course, because they still have to take their pit stops.
Yeah, and then we'll kind of get a sense of where they are in terms of the strategy with the big picture. With 2 hours 50 to go, still a very long way to go in this race. Chris Van Gook for the Eagle Speed Academy Esports, hashtag G-Team, that's not a mouthful, in the pit lane now. Parker Dwim, the American, having a good race up in P4. The WBM white team right behind Enosis Esports. So let's see if anything can happen here. That kind of sleek, and I don't know how we mentioned it, but that sleek profile of the Mercedes is quite recognisable with these GT4s. Almost looks like, it's made to have rain run off it or something like that. Chris Sofa, though, the Sunday drivers, he hasn't been listening to me. He's been racing hard, but he's been racing hard and losing the position. P4 now as ART come through.
This is very interesting because you've got Mike Braun here, just in this mix here. He is in the GT3 Pro class, and then he's in the mix of this, trying to slice his way through past Chris here for the Sunday drivers and the Art Sim racing team. Although we do know that the likes of Brian, who's up there for the Equipment Geek Racing in P5, he's with the top guns, with the pros, so definitely got the pace to match them. Does at the moment Mike Braun and any of the other drivers at the moment in the pro class. Looks like these AMs aren't matching that pace anyway, so we'll see how it pans out. We're still waiting for some more pit stops. I think there was a few incidents that we're going to get coming through too from race control.
Yeah, we've got a couple of things under investigation, don't we? But actually, as I say that, it's no longer an investigation. There was no further action call between WBM White and Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab. So that should be all good, but we've got some more typing going on, so there may be more incidents to clarify. But we're on to yet another lap then, and ART continue on. They're going to try and get towards the 11th racing team, which is currently piloted by Johnny Elliott. So we'll see if Kevin Tierens can make a move there. But then you've got Fratian, who's leading the race, the American in the Ferrari for Equipment Geek Racing. But there's not the biggest of gaps between all of those. And it's good to see that they're relatively close together, just for us as viewers.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistake, I think, coming out of the corner there from Chris, and that may give the opportunity for Mike to pounce on that one. He certainly will. And as long as he can make it stick and break it, he does. And so he will eventually get that position that the Audi has been fighting for some time, and yields it to the Ferrari. Not for Tifosi be happy, but Tifosi are happy, of course, recently. What's happened? I can give spoiler alert now, can't we? About the Italian Grand Prix. Unless you're living under a rock and you haven't found out.
Yeah. I mean, you've already mentioned papaya rules. I still don't even know what the papaya rules even are.
Oh, I don't think anybody does at this point.
No, I don't even think there are any rules, to be fair. Yeah, it's just a term. Anyway, back to the instance very quickly, because we were mentioning them before. I mentioned there was typing, and that's because under investigation is the 146 Squadra Veloci Bravo and the 111 RPM Racing Purple for an incident that happened around about a couple of minutes ago. So we didn't quite catch that, but it's under investigation. I think there's a couple of drivers or a team that may want some vindication, but we'll wait to see if they will get any of that. But gaps opening out really at the back of the GT3 as you can see the 1 minute between RPM Racing Purple and Eagle Speed Academy S. Interesting, I think also that the Eagle Speed Academy have 2 different cars for the 2 different teams.
Yes.
That's something I wouldn't have expected.
Yeah, Eagle Speed Academy, of course, you have, at the moment, they're in the AM class as well, too. So the one that's leading him at the moment is Del... I'm probably going to get these names. Lorenz, I guess, at least the 188 machine. And then you have to go a little bit further back a couple of places. Actually, 3 teams, my friend. They have one in the pro class that's piloted by Tom. That's a DDK. And then you have Chris Van Gunt and the other Eagle Speed Academy Esports. There you have it.
I'll call that as well.
Overall tower, of course, you can see they're not too far down the road from each other. So when are these other drivers going to go in? We're expecting some of these. Now, we know that Tom and the RPM Racing Red team, they've gone in and out of their pit stops. So they're first of those pit stops that have taken place. And then, of course, we've got his teammate, Richard, behind him currently. And then we're waiting for everybody above them, essentially, to make their pit stops. Which have to be very soon. That's a lot earlier pit stop, isn't it? Those 2 drivers have taken over the rest of the field here.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Particularly the guys at the front going long as well. So that's going to be quite interesting. Looking now at Kevin Tierens, the Benelux driver, along with Johnny Elliott, as they are fighting over P6 overall, but they are in different classes, so realistically they're not fighting over much. Behind Johnny Elliott, though, is the battle in class for P2 with ART Sim Racing, as that gets close, but this is also getting close. Sunday Drivers in the Ferrari getting close to the back of the RPM Racing Purple team, and Chris Sofa looking for the move outside lines where he's going to have to be down towards turn 1, and in the end, not even going to be close enough to try anything there. So sitting behind for the time being, that's the battle for what is that, P4 in class, but there's also the battle for P2, not too far up the road.
Yes, exactly. We're right here. We're going to throw a blanket over that. We're going to do traffic in play as well, too, to see the TCR they just got past.
Keeping the brakes, though. No moves going at the moment for ART Sim Racing because they're a little bit too far back. There are cars all over the road here on the run down between turn 6 and turn 7 and 8, as this double right-hander can be so tricky on the acceleration inside line. This is for Johnny Elliott on the... that's a big old slide as there's a GT4 down the inside through the sweeping long left-hander at turn 9, rise up the hill for turn 10. As you grow over the crest, is there anything going here? No is the answer, but this is the onboard, from Johnny Elliott. Behind is the ART Sim Racing car trying to pick their way through, and you can see using 6/10, they're clearly not doing as well of a job as Johnny, and maybe just getting a little bit caught up behind the traffic.
Yeah, this is where you get it on your paycheck, really having to navigate through that traffic like that, because yeah, one small mistake and then you've got not just your race over, it could also be some other drivers' race over. Further back in the field, we do have a little bit of a battle between the Belgians, the Bells. What do you call somebody from Belgium? Belgium? There's a
Belgian, yeah, a Belgian.
Just Belgium? Oh. Not like Monegasques or anything like
Belgian, like AN at the end, like a Belgian.
Okay, so you got them, and then you have Tom in between that, and you have 2 other Belgian drivers in a 18th and 19th, 7th and 8th in class as well too. We'd have a little moment from Morgan Smith that looks like may have been a solo instance, and judging by the replay, he's pretty much all alone here in that 5-3-5-8 Merc. And can you predict it? Yes, just a little bit too heavy out of the corner there. And luckily no other traffic there comes around and collects him, because we've just come off that green flag, of course, before. So a lot of the track drivers are, as you can kind of see, still bunched up on the track map where there's not that many gaps, but they are slowly starting to form now.
But I was going to mention as well, it seems that the Belgians and some of the Dutch drivers here, they're gaining a bit of a monopoly over this series. There's so many of them, along with quite a few Americans and some other nationalities. It's great to have loads of people involved. I notice there's a Jamaican in Kane Halliburton who's currently leading the GT4 category. We've got a few Canadians, a Colombian in here. It's great to see a Swede as well, and these are the drivers that are currently racing. So great to see so much, or so much of the world represented in this race by all of our drivers. And these are only just the drivers in the cars. Of course, there's teams behind these guys, as we've seen them jumping in and out of the cars so far this evening. Looking back at the battle, though, this is P2 battle in the GT3 AMS. Again, it's opened up a little bit, and if anything, Fratian has come back into the grips of the 11th Racing team, with that gap now standing at 1.7 seconds. We've got ART dropping a little bit further back from P2, but still the battle for P4 and 5. This has been the most active class, I think it's fair to say, and the only other battle of any kind of sorts, it seems, in the top of any class is in the GT3 Pros between the leaders.
And this is crucial that they get a move on here at the moment, too, for the 11th Racing team, as well as the Stage 1. But the Stage 1 Racing, of course, is the Pro. But it's because Brian and Equipment Geek Racing, they have been leading, and they had a comfortable bit of a gap there before as well, to the caution. So they had about, I think it was 5 or 6 of the GT3 Pro cars between them and second place. Now, all that's scrapped out the door because of that caution. Now, they got to get a move on, because you can see there's a stack of cars, and there's Johnny coming up to try to see if he can get that. But he's got to navigate past the GT3 Pro as well too. But sometimes they're clearly quicker.
Yeah, I think it's interesting at the moment. I mean, if you look at the track map, it's all a little bit befuzzled, isn't it, realistically? But these guys are, I mean, they're racing in the class, but you can see Stage 1 racing there in the Pro class, but still in this kind of area, clearly not having the pace they'd want to at this stage. And Equipment Geek just in front of them. So line of stern, 1, 2, and 3 is how we're looking at this. And behind, we've got ART Sim Racing and Empire Racing as well. So quite a big group forming at the moment for 11th Racing. They wouldn't mind that Stage 1 Racing 83 getting out of the way and allowing them a bit of a run at the Ferrari.
Certainly building up and having some fun, these drivers are. Yeah, and it's still with, just over halfway. Of course, we've got 2 hours and 40 minutes left. Plenty of time. Don't expect any crazy day bombs or anything like that just yet that you would expect from some of the drivers. Although they have been racing like it's the last lap of the race. Some of them, as you see, the 11th Racing team, piloted by Johnny, will head back into pit road. Don't speed, my friend, because so many drivers do that. You have to go back through there again.
Yeah, but then again, it's not the longest of pit lanes. It's not like we're using the endurance pit lane at Spa, where you double up in terms of the pit lanes, and a drive-through can take you a full minute. So at least we're not doing that, but even still, you don't want to pick up unnecessary penalties, especially in a long race like this, where you just want to get into the rhythm, don't you? You want to get those lap times on the board. You just want to keep your eye in. Picking up unnecessary penalties can just be so A, annoying, and can B, put you off your rhythm that you've worked so hard to get into.
And on top of it, you've got a traffic jam currently here as well. You can see between a lot of the drivers. We'll expect some of these drivers to start pitting too. Or boxing. I keep calling it pitting. I usually call it box, but for the American audience that I commentate and broadcast to a lot, I kind of go, what is that? So we'll keep it international and call it pits.
They can learn though, Biggles. Come on, they can learn.
I know. Yeah, you know where it comes from, why they call it a box? Because it's
box and stopping, yeah, German.
It's a box stop. Box and stopping, yeah. So, yes, okay, so Tom, essentially we still assume for the BPMR racing team, as we do see Stage 1 racing coming into pit road, we're expecting this pit stops. Oh, that's naughty corner. So, 35's had to serve some penalty. Feels like you're you got to put your face into a corner, like, isn't it? You look into the wall or something like that. No, you've been naughty.
Yeah, you're back against the wall.
Not the back against them? You just go sit in the corner anyway at school, whatever. But,
like you're standing in the in the corner. On that, I was just looking for the penalty if anything had come through, and nothing had come through. But I have seen that the 113 Sunday driver's car have received a final warning for moving under braking, so we're going to have to be looking out for that over the rest of the race.
I think as well too that could be we might start seeing those off tracks. Remember there, so according to the rules we have 60 off tracks. So maybe if they've exceeded that, that's a penalty that they're going to do themselves. We'll see some crazy action here. 3 wide, and somebody's going to have to yield. Thankfully, that has occurred. We've got the Ferrari of Brian for the Equipment Racing. That's just holding up. There's P2, there's Kevin. So he's trying to hunt down, of course, Brian. But the equipment grip is been with the pace of the pro drivers all night, all day and night long.
And of course, this is the first, I believe, the first Saturday ever since Ferrari have won 2 races, 2 World Championship races on the same day. So, of course, they had a good week last time, winning the World Endurance Championship race at Cota and, of course, winning at Monza in the Formula 1. And I believe that was the first time, if I read the statistic right, that has ever happened. Yeah, this is the move for the lead as well, isn't it? ART Sim Racing and Equipment Geek Racing, side by side, but the ART team, they look like they got that move pretty easily. And in the end, it was in that Ferrari car, it was Brian Fratian really putting up much of a fight. Was it on the outside of the corner?
No, but maybe just electing with the team. You got something in the background, you spot or something like that, saying don't put up a fight right now, we'll fight a little bit later on. They could be on a completely different strategy as well too for the gasoline and the tyres and stuff like that, as we are seeing the RPM Racing Purple machine headed to pit road. So we'll still leave us with Parfitt. They've actually got an RPM Racing Blue, but they've got all sorts of colours. They've got red, black, blue, purple, and that's 2 of those. Well, this is another pro. This is the one currently running on P2. Giovanni, the Canadian driver from the Huge Ass Racing team, that looks like they've got a team next to them, but that's on track in a different class, being lapped. That's Van Gaunt, I think it is currently, if you can see, on the bottom right-hand corner. Lap 100 for Cactus Century.
Yes, we are on to lap 100. Not yet completed, mind you, but Giovanni Romano is only about a third of a lap away from doing so. So when he crosses the line, that will be then a century of laps completed in this race. And we'll find out how long it has taken when he does dip over that start-finish line. Brian Fratian, this is his view, as he is working his way, trying to get back towards the back of the ART Sim Racing car, but nothing doing there. We have been going, 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 18 seconds when we complete 100 laps with the leader, as he has just crossed the line, 2.5 seconds ahead of the RPM Racing Blue team. And they have got a big gap back to Blue Chip Racing, who are, they're falling back quite heavily, aren't they? 18.5 seconds is growing out, isn't it?
It is. That's quite a bit. As we're seeing Oliver from the 11/10 Racing team that sort of took a pit stop back in lap 97. Clearly got some grip there, but then Glenn on the 80. What's the manufacturer there for a second? Completely got me blanked. But the Digitrax Black 88 machine.
Where's... Yeah, this is not the Corvette?
That's the Corvette, yes.
Yes. You had me double guess myself there for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
It's currently piloted by...
I was looking at some overtakes happening here at the moment. It's a Stage 1 racing team and the backmarker Razzadazzle. Now, remember the backmarker Razzadazzle essentially running P3 in class. And they just had a little bit of a blink. We have another incident. Looks like Morgan Smith may have had a... Oh, that was earlier, actually. I saw that one. You saw it? No. There's some flashing going on. There's some beef, maybe. This is Morgan Smith, who did see have an earlier spin. And, oh, that's going to be a bit of beef. I didn't see anything Morgan Smith did wrong there. Stayed on the racing line, right? Even clearly was the slower class there, but one for the Stewards again, and another little instance, I think that was a similar one, yeah. This is Ryan flashing, getting upset, telling drivers to come through. That's what's happened, hasn't it? Oh. So, maybe some frustration was creeping in before that with the flashing of lights. Race leader's in, Giovanni.
He's in 101 laps completed then, or 102. No, 101 laps completed then for Giovanni, and he's into the pit lane, and that now lets Eunice lead the race. This is what happened to the 113. Preston Michaels the Canadian in the Sunday driver's car into turn 1.
That's coming out of pit road. Now you have to yield, don't you? Let's have a look. Has he crossed the line? I don't think he did. No. There's a car coming to your left. Yeah, I'd say you should have yielded. There's a fast car coming into that corner, and you're just sticking your nose in it. It's like joining the freeway, isn't it? At 20 miles an hour, when everybody else is doing 100. That's my interpretation of that, anyway.
Why are they doing 100 miles an hour on the freeway?
Well, the United States, they do.
Oh, well,
In
yeah,
California,
not
my friend.
legally.
Well, let's say 80. 80. They're doing 80.
But no, absolutely. I mean, it's difficult, isn't it? Because I think the Sunday drivers team will argue that when they got into the braking zone, they were in front, and obviously the speed and momentum carried the car around the outside. So that's what they'll argue. But at the same time, you're right. It is difficult difficult to really say why you should put your nose in on a pit exit like that, especially with cars. Oh, there's somebody off of the road, going through
Tyler.
turn 6 and turn 7 and 8. And who was that? Sorry.
Tyler, it looked like so. Tyler Campbell. All the way back here for the Fabulous. That looked to me that it might have just been getting out of the way. No, that in Pro Class, you wouldn't have to get away to anybody on that one. You don't have to yield.
No, definitely going wide. Let's see, through turn 6 into 7 and 8 now, dipping the tyres into the corner, looks all nice and good. Losing the rear end, there we go. I think there was a slight loss to the rear end in the middle of turn 7 there, and shot them out wide at turn 8. But it could be much worse than it was, I think.
Becomes the BPM Racing 2 that's currently the leader. Yet to make pit stops. We still have another from P2 down to P6. I get the box for the Pro Class. As it's just disappeared completely off the track there for a second. In my eyes, there it is. Driver switch. Goes to Mark Dubois now. That's why the cars will disappear sometimes. You'll see a driver switch.
Mark Dubois into the car. Again, an American, but still with a Dutch name. Do you want to have a go at this name, Biggles?
The one currently this driver at the moment, Finn Linden. Not a
Van
problem.
der Linden, that's easier.
Yes.
I think it was Van der Schlaan, wasn't it? Something like that. De Boer, though, leading the pit lane in his RBM Racing blue car, and he will emerge in what should likely be P6, maybe P7, but you can just see in the background that GT3 a little bit too far back, currently under the command of Hartley. And here comes Yannis Allbert, a very fast driver in a GT3. Aware of Yannis Allbert. He is likely to do a very good job in that car. We'll keep an eye on him throughout this stint. Let's have a quick check-in for Halliburton, leading the GT4. Yeah, doing a very good job, isn't he?
Jamaica, I'm going to have to do it. Jamaica me crazy with the speed that they have around there. Sorry there, Kane, and his teammate as well. They have, once again, I mentioned they have the highest I rating too, and the list of these cars are 8.3k, almost 9k. And it looks like they've got a teammate, or at least somebody with similar liveries hanging around them currently at the moment on track too, which is, if I'm not mistaken, that's the number 6. That's 57 actually, and that's of Sim Race Sweden Esports. Oh, different team name. Anyway, so Chase comes in from the Blue Chip Racing. We're still expecting about another 3 more drivers in the Pro GT3 Pros to come in.
Yeah, yes. You'll wait to see how they do and where they come in. I do always find it funny how iRacing displays Norway and Sweden or can display it.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I find it funny how iRacing can sometimes display Norway and Swedish flags as combined flag. Now, I often feel like they might not enjoy that too much.
We expect that before too, yeah, exactly. Scandinavian flags being combined.
Yeah. It's like having a British and Irish one. I particularly think the Irish wouldn't enjoy that very much.
No.
But
Northern
hey.
Ireland. We won't get there.
Yeah, but that's... I mean, it depends who you ask in Northern Ireland, to be fair. We won't get into that. Tom Chiquetto.
I think you got it. Yeah.
Chiquetto. That's a good name, though. Whatever it is, it's a fantastic name. Likely, out of those 3, I'd say he's likely to be Swiss if he was German, Austrian, or Swiss, with a name like Chiquetto. But either way, could still be from a German-speaking part of the Alpine region. But doing a good job at the moment. P2 in the RPM Racing Red team. And you can tell that because it says RPM on the side, and it's red as well. Richard Corthraw, for the black team just in behind as the Audis now start to take a little bit more of an advantage in the GT3 Pro category.
And here comes our Ferrari driver there, Brian. They switched through as well too for the equipment geek ratings. Remember, they were leading at some point as well too from the GT3 AM class, which they may well be doing. We'll see on those pit stop strategies that come a little bit further on that one, as we're seeing the other 2 cars coming in. So we're seeing as well too from the lead Kevin Terrace there from the Art Sim Racing and Mike, which means that this man for the RPM Racing Team Red will be zooming on by right now to retake the lead, and Richard in the other team will be taking that P2 spot. So more for this one is the battle for P3, I think, with the GT3 Pros, because these two have been dominating. These two teams, that is, have been dominating. 4 drivers so far. That one. And Art Sim Racing, this is crucial as well too, for this is the GT3 AM, so they've come in, they're the race leaders of that one. Where currently at the moment are the RPM Racing Team Purple. Now look at them on the track, they're coming around now. They should be able to take the lead of this one for the 1111 machine.
Say that, but I'm not too sure, because it says that Tiemen is this is just the pit
they're coming
exit.
out
He
now.
is exiting the pit lane. It's going to be close, actually, isn't it?
Will.
Between these guys. Let's
yes.
see. Oh, I think they're just going to have it, Lancaster, in the Racing Purple, but it's not going to be by very, very much. I think it's going to be about 3 seconds or so when everything is said and done, after about a lap or so on the out lap, maybe a touch more than that. But as they come out of the pit lane, you can see Tiemen's currently 2.5, so I think my estimate of 3 wasn't too far off, but got to get that car up to temperature once again.
Yeah, it's this battle's brewing up in the hot zone back here. There's been a hot zone for this race, really, but around this 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th position, sometimes in class, sometimes or not overall, but that's where it's been. We've got to keep our eyes on that, because that's kind of the crossover, you'd have to say the crossover point where the different, speed differences between the crossover between the pros and the AMs. It's kind of like, the crossover between the dries and inters kind of thing, which is going faster, which is not at the time. And this is it, because you've got this gaggle of cars at the moment for the AM class, all battling it out with this pro class. And once again, back around this hot zone for round 1.
Yeah. Kind of activity around this part of the circuit as well, isn't it? Right at the back of the circuit, at the top of the circuit as well, as you rise over to turn 10. That highest point, I do believe, is just up here, if not at just turn 13, which is to come. We'll have a quick look at Mark de Boer, who is running just ahead of Yazegoglu as they run in towards turn 1, and Tramiel is not going to be able to get the move despite him looking for it in that Ford, but Yazegoglu having to wait for the time being, a little bit of a wider entry into turn 3 to get the exit in towards turn 4, but I don't think it's going to help out too much. They're going to have to get through a huge ass car. Well, that worked out, didn't it? Down in towards turn 5. Yeah, no, I didn't even realise I said that until I said it. But Yazegoglu clear with a little bit of pace on that car, not able to get through just yet though.
That was, that's interesting, because remember that the RPM Racing Blue just came out of pit road as well too, where Stage 1 Racing had the speed up. They boxed back on lap 98, and now there's a gaggle of cars. Now you can kind of seize a little bit of an opportunity to get something done here, isn't it? Try to use the traffic to your advantage. Of course, most drivers are trying to do that, as we're right on board currently at the moment with Yazegoglu. If I get that right, let's get me one name right today.
Yazegoglu.
All right. Yeah.
Hey, it's fine. I've watched enough European, football and soccer to the Americans to.
Go deep in the corner.
We've seen many a name.
You have, yes. Oh, there's.
For Yazegoglu here, I mean. No, I was just going to say very quickly. What would you do in this situation? Would you force the overtake? Would you really make sense, or would you just try and make yourself really big in the mirrors and force a mistake out of? Yeah.
Big in the mirrors, force them into a mistake. Force them into a mistake rather than trying to make the overtake, because you could see he may have started. You could see at the moment. I think he's starting to force Mark in the 99 machine into some small little mistakes, and so then you got the psychological game. You've won that psychological battle. That's what you want to do as a race driver if you're chasing someone. Win the psychological warfare.
And I think the best example I can think of that working out and being really quite effective, the one that just comes to mind immediately, probably because I'm slightly biased, but I believe 2019 Bahrain Grand Prix, Charles Leclerc made almost like a fake sense to the inside of Valtteri Bottas, and he wasn't ever going for the move, he was just in the mirrors, but it was enough to make Bottas think he was coming to the inside, and he went wide, he locked up, and the position was lost. So it's often quite an effective technique used by drivers, just to try and move around, get people driving on their mirrors rather than driving on what's in the windscreen, acting accordingly. Bit of a spin, well, tapped into a spin through turn 3, I do believe that is, for Richard Hartley in the back marker Razzle Dazzle car, and having a little bit of difficulty getting that back on the circuit as well.
Oh, you can beach it here. Oh, he has. Oh, no, I was going to say you could beach it there. I've seen it before. You get on that ripple strip in the grass and the chicane. Yeah,
I think just being very kind to everybody else there.
Sorry?
So I was going to say, being very kind to everyone else, because I think he was just trying to be not avoiding an unsafe rejoin there.
I think it was, actually. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you can beach it. How did I know you were going to quote a Formula 1 race? But you're right. I call it setting the dummy. It's almost like in football, too. And they have dummy, I think, in rugby and stuff like that. You're trying to play, once again, playing those psychological games. You want to pretend that you're going to go up on the inside. The more savvy drivers would be aware, going, good luck in that one. If that's a dive bomb and a half, if you're not going to make it stick if you were going to try to do it. But then every once in a while, don't you? You see some of those overtakes where even the commentators and stuff like that are surprised, going, where did that come from? And even Martin Brundle's going, I can't believe he made that car stop into the corner. But that's probably like 1 out of every 20 overtakes that occurred like that. The rest of them are just either collisions or they don't actually make the overtake. Look at this for a tour of Eagle Speed Academy racing teams.
Yeah, it's almost like, yeah, you can pretty much see the identical nature of the cars, can't you? I mean, that in front of Chris Van Goot, which is, a little bit funny, I have to say. And yeah, look, I know you love your F1 references, so,
yes.
I'm just joining in for you. I'm keeping it on theme. This is Lawrence Van Vliegen. Well, it was Lawrence Van Vliegen in the battle in the GT3 AMs. But we'll go back to it again.
Team Eagle orders or Papaya orders? That's gone through.
Yeah, Van Vliegen letting through Van Goot. And I think I'll be thinking that was a very Van Goot move down the inside at turn 5. I'm sorry. I'm here for the next 2 hours 20. Yagiz Oglu, not Yagiz. Yagiz Oglu, I'm even getting it wrong. Still behind De Boer. I mean, he clearly feels like he has more pace in the car. He has been right on the rear end for so long, but not able to find a way through. And he's still looking to plug away at that, as this is the lead battle in the GT3 AMs.
Very good battle at the moment. Oh, Tom has another moment. I think Tom Wilson, he's... yes, just not had one of those days. And we'll see if we can get a replay of that one. I just don't want to miss any of the action here currently in the moment, because that RPM Racing Team Purple are in the lead. They've got the lead currently at the moment from Art Sim Racing, so that'll be interesting to see how that brews up. Let's have a look at Tom. That's down the main straightaway into turn 1. Does he hit the chicane and daylight dollar short in the brakes and the rear end goes around? And Porsche, as James would say, Porsche does Porsche things. Oof. And go forward, my friend. You'll be off the racing line. Good job. Unfortunately, and we've looked like we've seen so this is out of that 3 Eagle Speed, and he's luckily the last one, because if he did that in front of his teammates, then he could have had all 3 Eagle cars in trouble, and that's going to hurt. Didn't go into pit road, but I guess because you've got to feel the car, don't you? You've got to give it a lap or so to correspond to your team to go, do we have to box for repairs, or do we keep going? That'll be the question.
Interesting to see if anything is done about, obviously, across the white line, crossing back over. I doubt anything will be said about that, but that remains to be seen. Noticed as well, stewards have said that they're looking at an incident that happened over an hour ago, unless it's counting up. No, it's counting up rather than down. That's my bad. That'll be why. An incident about 10 minutes ago or so then, between the 113 Sunday Drivers again and the 188 Eagle Speed Academy. So I think that was what we saw, or it's something else that happened in the a battle just before we saw one of the Eagle cars go around. But regardless, that's being looked at by the stewards, and while they do that, we're looking at the battle for P4 in the GT3 Pros. Yagiz Oglu finally looking like he's going to have a bit of a run to the inside at turn 1, and he's going to be through on De Boer well before the braking zone, and unless De Boer can fight it around the outside, which he cannot, Yagiz Oglu up into P4 finally.
Job done in one of the classic overtaking opportunities in this track, and generally like all tracks that there are on a calendar, a long straightaway into a corner equals overtake or great defensive move. No cheat code DRS activation like Formula 1 cars have to try to get the job done. And thankfully, what do you think about that too? I'm glad that Formula One are eventually getting rid of the DRS with the new regulation changes to allow front wings and rear wings little tweaks. Because the DRS at some tracks is just too bloody powerful, my friend. It's super hard to defend against. Or do what they do in the States, to push to pass, but allow it so that you can use the DRS to defend as well as attack. But you only have so many times you could use it during a race.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of different almost solutions that are being suggested, aren't there? To, I mean, the use of DRS, to the use of things like push to pass, mainly because obviously racing organisations and people who put on these races, the likes of Liberty Media, need the races to be entertaining, don't they? Otherwise, they will not be getting the revenue that they crave, and so we'll be looking for solutions. Hence why we have sprint races in Formula One now and in MotoGP. As of the last couple of years, they are at every single race now in MotoGP. I mean, the riders didn't like it, but they've got it. And it's just things like that everyone's always trying to evolve motorsport just to keep it updated, current, and interesting for the audiences here at home. But I think for the people watching this a wonderful race, they've watched more than their fair share of motorsport.
It depends on the race too. If you go back to the Dutch GP, it was pretty boring per se when it comes to overtakes. But then, you know, it's year by year, isn't it? Because if you go back to the previous year, because of the rain coming and going, that really spiced it up with the Dutch Grand Prix in 2023. So you can't just look at the track and go, oh, well, there's no many overtaking in it, so we'll change it up to a sprint weekend or something like that. Or like Monaco, just get rid of it in general, because you're lucky to see 5 overtakes at best. But we're going to see overtakes here, currently down the main straightaway. It's Ferrari versus Ford. When's the last time we've seen a movie about that? Ford versus Ferrari.
Yeah. Kept it all very nice and clean through turn 1 and turn 2 in towards turn 3 now. Fratian looking for the move back for the Equipment Geek Racing team, but nothing going there. News I have to bear about that incident that we watched, Biggles, coming out of the pit lane between the 113 and the 188, and the stewards have decided the 188, the car coming around the outside, was at fault predominantly and has given a 10-second penalty for failure to give inside to a car leaving pit lane. So the 188 going to have to serve that at some point, likely their next pit stop. And whilst that's going on, there's also been 2 incidents reported between the backmarker Razzle Dazzle and the 218 Treehouse Racing car, which I think we saw. And then between the 99 RPM Racing Blue and the 72 Stage 1 Racing car. So what's the stewards aren't twiddling their thumbs, are they? They're being kept busy for the time being.
This is a spin from Lorenz. So you're saying this is the 188 car. So this is the one that has to serve the penalty. Is that correct?
No.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe so. But I believe it was for the incident that we saw down.
Yeah, I was looking for that
turn 1.
replay of that one, but I don't have that one at the moment because they didn't come. So they did come together, but we're seeing going in the pit road at the moment. This is the Digitrax Black. So out of pit stop sync because they are serving a penalty. I think I have to look. I couldn't see what time it stopped, but anyway. Nice battle for P4. Still brewing up in the Pro Class. You can see our race leaders up 20 seconds of road, about 12 seconds away from their teammate, their team, RPM Racing Black, so they still control that one. But keep an eye on Robert, Stewart, and the huge-ass white team. They're the ones in P3. They need to keep that 13-second gap. They don't want to get the 2 leaders to run away too much on that one, unless, of course, another caution comes out. Go back here, there's still something going with the Eagle Speed and the Stage 1 Racing, my friend, that is a battle for position, but different in class.
Yeah, and hopefully we don't get too many more. What's the word I'm looking for? Cautions, too many more cautions over the course of this race. That is not what we'd want to see, but what we do want to see is this great fighting. Chris Van Goot right behind Van der Linden. These are different classes, so not really fighting for anything worthwhile, if nothing else for track position though. Down to the inside goes the 166 Eagle Speed Academy car. Nothing doing there, but pushing Van der Linden wide, and I think the driver in the Ford will be wondering why on earth Van Goot's fighting it so hard, but he wants the position down the inside, should have it here, and might have the help of the TCR to help to get it done as well.
He can go on the outside, but the inside lane will then go back into the favour. And this is where it's interesting, because now you're trapped behind the TCR and they have to go one on one side, one on the other. No, they won't. We have to lift off a little bit there. So that will compromise. This is a great battle once again. I don't think these drivers know or aware or care that there are different classes. They're going for it like they're in the same class. They're on the same piece of tarmac, my friend. They have the same 4 wheels attached to the car, so why not go for it? As the Razzle Dazzle team that wasn't P3 earlier on the race, now going back into pit road. So different strategy for them.
Yeah, coming into pit road, but I don't believe they'll have to serve a penalty. Contrary to what Treehouse Racing will have to do, is they have picked up a 10-second time penalty from the stewards for unnecessary contact. So they're going to have to serve that in the not too distant future, you would think. More typing going on by Jeffrey, who is one of the main stewards. Yeah, not being allowed to rest, really, is he? Being kept on his toes all the way through this 6-hour race, which, I mean, in a way, isn't great, because obviously things are being reported to the stewards, but at least it means that things are happening, and we've got stuff to talk about, eh?
Oh, absolutely, because you remember they are not just reviewing the footage over and over again, so they do different angles and things like that, just like they do in real-life racing. But they also are chatting to the drivers, and just like in real-life racing, and usually it's a team engineer that'll be debating, of course, as all the teams in real motorsports, because of the millions of dollars, will say, it's not our fault, it's not our fault, it's not our fault, because they're obligated to say that. Here, sometimes people can admit, teams will admit fault, say, yeah, my bad, because they're not going to lose a multi-million-dollar contract. And so they'll be communicating with the teams, or with the team principal, or whoever they have, or the other driver in the team, the spotters and so forth, and then try to work that out, and then issue the penalty, as I said earlier in the show.
And there's more stuff coming through from the stewards, mind you, which is a 5-second time penalty for the number 72 Stage 1 racing car.
Oh, this is this car right now?
Cumulative unnecessary contacts. Yeah, so these guys aren't going to be too happy, but Van der Linden, cumulative unnecessary contacts is what that penalty is for. Mind you, Brandon, Jeffrey and Tom up there in race control doing a stellar job, as they have been doing for what is now nearly 4 hours in this race. Of course, they had qualifying to do earlier, practice was earlier as well, and they have been on top of it all afternoon long. I think no one will grudge them a drink by the end of this race in a couple of hours' time, and we'll see what they do. But yes, you're right, Chiquetto into the pit lane, the RFM Racing Red from the lead.
And there's the 26, it looks like, coming out of the naughty box of Tom for the Eagle Speeds Academy. And they'll have to go into their pit stop and do their regular pits. Shouldn't affect, at the moment, our race leader Tom, because he'll get the very end one where the pace car is, and he will slot in there. Of course, if you are new to this, the other cars will ghost straight through. I wonder if they ever got rid of that, how much of a carnage it would be if you didn't have ghosting on the pit road in the pit lane. It would just add another element to it, but I've never seen a iRacing race with that. I don't think the option's even available to turn on, but wouldn't that be? That would be something, that's for sure. I tell you that right now.
You never know, they might add it.
I think they should. I mean, iRacing's all about, let's be serious, let's keep it as simulation as possible. They don't even allow, like, they keep that simulation that they won't allow you to do different cars on different tracks, like have wet weather tires or on oval racing and stuff like that. Like, no, you limit certain things. They won't allow you to do IndyCar with, say MXs or something, as in 2 different classes on a track. Why not? But, going back to that situation, why not have the ability to have collisions in the pit road? See if drivers can handle them. Wait, I'm paying for this.
I mean, we've got 2
I want the ability. Give me the option, iRacing. I paid for it.
We've got over 2 hours, so tell me, Biggles, what would you add to iRacing that isn't already in the simulator?
As I said, allow you to race any car, any track, anywhere, any place. And any category. You can have 10 classes of cars if you want on any track. Give you the ability to do anything. Sometimes some of that flexibility might work, having 3 or 4 open wheel cars in a race, and even an endurance race might be fun. Ask the audience as well too, like your opinions out there in the chat too, what you would like to add. But I think because I paid for all the cars, I paid for some of the cars, and I paid for all the tracks and stuff. I want the ability to throw a fun race in. Maybe it's just a raise money for charity event, but we can have different cars in different categories that don't happen in real life. It doesn't happen in real life because it's called a virtual sim racing. There you go, that's what I want.
I would love to see, personally, I would love to, on your point, I would love to see hypercars at Cadwell Park.
Yeah, there you go.
And if people don't know what Cadwell Park is in the chat, I suggest you look it up. You watch a quick YouTube video with a lap on board and see why I'd love to see a hypercar there, because it would be dangerous, first of all, but that's not what I'd like to see. It'd be fun. Lap 116 we're on.
I mean, you can't hurt yourself, can you? I mean, it's a virtual thing. Like
obviously not. Obviously not. Yeah,
you'd
yeah,
never
yeah.
do it in real life because it's too unsafe. But because we get the virtual world,
Yeah, exactly.
why not? And listen, iRacing, pay attention. Ask what the audience want. As Charlie's getting a little bit frustrated, or just sometimes that's frustration. Flashing lights. Oh, she's off.
Yeah, I think it is.
Get the right
Who's that?
camera angle, yeah.
It was one. I think it was one of the Eagle cars.
Yes, it is. You're correct on that one. It's one of the Eagles.
Yes.
Is that contact? That's got to be contact. I think he's going to turn in here, and yes, there it is.
Oh, yeah. GT4 turning in. The GT4 will say that he left the room. Stefan will say that he turned in too early.
Oh,
dropped
and then
off
he
my
said the
rear
frustration
end, and
loud
spins
pedal.
again. Yeah.
Yeah, that's in the dirt. Okay, so this is what we expected. The second of the RPM racing team comes in. They usually come in a lap after the first team. Well, in this case, the first team is the team that's the other colour, which is the red. Red's faster than black, right? As I say. It's not as hot as black.
Yeah, let's
Look at that.
see. I mean, thinking about heat as well, tyre temperatures, track temperatures. I mean, that has an impact on the cars, doesn't it? Especially if the conditions evolve.
Which they have.
It can make a difference. I mean, ambient is that 22 degrees ambient.
Yes, 38 track. There was
temperature.
earlier. It
That's
was it was in the 20s for the track temperature. So it definitely, because there's a time of day. Of course, we're scooting on to the afternoon at the moment, and that's generally the hottest. Well, 2 to 3, about about midday to 3 o'clock would be the hottest part of the day, because that's the time the sun's had the chance to seep into the bitumen, and then attract all the heat into it. So 38. I expect it to probably get to 40s in the next 30 minutes. That's my prediction.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure. I only say this because Portugal, being in the same time zone as I'm currently in, the sun does generally reach peak at about 12, rather than in some places the sun, will take. I mean,
track,
there's places
not the ambient, but the track, because the sun's.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. But again, I think what I'm trying to say is the peak point in the day has passed already, so it may eat up a little bit. But like in some parts of the world, particularly, I'm thinking Spain, where it is an hour ahead of Portugal, despite bordering Portugal, and being further west than the UK in parts. It gets the peak time of the day is later on, closer to 1-2 o'clock. So I get your point, but I think it's probably reached its peak about now. It might eke up a little bit.
We've had a major crash.
I can't.
We've
see
had a
it
major
too
crash.
much
This
above
could be a
this.
caution.
Ooh.
I can't show you at the moment because I'm getting blinking. This is Mark. Sorry about that. This is what happens when iRacing has a kind of major incident. It starts. That's nowhere to go. 3 into 1, my friend. No. At that point, why not just lift off them and not risk it for the biscuit on that one? I don't think there's caution at the moment. They've been called. No. But they were certainly close. Well, you go back to that one. I'm living in solar here in Australia now, and we're running on solar. All this is free electricity, and that's the peak time actually. Yeah, you're about midday when the sun hits the panels anyway. But not for the temperature. Somebody's missing a bumper part there as well too, up the road, and that looks like it's piercing, isn't it? Oh no, it's before the piercing. That is Michael's. Yep, and missing a front bumper, my friend.
Not got all the constituent parts, has it? And yeah, looking a little bit. You wouldn't buy that from the showroom, would you?
Heavily discounted.
Ferrari store.
That's still, if it's a Ferrari, I'll take it.
You could barter the price down a bit, couldn't you?
Yeah, and he's going to have to yield.
Getting a little bit close. But that Sunday Drivers Guide, it's just been in the walls, hasn't it? Obviously had that incident that saw a penalty being given out to the 188 car. It's already got a final warning for moving under braking, and that's all in the last half an hour. I mean, it's been quite action-packed. Talking about penalties, 146 quadriple Bravo by Eagle IS, and a 209. I think that's exactly what we just, or one of the things we've just seen, is now under investigation.
Ah, yes. Under investigation is this man, Scott Kimbrough from the Empire Racing. He's been quiet of lately, actually, but now back into the Empire Racing, back into the hot zone, back into the camera hog, you'd have to say, for the Empire Racing team, because he's been in the wars. They've had to do a lot of overtaking earlier in the race, and definitely in some good movers and overtakes and stuff like that. So at the moment, back in, got 2 cars around him at the moment. It's got the RPM Racing Red team that's been leading the race, now driven and piloted by Charlie from Scandinavia, and he's got Chase Brown up the road, and it looks like he's going to get past Chase. Not just quite yet. This is interesting too, because potentially our race leader right behind him at the moment does not want to get a meatball.
Absolutely not. Although, depending on where Charlie is from, he might enjoy a meatball. If anybody's been to IKEA, they will know exactly what I'm talking about. Down in towards turn 5, though, still in P5 is Charlie, ahead of Brown, and still trying to chase after Kimbrough at the moment. I mean, this is a nice, tight little gaggle of cars, 4th, 5th, and 6th. They're running about half a minute off of the leader. But they don't mind. They're still filing over the points. Early stages in the season. Of course, we've got 6 rounds to go to, and we're just about to reach the 2/3 point in the race. So I think it's fair time to point out what we've got coming up the rest of the season. We go to Belle Isle next, then we go to Jerez, Sonoma, Zandvoort, and then Mid-Ohio. I mean, it's a varied calendar. If you had to pick any of those tracks, Biggles, what would you be looking forward to most? Belle Isle, Jerez, Sonoma, Zandvoort, and Mid-Ohio.
That's the question I was going to ask you. Repeat that again, sorry, because
it is Belle Isle,
hello.
Of course, which sadly is not raced by IndyCar anymore. Jerez, Sonoma, Zandvoort, and Mid-Ohio.
Oh, Bel Air, I'd say, actually.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a pretty good race. But I also think that Mid-Ohio could be quite good.
That's true.
Because you get those tighter parts of the racetrack, don't you, at the back end, which could be really quite critical, and we might see quite a lot of fighting back there. But it's a nice little calendar. It's a niche calendar, I think it's fair to say. Some tighter tracks than you often get, the likes of Spa and Daytona. We're getting some nice,
they should add
smaller
Spa,
tracks.
because the new Spa, I haven't even seen it yet. I haven't had a chance to. I haven't broadcast it since the update, so I'd love to do the new Spa. All right, gentlemen, change it up. By popular demand, I'm changing it to Spa. You've always still endurance races in Spa, because it's got a long straight, so overtake, of course. You've got down the Camel Straight into the Lacombs, and of course into the bus stop as well, too. Great overtaking places. Why not?
Everyone does Spa, though. I think that's the point. Because it's so obvious.
Do Bathurst.
Well, no. I'm just thinking maybe if you're trying to make a different calendar, if you're trying to think of different tracks where we can go endurance racing, they won't put Spa on because everyone does Spa anyway. But there's a reason that people do Spa anyway, right? It is a fantastic track for endurance racing. It's the track that I spent 4 hours talking about earlier this afternoon. So, very good circuit for endurance racing, particularly at those top end, those hypercars. Those.
All right. What about this? What about doing it like Indianapolis or Talladega? Why not do an oval? Can you imagine with the different classes and how many?
I think that'd be too dangerous.
It would be certainly entertaining, and on top of it, you'd have to really be strategic at that point because the traffic. You'd imagine on that, it would be.
Yeah.
But, and your paychecks.
I think you'd have to be careful though, because I think they'd have to make sure of the pace advantage, wouldn't they? Because like here, you would have put a TCR next to a GT3.
Yeah, you have to keep them just very similar, close categories and then of course you got to be very cautious of the cautions too, because you have to unlapping cars and all that sort of stuff. That's the lucky dogs. You would obviously have inevitably a lot of cautions on overs, but it would be door banging. Anyway, it's just food for thought. This looks like they're staying out as well too. The Sunday drivers of Preston. So they're happy with the damage at the moment, and it looks like they're still getting some speed there as we'll get past a TCR. But they have been hunted down at the moment by the Eagle Speed Academy, which had to serve a penalty, I believe, right?
Yes, I do believe the one, or was it 166? The 166 served a penalty? I believe it was 188 got a penalty. So the 6-6, I think, has been scot-free. Just looking back as
late.
well, and
That's
I
late.
think they've been final race.
They're getting frustrated now, aren't they? I think they're getting frustrated because they see, look, your car's damaged. Clearly, if it was Formula 1, they'd be on the radio going, hey, that's got to be a caution check it or something like that, whatever it is, to say there's a damaged car.
I guess you could say that there's nothing falling off of the car, and the damage may be more cosmetic than anything else. But, no, I
any
don't take
excuse
the point,
to get a car to allow you pass, really, at the end of the day, when it comes to Formula 1, of course. But this is not, and I don't know why we're having little blinkies again. I might have to reset. Unfortunately, the simulation again starts to do this after a while.
That's okay. I mean, we're on a little bit of a down point, so I think we could probably do that.
Yes,
if
we'll
you
do
wanted
that.
to.
Sorry.
Okay, cool. Then that means that you'll want to stick around because we will be back in a few minutes' time with all of the cars still on the circuit. We hope. So much action left to go. 1 hour 56 on the clock. We'll be back in a little while. Right then, we are back and racing at Portimao. We're looking at a little bit of a battle between Charlie Lund Nielsen and Scott Kimbrough, who are jostling over P4. But we're just going to jump up to Yazigoglu, not Yazig, who's into the pit lane. Pretty quick stop in the little box there. On towards the pit box now. And we'll see what he can do in the fall. Going to drop down the order, but Charlie Lund Nielsen goes through up into P4, just behind Scott Kimbrough, who is now on the podium.
Just catching up, so yeah, thank you everybody. We had to resolve the issues with iRacing again, which basically is just a restart. It fixes that little glitch that starts to occur as we're going to catch back and get some of the action of Stage 1 racing as you can into pit road. This is a bit after getting into naughty corner. This is where it's heated up actually, if you join back up here. This is the BPM Racing Team Red that's been leading this race for a long time, trying to slice their way back up the field. Remember, they're on an alternative fuel strategy or alternative strategy because they pitted back in lap 114, and the Scotty up the road there, the Empire Racing that they're battling with, 10 laps they pitted earlier than the BPM Racing team. So this is going to come into play, won't it? They're a little bit later on in this race.
I think it's going to take about an hour for us to work out exactly where everybody is as we run our way towards the end, with the final pit stops happening in about an hour or so, right? Maybe an extra couple of minutes, but it's going to be interesting just to see who can come out where, because we're seeing some relatively big gaps at the moment, particularly if you look at well, all of the categories. I mean, GT3 AMs, with the exception of the lead, the battle for the lead, looking at 23 seconds, 13, 36. So they do widen out, but there is some slight differences in terms of the strategies for each of those cars. So I think going to be interesting over the next hour just to see where people end up, and then we can really analyse that dash to the line, because we'll know exactly where everybody is and where they're meant to be.
I think absolutely right. I think the Empire Racing team driver of Scott, piloted by Scott at the moment, I'll also pull up and show you the team names as well. I like to show you the team names and the pilots, the gladiators that are inside the beasts, the machines that the teams have put together. Usually two drivers that has been on average per team currently at the moment for our first round of the season. But this here at the moment, I think Charlie that's piloting this one for the RPM Racing Red. Scotty up the road's not going to give this one easy. He's not. He's going to fight for this because it is for position, and the more that he can hold up the racing team Red, the more that will come into their strategy that we're kind of figuring that one out, as you said, about an hour ago. So we'll see how long he can hold off. And maybe Charlie's backed off here too, because he's not up his tailpipe as much as he was before.
Yeah, maybe just trying to get the car into the window that he wants it in to really have a go on the back of Scott Kimbrough. In P3, those Star Spangled Banners on the end of the rear wing. I don't know if they're helping him along, but they're on the car regardless. Oliver Carwardine is in the pit lane along with David Daniels, another Belgian driver, in the lead, or who came in from the lead of the GT4 category. Oh no, sorry, that's a GT3 AM category, just involved now in the overall battle with the GT4s. Back up to Charlie and Scott for P3 and P4. These guys aren't going to see each other, well, are going to be seeing each other for quite a while, I think, aren't they?
Yeah, yep, I think so. This is going to be definitely it's exciting, because the strategies will start to fall in place as we get diving into later into the race. And just under 2 hours now. Also, let us know too in the chat as well too. Reading that one, Mr. Brown to deliver now. Of course, he was mentioning Robert Lancaster, who's going in for the FBRPM Racing Team Purple. Mr. Brown, speaking of, just passed him, Chase Brown, as the Blue Chip Racing Team will make their way up currently into P6 in class. In the chat as well too, of course, in the Discord and stuff like that, if you're listening, if you've got your spotters or your other racing teammates, come into the waiting room and have a chat to us if you have time. If you don't mind, about your stint or your future stints and stuff like that after you've done your pit stops, when you have a bit of time to talk to us. You're all welcome. Being an endurance race, we can do that. No. Narrow.
Yeah, it's nice to get the views of some of the drivers during the race. Obviously, you think to WEC Broadcast, and they're always down in the pit lane talking to some drivers who can, who finish a stint. They can't really go very far, can they? They kind of have to locked at the circuit. I guess in sim racing, you can get up and probably walk about, 10 steps, and you can get into the fridge and get some food. But you can't quite do that necessarily if you're in the pit lane at the Circuit de la Sarthe over in western France at Le Mans. But yeah, it's always nice to talk to some drivers. If anybody is listening, any spotters listening, drivers, do jump into the waiting room. Don't all come at once, obviously. But yeah, do jump in. And it'll be nice to have a chat. But I don't think Charlie will be looking for a chat anytime soon, because he's looking for P3. And I think he's going to be very committed in trying to get this one done, because he may be feeling like it's taking too long, he may be feeling that it's being held up, but regardless, he's just going to have to get the head down and get the move completed, because otherwise, this is so critical for his and the team's race, isn't it?
But does he? That's the thing. Does he? Because you can clearly see he's using a little bit more of the racetrack than Scotty up the road. But look at that. I've got the last lap times up there on the timing tower. So they're in the 44s, right? They're in the 44 late 44 club. The only one that's a bit quicker on the track currently at the moment, there's two of them, but is his teammate, the RPM Racing Black FTR, and then you go Stage 1 Racing down there in P8 44. So everybody else is 45. So they're not losing too much time stuck behind the Empire Racing car. But they've got this traffic coming up now, so this will be interesting to navigate.
I guess so, but on the flip side of that is, unless you are, actually gaining from being in the slipstream and waiting in behind, just being in front allows you to dictate the pace, allows you to be in a more comfortable position. If Charlie wants to push now, he's not going to be as able to if he's still stuck behind Scott in front of him. If he's just sitting in this exact position but in front of Scott, he can do whatever the hell he likes in terms of the pace that he has underneath him. How hard he pushes the tyres, how hard he pushes the car, and he'll also have more clean air more of the time when they're not lapping some of the GT4s and TCRs. But yeah, each driver will obviously have their preferences. Charlie likely wants to be ahead of Scotty in P3, but not necessarily going to be. Pit lane, though, is what is in store for both Robert Stewart, the American who leads the way, but also Mark de Boer, who's coming in once again in the GT3 Pros, I'd say, for the penultimate stop.
And then look who just goes zipping past Scotty and Charlie right there. So they regain. Scotty's now in the lead of this race here for the Empire Racing. I think this is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, legitimately on pit stops, that they are leading the race. So fantastic for the Empire Racing team. And of course, more crucially, as you said, holding off the RPM Racing Team Red, who have been leading essentially the majority of this endurance race. So this will be interesting. But the difference is 10 laps between them in pit stops, which shouldn't be a great deal in tyres. But once again, if we come down to that under an hour mark and 30 minutes or so to go towards the end of the race, that's when we're seeing if somebody could eke out a little bit more or not.
It's going to be interesting, I think, over this next stint particularly, just to see how the drivers position themselves with the strategies that they're on to get to the end. Here is Yagizoglu, and what are we looking at here? 2x2 in towards the final meaningful corner. And it looks like he just goes a little bit deep there and hits into the car in front, gets back onto the track relatively well. I don't think there was any contact there, but issues all the same. There's Van Slambrook in the pit lane, and there's Grondelaars. Currently in P10, will improve on that position as he passes the pit lane, and Glenn just about trading the back marker racing Razzle Dazzle car, not by very much. 0.3 of a second is all that's in it.
And he's approaching the Martin as well, too, the New Zealand driver, my neck of the woods now, racing at, give or take, 6 to 7 p.m. An hour earlier, actually, or an hour later.
What, where, sorry?
New Zealand.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so...
AM, surely, then.
Yeah, it's AM at the moment, because it's 6:25
oh, yeah.
for me, and New Zealand, I
PM
can't remember if they're ahead of us or behind. They see the new year in pretty much before anybody else, so...
No, they're ahead of you. Yeah, they're to the east.
Yes. So, he's going to hold on for the black marker Razzle Dazzle. They were up to P3 at some point early in this race. Now they're currently running down here in P8 in class, overall P10. And they've got to hold off the Digitrax racing team currently behind them at the moment, which, come on, do it, please. You're the only one here for the Asia Pacific. I've got one for you, real quick, because I just noticed this driver stepped in. There's two of them actually on the grid, and look at this, currently at the moment, this is just not a battle for class. Have a look at Brooks Clayton and tell me what flag that is.
That isn't, I don't know what iRacing says that is, but that is not a national flag of any kind.
Are you sure? There's two drivers out there. There's Austin Tucker as well, with the same flag.
I will tell you right now, hand on heart, I know all the flags in the world. That is not a national flag.
Okay,
I will
I've never seen that flag before in my life. I thought you might be right on that one.
National flags. Let's have a look to see if...
Anybody in the chat? Leave it. Anybody in the chat? Anybody in the chat know that national flag? I'll show you it again in a second. I just want to see this little battle that's brewing up between P3 and P4 in the GT4 class. It has a 4 in there somewhere, doesn't it? But there you go. Brooks Clayton, currently in the moment. Look at that flag in your top left, the number 338 machine. That is a red, green, and blue. That's like, are you testing your monitor to make sure it does RGB? That's what it is. RGB. So I don't think there's a flag that's RGB.
Yeah, well, no. It's going to be a so you know, in the same way, if you go back to Charlie Nielsen, after this, my word, that's Patrick Gannon just holding onto the car as the GT4 goes wide off the circuit. But they will make their way down in towards turn 1 now, lapping another one of the GT4s down here. It looks like it. Kevin Tiernan's, no, it's not Kevin Tiernan's. Patrick Gannon's still going through. But if you go back to Charlie Nielsen, and look at his flag, you'll see how it's a combination, and you can see how it's a combination of the Norwegian and the Swedish flag. See,
yes, correct.
You can kind of see them both in it. So it's definitely some kind of combined flag. I don't know what it is. And with names like Brooks Clayton and Austin Tucker, I mean, they're not... That sounds pretty American to me. So I'd also like to find out what that is.
Scotty's still leading from Charlie. That gap is still about a second between them. This is the battle brewing currently at the moment for third in the class, and you can see that's the battle between Art Sim Racing and the Racing. So both of the interesting. So now you've got two cars separated, because this is the first time both of these drivers had to actually follow another car this evening. So RPM Racing Black have been following the teammate Racing Red. Their teammate Racing Red's up in P2 at the moment, chasing down Empire Racing. Now you've got this Racing Black team chasing down the Art Sim Racing. So both of these drivers, even though they were leading 1 and 2 for majority of the race, are now behind another opponent. So this is definitely interesting. However, once again, P1 box back on 104, P3 box back on 104. These two drivers are on 114 and 116, so they're about 10 laps difference in the pit stop strategies between this top 4.
There is, at the moment, but it's nice to see that they're still close. There's still battles going on, and they're getting very, very close down in towards turn 1 inside line for Patrick Gannon. That's an extremely tight line through the opening corner. Not going to push anybody wide, but still going to be losing a little bit of momentum. Getting through into turn 2. Turn 3, an inside move is attempted and then carried out through the middle of the corner on a GT4, then taking a wide swooping line through the long right-hander, or left-hander I should say, and getting it done on the acceleration with the top speed that Patrick Gannon does have. But he's not having the easiest of times in that 21, is he?
I could have risked an off-track there as well too, as he went quite wide coming out of that corner, so that could be costly towards the end of that one, as we're seeing Equipment Geek Racing heading into pit road for their scheduled stops per se. But yeah, here comes Charlie, and still putting a lot of pressure on Scott as they're navigating their way through the field of dots that you can see on the track map, all the different classes. Interesting battle, isn't it? I'd say, because you know that Patrick and Kevin, so the RPM Racing Team Black, and you know that the Art Racing Sim team here were going to fight for it. They were not going to yield that position easily, because they don't want them to get too far up the road. So we'll see how that pans out, and this is also the one you really keep your eyes on, because this is the battle for the win of the race overall so far. But still, early days to go. 1 hour 40 is quite a bit in an endurance race, especially later on when the fatigue starts to kick in for some of the drivers. You know, your arms start to get sore, your legs, certainly if you've got loaded cell pedals, start to hurt a little bit, and then that's when mistakes start to slowly creep in. Scott heads into pit road.
Scott is now into the pit lane, which is going to release, at least for the time being, Charlie Lund-Nielsen into the lead of the race of the GT3 Pros, and of course overall as well. Yeah, Kevin Tiernan's is in. So leaders, they're going to change, I think, unless actually Tiernan's doesn't spend 1 minute 9 in the pit lane, which I don't believe he will.
So do your math on this one right now. This is where you have to start crunching your math a little bit to work out how many laps are they going to get into these stints. That's a pretty interesting angle too for exit on your pit lane. So with an hour and change to go, of course, we got 140. They've come in that 10 laps early. Let's just give or take, I reckon they're about 10 laps earlier than what we're going to see the RPM racing teams come in. And huge ass as well too, are practically on a similar pit strategy. Actually, no, these two drivers are on a later pit strategy than the top two. So we've got 3 different pit strategies in play with the top 6 cars in the Pro class. You'll have to start crunching your math on that one.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, for a lot of these guys, just to get themselves, just like as you said, with the maths all sorted and everything prepared and everything ready and everything in place, and not having to need that splash and dash, because that is not what you need. I was going to ask quickly: is there any way that you can? Oh yeah, Yannick Gizoglu goes through for P5 ahead of Kimbrough. I was going to say, is there any way you can look at the nationality of the drivers in iRacing?
No, that I'm aware of. I should look them up, I think, specifically. We wanted the chat to let us know on that one. So the chat's letting us down. I will end this broadcast right now unless somebody gives me that answer. I'm really kidding, of course. No, I'm too professional.
I reckon it's one of those subdivisions, because you know in iRacing how you can have, like the Midwest or something. I reckon it might have something to do with that, but it's just not. That's not a flag. 3 stripes, red, and then like a lightish green, and then a blue. Bizarre, isn't it? Anyway, we're seeing driver changes into this final stint, or in his final 2 stints, as people double up with the stints, which is probably not something that we should be too surprised about. Verstraeten in P8 in the GT3 Arms, getting in the car recently, I believe. Glenk, La, Forsland as well in the GT4s. I believe they've got in the car recently. And also in the TCRs, Akram Zinoun, who I think must have been in the car earlier. Akram, a Moroccan driver, and I believe the only African representation that we have in this race today.
Oh, that's interesting as well, too, because Formula One's been doing a push, and I agree too. Even Lewis Hamilton's pushing to say, why aren't we racing in the continent of Africa? Very true. We used to. Of course, there's a great track down there in South Africa. So let's hope at some point we can get that. Formula One's supposed to be global, right? Flies to almost every continent on the planet. We're missing one, Africa. So let's get a move on.
Well, if we're being pedantic, we're missing 2, aren't we?
We've got 3, yeah. Well, Antarctica, we're going to race there if you want.
Maybe around McMurdo.
But it's the driest continent on the planet too. But, we've got 3 in the United States, because they're always going to do it. I mean, of course, we've got Middle Eastern tracks, because A, they got unlimited money to put into building tracks and stuff like that. B, they still want to promote the hell out of petroleum. And what does Formula One run now? Petroleum. Although they're starting to get a little bit more energy efficient, that's only because the manufacturers want it, remember, of course, because they're going to sell road cars at the end of the day. So, the 2 usual suspects are back at the lead here at the moment, but we are expecting them to come into pit road at the moment as they're navigating traffic. And look at this, it looks like a car's ready to unlap themselves at the moment, and they are. That's frustrating, isn't it, if you are essentially the race leader in class, and then you've got somebody that's clearly a bit quicker than you. That's the 72 machine who wants to get on with it, and you, as the race leader, are holding them up. Unless you just got past, actually. My apologies on that one. You just got past. I seem you're paying attention there.
Yeah. Hey, I've been paying attention when I've not been trying to look up what that flag is, and I've looked on everything. I cannot find out.
Aren't you, with that?
Literally, I've put in things like driver nationality flags, iRacing, and it keeps giving me like stewarding flags or what's the word I'm looking for? Like yellow flags and black flags and checker flags and all of those. I don't want them. I know what they mean. I want to know what the flags are. Anyway, I'll probably find out at some point. But I was also thinking about good job that there's no actual air miles to do in this series, because with the calendar that we've got, we're going Europe to America, Europe to America, Europe to America again. So clearly, we're not having to think about any kind of movement of items, because I think the calendar would look slightly different if we were.
Oh, contact between the teammates. I kind of foreseen that. I foreseen it coming. And that's a little bit of a cheeky first rule, right, of motor racing: do not take your teammates out. And that's the team, of course, of the Eagle Speed Academy team. Now, if you're an academy, all right, and you want to impress the teachers, don't take your teammates out. So, see how that pans out as they are battling on the track. That's Pro and AM. Remember, Pro GT3 and AM GT3. So, is it the Pro driver getting frustrated? Yeah, because he wants to get past the AM.
It's Brett Bearings, and who's the other driver involved in this?
Jeffrey. Rolets.
Rolants.
Yes.
Okay, so
Now he's
Rolants
got
is... Yeah, so this is on... They're on the same lap as well. So this is for overall position.
Yes.
But there may be a couple of thoughts of Brett thinking that, we're in the Pro category, we should let us through. But the AM driver's thinking, yeah, we might not have the I rating, but we still have the pace.
Yeah, I was going to say, we're clearly quicker. So that's what they're going to be seeing. They're like, If you're quicker, get past us. Just like the simple thing that Formula 1 drivers have said before in the past, isn't it, with their teammates and Sebastian Vettel and all that sort of stuff with Mark Webber in the back of the day. If he's quicker, he can overtake me. But teams, of course, are going, we're on different strategies. These team drivers don't look like they're on different strategies. They're both pitted on lap 113. So there's no difference between them apart from just a little colour next to the name saying Pro AM.
Yeah, I mean, and a little bit of red, green on this car for Brett Bearings as well. A little bit of flair added. It's had its wheel rims done. Looking back to the leader overall, it's Charlie Nielsen, who, I mean, we presume has one more stop to go in this race. They're going to be relatively short stints. Thinking about it, you'd have to go a little bit longer to get on one more stop, possibly for Charlie. So we're going to have to see if the number 10 ends up needing a splash and dash, but I hope for their sake that they do not. They have a 14-second advantage over Gannon in second. Those gaps open out pretty quickly, don't they? Looking at the track map, I'm looking at the fact that the next car up the road on the lead lap, well, actually no, the car directly behind, you see the Ford just in behind, that is Van Slambrook in P13 overall, a full lap down, despite the fact that we had the safety car out, about an hour and a half ago now?
Yes, correct. Which will mix around with that strategy a little bit. Now, there's not a lot of gaps. The closest battle, actually, a little bit further. You have to go back down into the GT4's battles. And this is the, either the home Portuguese driver or Spaniard. But for the Enosis eSports GT4, battling it out with the Talk Freak Racing. Talk Freak Racing, wow.
Let's see, Pablo Cabrera. It could be his home race, but we'll never end up knowing, will we? Portuguese and Spanish names.
Ooh, one's wide.
Yeah, it's Barraclough going wide. David not having the best of runs there, but the Talk Freak Racing car is doing a pretty good job at the moment. Cabrera just in behind, trying to apply some pressure. But Barraclough as well, trying to apply pressure up in front and trying to close that gap to Dwim, currently in second, because that's a 4-second gap. That's attainable at this point.
Yes, it is, and he's also battling at the moment, as you can see behind there, with a lead that is McKenzie, if I'm not mistaken. The red Merc.
In the red Merc, yeah, who is that going to be? I mean, who's on the track map? It's difficult to see on the track map because, of course, the oh no, that is Pablo Cabrera in the red Mercedes. But I mean, the battles in behind as well look pretty close. 10th and 11th, I think that is in the GT3 Pros.
It could be actually. Anyway,
here they come down in towards turn 5 for. What is for Pablo Cabrera the 130th time?
Yes, correct. So it's Robert Stewart getting through at the moment. It's crucial for him to not lose any time because he's currently running third in the Pro class. So, and have a look at that gap currently to leader. As I get the hiccup twice today now. It's crazy. 34 seconds off the leader's pace.
A big gap, isn't it? Especially when you consider that Nielsen hasn't pitted in quite a while, and even with a pit stop, where's Nielsen going to come out? You'd think around Eunice at this point, with everyone maybe having just the one stop left in their locker.
And we're looking at those pit stops being, once again we mentioned, give or take total pit stops about a minute. That's we have a few incidents that's occurred. Austin Tucker, sorry.
Come to Austin Tucker, the man from wherever the hell that flag's from, bouncing over the curbs.
Yeah, these machines are, that's where the grandma hides the cookies. And David as well. This is down the main straightaway into turn 1. This is where some people have locked it up and spun the rear end. It's probably going to go around now. Bingo. It's like writing a script for a movie, but it's easier said than done when we're sitting up here in the broadcasting booth, my friend. They're the ones that are slugging it out down there driving.
Yeah, there's a reason that, at least myself, I won't speak for you, Biggles, I won't be mean, but there's a reason that I'm here and not down on the racetrack right now, and that's because I can't quite do what these guys are doing, quite frankly. This is Nilsson. He's got a little bit of clean air in front of him, 3 seconds worth of clean air ahead to the next person on track, which is King, and then there's Verstraeten as well, just ahead of him, but you can see how much Charlie Nilsson is gaining on these guys. At the moment, that gap 3.2 through the exit. Does it come down? A little bit, yeah. It comes down to 3.1, 3.0. You can tell that the Scandinavian driver is prioritising the exit onto that back straight. Purple in sector 1 as well, clearly putting his foot down. Could that mean that the pit stop is coming up soon, Biggles?
For sure, running on vapors. And look at that, using the track limits to the max. He's got the front right tyres right on the racing strip of the white. I've still got those bloody hiccups back again, haven't I? And then, yeah, because it's the crucial time to put it in, you know, while you're gasoline, while you're on vapors. And will they be able to stretch this? They can't stretch this to the end. It's 1 hour, 1.5 hours to go. But it could be stretching it just to another 1 pit stop. We'll see, perhaps 1 or 2. Maybe they're doing a Ferrari strategy, perhaps, and just convert it into a 1-stop strategy and win the race.
I think they'd be tough pressed to get it to the end from here. I mean, yeah, I think it just depends on how hard Charlie is pushing. Maybe just conserving some fuel to try and get this done on 1 more stop, because everybody else should be doing 1 more stop. I don't think they'll be wanting to do 2, but they may be able to really wring the neck out of the car if they have to do 2, and they absolutely won't want to do a splash and dash from the end of the race with about 5-10 minutes left to go, just to make sure that the car gets itself to the end. Pit lane for Pearson in the GT3 Pros. That should be, well, you'd say a final stop, but are you going to get 85 minutes to the end? That's touch and go, I think it's fair to say. You may be looking to do 1 more after that as well. What does Charlie do at the end of this lap, though? Because out for a very long time from the pit lane. We're just waiting on when this pit stop's going to be outside of a GT4. Nicely done, nicely negotiated. No pit lane this time around.
I get that request out there in the chat, so I'll look at that one for you there, Gofferman, about adding the car number to the graphics for the class leaders to the top. I shall do that. So just keep an eye on the fastest laps that this Charlie is banking in right now. Once it goes to an indication of the speed that this team, the BPM racing team, they clearly have had one of the quickest car, if not quickest, because they did put this baby on pole, and clearly with open clean air you can put some banker laps, and you can see the last lap times at the moment there in the 44 club, top 3 in the 44 club, and oh, there's an overtake as well too. We've got a huge battle here that I've been missing. Whilst that, we got beef.
Yeah, Kimbro being shoved off the road by Yunus, I believe that was. Yagizoglu's gone through, or it could have been Yagizoglu that was involved in the battle, but those two coming together. It is Scott Kimbro on the inside. He drifts wide, doesn't he? Through the middle of the corner, and that's what initiates the contact. Nothing really that that Yunus could do there, I don't believe, but I'm sure there'll be a different view from somebody else. Grondelar's into the pit lane. He's what was behind Yannis Ulbert, will drop a long way further back. This is David Van Slambrook, who is currently not too far ahead of Pearson. Lots of battle still ongoing. 83.5 minutes left in this race. It is starting to tick down now. If drivers aren't in the positions that they want to be in, you're going to have to get a bit of a move on.
Yeah, this could be the last opportunity to get your car in a nice position ready for your final attack. As you'd mentioned then, he's currently putting the pressure on the Ferrari as our race leader is going in. Now, they'll go in first. The team usually brings them in first, and they'll bring the black team in second. That way, I guess they can analyze the strategy. We realized that he was putting some banker laps in because they're running on vapors, as we still keep an eye on that battle. Oh, no, the black team's come in as well. So this is the first time they've both boxed on the same lap. So that'll be interesting. We'll continue with this battle down the main straightaway into turn 1. I won't take opportunities. Can David, I'm not pronouncing his surname, Van Slambrook, gets the job done.
Pretty good. Van Slambrook, yeah, pretty good. That was ahead of Fratian, though. Fratian in the AM category, who was leading for a time over the midpoint of the race, now slipping back to P4, but is still the lead Ferrari. So he's always got that going for him, at least for the time being. But there is David Van Slambrook, 36 seconds behind last, and it's been a little bit of a slog, I should say, for him. There's still chances, always. There's still opportunities, especially if we get a caution of some kind towards the end of the race. And if we do, it could take up quite a chunk of the remaining time. If we had a safety car now, that'd be, what, a fifth of all the time we have left in the race?
And she gets jinxing it at the safety car as Richard will come back out. So that's the situation. They came out, and where is the teammate? I can't find him at the moment. Oh, they're way up here. There's Tom. So, of course, Tom came back out ahead and get the overtake here. And do that. Empire Racing's come back out of the pit road there as well, too. So they are right behind Stage 1 Racing. These two on the similar strategy as well. So this is getting spicy, does it? There you go at the moment, Golfman. I've got your racing numbers up there. I think that's what you wanted at the moment on the timing tower.
Larson got out of that car, didn't he?
He said he's
Larson
David
got out of his car.
Joe Hansen from Sim Racing Group. You can welcome as well too to jump into, if you can, into the broadcast waiting room. We can have a chat to him if you like. We've been putting a request out there for the drivers if they'd like to come have a talk to us. If you want, let us know how your racing stint was and situation. You're all welcome.
I'm having a bit of a brain moment. Very quickly, which team again was Nilsson racing for? My head he was Charlie Nilsson, but I can't remember who he was racing for. Was it the RFR Red? I want to say. I don't know. I'm having a moment. I'm going to go back on the screen, double check where he was racing for.
GT4's in. So that's now Hayden Bramby for the Motor Racing Academy. I still want to keep an eye on this one because Scotty's, once again, the Empire Racing team have really been in the camera this evening for our first round. And they're putting a bit of pressure currently at the moment on Simel, is it? I can't pronounce the surname there of Simel, yeah, number 35.
Yagizoglu.
Yagizoglu, thank you.
Say the first name, I'll say the second name. I did double check, by the way, and it is the number 10 that Charlie Nilsson was racing for. So Tom Cicchetto got into that car and is in the car now. He's up in P3 after their pit stop. The question is just, can they get to the end? 3.5 seconds behind the RPM Blue team, and that's currently being piloted, by Ishal Yunus. And then you've got Robert Stewart, who, of course, is a long way up the road, likely to be waiting for a pit stop from him.
Yeah, they're boxed back on lap 127. I'll show you the last pit stop in a second. Pit lap.
And that'll give us a good indication of where we are in terms of the strategy to the end of the race.
Looks like Justin's got
yeah, there you go. The Racing Blue team.
The 269 machine. Let's have a look where he's on track currently at the moment. That's hit, though. He's hit the,
Oh.
Quite light. He's hit just the inside strip, as you can all go on board and have a look. And you'll see it coming up to the right-hand side. He's hit the there bump. The bump slipped up the car, and cars kind of need 4 points of contact to touch the tarmac, otherwise you're airborne, and that's unfortunately what's happened. But no damage, and live to see another one.
They can be quite sensitive, can't be, the cars? They're just a little bumps that you can feel over the cars, and of course with these tracks being laser scanned, they're pretty damn accurate with how they feel, and really just, the levels of the circuit, the little elevation changes, the little bumps in most of these corners. So these drivers are really getting the full experience of what some real life drivers would get, maybe just not getting the sore back that they would otherwise get from some of these bumps. And
let's have another mobile moving racing rings. You could. Oh, that's up
but that's our race leader, relatively recent race leader of Hayden Bramley.
Pushing too hard.
Exactly.
Oh, I get what you
Actually,
mean. He wanted it up the top there. Sorry, Goofy. He wanted up the top in the middle, right, where it says GT3 Pro and all that sort of stuff. I can't put it up there, unfortunately.
Very quickly.
The software I have.
Biggles, how did you just display Hayden Bramley? Because can you display Hayden Bramley? Can you display Brooks Clayton in the same way you just displayed Hayden Bramley? It said he was from UK and Ireland, which might explain where the flag's from.
No, it doesn't show you, unfortunately. I know you're still.
No, but what did you do to press on Hayden Bramley's replay?
Oh. Hayden Bramley, you want to see that again?
If you tried a replay of him, would it tell you?
A replay of Brooks Clanton then, for example?
You can see there, it says Hayden Bramley, UK and Ireland. Oh, just say.
I know you're trying. You're stretching, but hey, you'll figure it out maybe.
If because you could see before it said UK and Ireland for Clayton. Oh,
you have an hour and 16 minutes to figure it out, my friend, before the end of the race.
We'll get to the bottom of this. Might just have to ask him if he gets out of the car. What have you set your iRacing nationality to? And then we might find out. But that's not a flag.
Oh, another incident. Two cars. It could be. This is where the fatigue starting to kick in at the moment, and for me some frustration too. So here's Glenn, and I think that's a late dive, and I think it's a turn in for sure there on the tagged him on the end. Interesting. I'll have to look at that one from the shopper cam.
I think it's one of those ones where Grondelaars will say that, or the GT4 will say he left the room, and then Grondelaars will say he turned it early.
He did too. Look, he actually lifted off a little bit.
Yeah.
Race control.
I have to say, if that one gets referred to the stewards at all?
Maybe. Sometimes some of the teams might actually say there was no position gained and we let them back through or something like that, but they're in a different class too, so it's a little bit more difficult, isn't it, to do that
exactly.
when you're not racing for that particular... Oops, too much going on here at the moment. That's the pit laps that we had, but
now,
we are... Go ahead.
No, carry on. I thought you finished your point, carry on.
No, that's fine. This is a back marker at the moment, essentially, for Scotty, causing a little bit of grief there as he's battling currently at the moment for 35. Ford machine up the road, and that's for the position of 4. I was going to say the gains or not. I can't really, the gains aren't really working, so I can't show you the gains. Start the simulator a few times, the gains are all correct, because at the moment it's showing Tom's gained 20 positions for the RPM Racing Grid, which is incorrect because they start by pole.
Yeah, that's not quite accurate. I was going to mention before how news from the stewards a little while ago came through, just to say that it was an announcement actually rather than a decision. The 188 Eagle Speed Academy and the 209 Motor Racing Academy, neither of them had served their 10-second time penalties at their next green flag stop. So those 10-second time penalties were upgraded to 10 seconds stop and holds, which is quite a big penalty to then receive. So those guys have really had to be they've been reprimanded, and they're going to be taken out of any kind of effectiveness in this race. Nothing has been reported though. There's been nothing that has been under investigation for the past 45 minutes. So the stewards have had a little bit of a quiet period. They've been able to have a drink and get themselves back together for the final hour, because it's been relatively calm, it seems.
It to calm before the storm. Of course, the storm will be brewing slowly and slowly and slowly. Temperatures will be looking racing. No rain. No forecast of rain. Anyway, I think that was actually set anyway, but I don't like spoiling the surprise if you are tuning in. Weather, they said that track temperature is up 35. Now, I said it was going to hit 40, but I may be incorrect on that one, because we practically have passed the hottest part of that. So 36, 37, maybe 38 makes, but stay like that. Here's Tom chasing their other team, which is RPM Racing Blue, and RPM Racing Blue's always been behind these cars, so let's see if Team Orders come and play there or not anytime now.
Will be interesting. Obviously, RPM Racing have a fleet of cars to turn to when it comes to Team Orders, but Tom Chiquetto, I think he'll back himself to make the move anyway, without needing any Team Orders, while he will look for the P2 position, the Empire Racing team will be looking for P4 over stage 1. They are the only on-track battles of any sort at the moment in the GT3 Pro or AM. And this is it, between the blue and the red of RPM Racing. Same livery. The only difference is the colour. It's blue and not red if you're for currently up in P2, and it's red, not blue if you're currently in P3. But Tom Chiquetto doing a very good job at the moment, trying to close that gap, trying to make that move. We'll see how easy it'll be made for them.
Yeah, good pace actually at the moment for the blue team up the road there. You can see Tom's clearly a little bit quicker in certain sectors of this track and in some of the cornering. It's these other cars around that have to navigate as they're approaching some of the back markers, which so far has been working out quite well for the Dutch driver. I'll be honest, on the road there in the blue car. But no clear lift to allow Tom through yet that we've seen. So it's game on, race on for the RPM Racing team. It's a plural.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this unfolds, because I think the last thing they want is any kind of contact between these guys. So Ulyss may be trying to be a little bit careful if Chiquetto goes for the move, and they've got to be careful as well because Krautwald is up in the way, as they would say. Through turn 3 they dive. The 667 will be on the inside line from Chiquetto, but Chiquetto will swoop around and keep that position, but not be close enough to go for any kind of move down into the hairpin.
Oh, the big battle! Oh, contact! Just as I switched it over, this is for 16th. You see on the timing tower at the moment. This is Oliver that's had a moment now. I think it's because we've got too many cars going to one corner. Let's have a look. Yeah, turns in. The rear slides out. No, slightly turns in. So that was the. Who was it? The other car.
Sure. We have to rewind it so we can have a good look at the car. Something like that. But either way, Carwadine won't be too happy. This is Grondlars. Who's that ahead?
We'll slow down a little bit to have a look. It's the 26.
Number 26.
That's the 26.
Number 26 car.
Yeah, that's
is
Eagle.
Yeah, Brett Bearings then. Around the outside, maybe getting onto the marbles a little bit, but then just being...
interesting.
One of those ones where the lines merge, don't they?
Oh, big battle at the moment. Tom could have this one down the main straight away. This is for P2.
Here comes Tom Chiquetto then. Yeah, this could be massive, though, because this could be a big move for the overall race when you think about it in the big picture. Tom Chiquetto up into P2 then, ahead of his teammate in the blue car. I don't just say it's the blue car because it looks blue. It quite literally is the RPM Racing blue car. So they are now running second and third, but in the reverse order to what they were just a moment ago. Still waiting to see if any move can be made for P4 by Scott Kimbrough over Yazigoglu. I need to be looking at it to be able to say it, seems. But Scott Kimbrough having to go right around the outside as well of a slower car of Krautwald, the same car that got lapped last time round by the second and third battle. And it's still on Scott Kimbrough to make this move. He's just not able to at the moment.
No, he's been struggling a little bit to get this done. And fighting too, so it doesn't look like he's just really coasting and happy behind there to just take that slipstream perhaps. But Scotty boxed last lap on 131, 123, so he does know that the Stage 1 racing team are a little bit earlier on their pit stops. They play with Scotty hanging around here currently at the moment with the Empire Racing. This is all to think about. I think potentially at this point they're looking at a P3 at best. If it stays similar, we don't get any caution flags. Realistically, let's say. Of course, P1's always realistic for, well, manageable for everybody, but that's, of course, if there's incidents. You got to speak realism, really. The team's got to start thinking about what we can achieve here. As possible, without taking too many unnecessary risks. You'd have to be dive bombing every corner if you want to really get a shot for P1. I'll show you the gaps to our race. Oh,
there's Yazigoglu comes in.
Yeah, I knew there was going to be a pit stop soon, so that's going to allow Scotty just to get the gas on, just put the banker laps in, and go, go, go. It looks like David has had a moment too, so this is very, very crucial for the GT4 class because it's running P3 at this point. And has he gone wide and lost the rear? Yes. Oh, snapped it. You don't want to be very lucky. Yeah, if you snap it there, you're going to be pointing to that fence pretty quickly, as you can see. Lucky saves it, just drops it 8th place. No,
All right, Claus,
might be
though.
okay.
He's got it all under control now, doesn't he?
Yes.
He's got it all gathered up and will continue on his merry way. Yazigoglu getting in the car. I don't believe he's still in the car. No, he's not in the car anymore. So he has been replaced in... Oh, my word. Oh, you remember the names, you don't remember the cars. They're all in the pit lane, actually. Are they all in the pit lane? What's going on to the timing screen? I'm not too sure.
There's only one pit
but
lane.
Yazigoglu is definitely, though, out of the car. And I think, actually,
Robert.
it's Hans Blankart who has got into it in the Ford, the number 35 Stage 1 racing car.
So there you have it, and we are now almost approaching the 1 hour left of our 6-hour endurance race. So 5 down, 1 to go. And the push comes to shove, as you can see the overtake at the moment. Oh, what's happened here? That was a super quick overtaking. Blue Chip Racing gets straight past Art Sim Racing with ease for P6. I wonder if that was a lift and just let by. Let's have a look at a replay of that one, because I don't want to just replay accidents. I want to replay overtakes as well. And yeah, that looks like not too much of a fight there was put on. So the Art Sim Racing, be happy to sit back and coast maybe a little bit and come into play for fuel strategy.
Yeah, maybe just getting onto the marbles as well on the outside of that corner and just getting dragged a little bit wider than you'd want to be. So, little mistake leading to the overtake, but, if you're a driver, you're not going to say no to that, are you? Getting a free position. We'll see if it can give him a little bit of a boost as we continue on with only 65 minutes left to run. 5 hours nearly have been completed, and that means also we've nearly completed the 150th lap. Robert Stewart, we maybe wanted to see where he is and how he's doing. If you look at the track map, coming around the final meaningful corner at turn 14 and coming on to what will be the main straight. He will complete the 150th lap. This is the move by Glenn Grondlars, though, on the inside, having the up and under done onto him, though, not quite. The Squadra Veloce Bravo car, which is, of course, in a Ferrari. You can't be called Squadra Veloce and not be in the Ferrari, can you? But Digitrack UZ, I don't know what that's meant to be, is up into P16 overall, and that will be, in the end, P11 in class, getting through on a driver. Not actually in the same class. Here's Cabrera, though. GT4 battle. This is for the lead, isn't it?
Yes,
2 tenths
yes,
between
it
the
is.
drivers. Cabrera inside line. Surely going to get this move done, you'd think, on the treehouse. And it's not the treehouse, it's the Enosis Esports car. But on that, as they make their way out of the corner, they are locked side by side through turn 6 and into 7 and 8.
And this is very, very close between these cars. Same cars, same manufacturer. They're both Mercedes. They're 1 and 2. They're both boxed on 126. So everything's even Stevens currently at the moment for these two, apart from who wants P1, who wants P2, because they're both going for it like it's the last lap.
Yeah, they are not leaving anything out on the track, are they? This is all in for these guys. But Cabrera looks like he's got the move done. Can he consolidate it? Yes, he can. And Cabrera will be the leader for at least the time being. A move maybe being made by Dwim. No. Oh, but wide from Cabrera, opening the door for Dwim. Inside for the 257 against the 275. Nothing doing there. And Cabrera still leads this race.
And what's going to be even more difficult at the moment is that Robert's going to be approaching this too for now. There they are. So they're going to have to come up to this battle very soon. And these two drivers, as you know, they're battling it out for the P1 position in the GT4 class. Aren't going to yield up too easy to the leaders. So that's what becomes very, very interesting. 4 abreast down the main straight. And yes, they've yielded. As you see, the two of the other class cars battling themselves into a corner. Yeah, 2 battles. That's also a battle up the road, my friend, and that's right here. So that's for 7th and 8th in Class 2. So, I'll tell you what, when it rains, it pours around here, because look what we got. And these gaggable cars everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's been nothing held back at the moment, is there? So, clearly, quite a lot going on. I've just noticed as well, in the Stewards announcements channel, we have got an incident that's being looked at. It's the 101 11/10 racing car and the 26 DDK by Eagle Speed Academy car. Different classes. That's an AM car against a pro car in the GT3s, but that is currently under, investigation. Of course, we will let you know what the outcome of that will be. Remains to be seen, doesn't it? A couple of these drivers, a couple of these penalties. I think that last pit lap is going to be so important to be looking at because it's been a long time since this huge ass white car, currently piloted by Robert Stewart, came into the pit lane lap 127, and that's been out for a little while now. That's been 25 laps on the stint, and there's not going to be 25 laps, or it's going to be about 27 laps left in this race, you'd say, give or take that, around there. So you'd say that there's the one more stop for that white car leading the way, and then they'll be done, going to the end of the race.
And he's lurking in the background. You can just see Robert there. And he's got to get past a couple of cars here first in order to catch that pack of that battle that's currently at the moment in the same class. So they're getting close to lapping. So Robert goes in. I was going to say it's probably a good idea for Robert to go in if I was a team, because of the fact, and that's the huge-ass team, because all that traffic would have cost him too much time. So why not go on a pit road? That will allow retake the lead. Well, the lead will go back to the RPM Racing Team Red, and then the RPM Racing Team Blue will be P2 now, because the black RPM Racing Team Black are now back at P4, P5 after those pit stops. But then again, the huge ass team is in, what we just saw. But Scott, the Empire Racing Team, this is going to be very interesting, the strategy, because now the blue team are the ones that are give or take 10 laps more. Pit strategy. So, yeah, that's why I said you get calculators out.
I think everybody else has got one more stop to go. Apart from the huge ass white car that's just come in, I don't think there's going to be anybody that can make it to the end realistically, because they did about 26 laps on their stint, didn't they? We've got if you're the RPM Racing red car currently with Chiquetto in it, gone 13 laps already, an hour to go. We're looking at about 1:45 a lap, give or take. You're not going to get to the end from here, surely, unless you are really saving the car. I reckon one more stop is in the offing for pretty much everybody.
I think you're right. Yep, of course, there would be too much. Remember, 75% is the fuel tanks in these cars, regardless of class. Sunday drivers, as we have switched drivers now, Paul Hendricks has gone in to perhaps do the last stint, as well as it looks like the Stage 1 racing team have also gone in. So David, at the moment, is perhaps his last stint is over. And it's good and bad, isn't it? Like, it's an overtake at the moment. Here's Martin from New Zealand. That's contact, and they're in crucial racing point. They've been lifting it off at the moment. Let's see whether or not Pearson does get the place back. Yes, to Hans, because it realised that could have been a my bad situation, and then he yields it. But then again, didn't really yield the position too much because he's fighting it back immediately. Because that's contact as well too. So there is beef, as we are seeing the RPM Racing Team Blue go in now. That seemed to be a bit earlier than the stint they did last time.
And Martin's had his morning coffee and he's ready for a fight, frankly, isn't he? The New Zealander, the Kiwi, at the moment, coming through 7 and 8.
He's doing the hacker in the car.
All over the road, you can see. He's just trying to shout it out of the window to see if it can be heard by a Blancard at the moment in the Ford, but he can't hear it over the roar of the engine that's currently sitting in behind. Blancard, is he going to send it here? Yes, he is. Of course he is. You can see that coming from a mile away, and he's going to control it enough so there's no up and under chance for Pearson. A little bit more contact on the exit as they dive their way down into 11 and 12. And is there going to be another send? Yeah, that's a silly late send. I think there's some tempers running high now, but Blancard just going for anywhere. But Pearson looks like he may have the pace to start to pull away.
Hans, this is Toto. Do not race. I would be if you're in the team at the moment. I'd say do not cut it. This is looking to me like, if I'm looking at a crystal ball, that they're going to come together at some point. If not, and they're going to be penalised hard by racing control, that are probably also looking at this after they go through the reviews of other things. You've still got an hour left of racing now, so I don't know if it's really risk it just yet. Maybe, as I said, like, you know, the last 10 minutes or last couple of laps, go for it like that, yeah. Race on, elbows out. but this early, no. You're too close to the end, aren't you? You're getting too close to the end to risk going into a fence. Oh, that's sneaky. But I'll tell you what, it's entertaining. I hope you're enjoying yourself. Just give us a thumbs and a like up if you are, and give us a comment if you are enjoying it. Because these drivers are hairpin.
Yeah, it's getting quite tight, isn't it? Between a couple of these guys, I think Hans is, he might be out for blood a bit on the back of Martin Pearson at the moment, but Martin looking to scamper away a touch, but he may also need to come into the pit lane once again. Blancart came in only about 6 laps ago. Martin 16 laps ago. Make that 17 with the lap that they're currently on. But it's going to be touch and go, I think, whether that Audi gets to the end. But the backmarker trying to razzle-dazzle their opponents in the Audi in the last 57 minutes of this race. The last 2 hours flying by. 1 hour left to go. And it's going to be interesting to see when all the pit stops are said and done, who is in a race-winning position.
Time flies when you're having fun, as they say. And we certainly are as you get down to the nitty-gritty, because that's when we can start crunching those numbers and working out who's going to last to win and why, and extra pit stops. We are believing, though, we'll have another pit stop. But it will only be one remaining pit stop for some of the drivers, or will someone have to go two? Once again, we couldn't come back to the Italian situation, isn't it, where some of the teams might get beaten by a good strategy call, aka Ferrari in that time, as we got 3 abreast down the main straight.
They are going through a race. Another thing to think about as well is the looming possibility of a caution. There is no limit on yellows. There is nothing to say in the last 30 minutes there cannot be a caution. There's nothing like that, which means at any point, particularly in the last 10-15 minutes, if there is a caution, realistically, the race is done there, and that'll be that. But you've got to be ready and in position, in a good position for something like that, because you don't want to be caught unaware. You don't want to be a couple of maybe not going for the move, thinking I've got the time, I can wait a little bit, and then get caught out by a caution, and then have another 10-15 minutes less on the clock to be able to make that move. You're going to have to be there right from the word go, and the word go started about 5 hours ago. So drivers really under pressure now. Verstappen ahead of another Verstappen.
I was going to say,
I'm not
two
too sure.
Verstappens.
It would not be the first time that I have seen brothers, or at least family members, racing in the same race. Nice to see that they're running together in the order, isn't it?
Yeah, and then,
related or not.
Family members can either be very aggressive fighting each other, or they could be taking it easy. It looks like currently at the moment, Sunday drivers, that's Paul up the road, Paul Hendricks. Remember they had that front bumper that was missing, I think, off this machine earlier, the 113. I think that got fixed in the pit road as they're battling their way past the Mercedes, who's going to fight their way back through there, saying, well, you didn't quite get the move done there, Kirk. So try again. And eventually does. We're seeing Blue Chip Racing is heading into pit stops now. We don't think they can go to the end. 54 minutes, no. I think, but that could stretch it just to the one stop now for them. Further back in the field, we have a battle for the, once again, this is because of the traffic, my friend. This battle for P1 over here in the GT4 class.
Yeah, Cabrera and Dwim still going at it together, and they're having to be careful of the GT3s coming through as well. And look at the run here, it seems, for Cabrera, because Dwim got through in the recent moments, but Cabrera looking to try to come back at turn 1. Nothing doing into the opening corner, but maybe on the exit something can be done about the leader, but nothing. It looks like it's on at the moment for Pablo Cabrera as they make their way down in towards turn 3 once again. Mind you, this is the GT4's 149th lap, not quite the 157th that Chiquetto is on, but just shows that there's not too much of a pace differential when they're only 7 laps down after, I mean, all of the time that we've had so far in this race. But for Pablo Cabrera, you want to get back into the lead as soon as possible, don't you?
Yeah, of course, absolutely. Because this is it, yeah. You're a leader of your class, it's a race win, top step of the podium for your class. It doesn't matter if you're winning the race or not, because it's a different class. If I say class one more time, I'm going to get in trouble from my vocal coach. And that's just going for it too for now. That's good, that's gold, that's racing, and that's what we love. And I love the fact too that we've got different drivers as well too, with different teams also battling it out. So we're not just seeing the same teams and the same drivers racing over and over again. We've got a good spread of fields, and this is definitely very spicy and dicey right here.
What's wrong with saying class?
3 times or something like that in a sentence. Not good grammar.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think you meant the word rather than... Yeah, okay, gotcha now. Cabrera, though, on the back of Dwim, he's looking close, especially with all of the cars to come through. If you look at the track map, there's this gap, and there's a bit of a gap, and then a few more drivers to make their way through. They're just going to have to survive the next couple of minutes. Oh, make sure they don't come into contact with anybody. Pablo Cabrera nearly did with, could have been the Team Purple car there, but you just do not want to lose contact with Dwim up in front. And mind you, Barraclough is only now 3.8 seconds behind and gaining a touch, maybe because of the traffic that was coming through, but Barraclough is in the conversation now, it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's brilliant, because that's what the traffic... I'm not hitting the chicane like that. Oh, if you got it, as Martin Brunner will say, if you have any feelings, you've just rattled out of your teeth right now. And one of his quoted to him, of course. I always quote commentators when they have their famous lines. We have somebody heading to pit road at the moment, and that is currently our leader of the GT3s. So let's see how that pans out. Next down the line would be Equipment Geek Racing. They're in P2 in that red Ferrari. Can't miss them earlier. So they've elected to see how they go in that battle, of course, for that class. But still back into that P1, P2. That's Parker driven the WBM White, and then the analysis Esports GT4. And it's again, they're going to get all that traffic through, don't they? I think they're finally just getting through that traffic now. That David will have to approach, but remember, what goes around comes around, right?
Yeah, exactly. Getting through. I believe one of the TCRs, one of the only 5 TCRs remaining in this race, and they are quite sporadically plodded around the circuit at the moment.
So will Roger get out ahead of... No, there's Chris, so that's the Eagle Racing team will take the lead now. And Scott's heading in too from the first, from the GT Pro class right now. Putting his turn signal on too to let everybody know he's going into pit road. You won't get fined for not using your turn signal.
Yeah, that's Rutger, who came out just behind in P2 of the GT3 AM category. But that's still a close battle, and the fact that they can definitely go to the end means that they're in a very, very good position.
Yes, exactly. Now, will the RPM Racing team have to go to the end again? I'd say they have to get out of the box, won't they, one more time? 15 minutes remaining, yes. And they box back on lap 140, so the map on that, we're at 160. That's 20 laps ago. They're going to have to go back in pit road. Will it be enough for Empire Racing to go to the end now? We think so, right? We need help out there from the chat if you guys are out there. And we know that we've got some spotters and team mates and family members and stuff like that out. Or maybe they don't want to give away their secrets just yet.
Yeah, they don't want people to find out what's going on. But yeah, a thing I just saw as well in the Stewards channel, news coming through that there was an incident under investigation between the 24 backmarker Razzle Dazzle and the 72 Stage 1 Racing. I think that was what we saw with the quite robust racing that we saw not too long ago. 10/10. Sorry, the incident involving the 10/10 car and the 26 DDK car resulting in a 10-second penalty for the 26 DDK driver. So they're going to have to serve that penalty for unnecessary contact, and with so little time left in this race, I think they'll be slightly disappointed with that.
I think we're getting to a stage as well too where my racing start to get close to breaking again. So let's have a look at Richard making his way back up to the field. He currently in the P2. So once again, it's resuming the situation it was and it has been there. We are starting to get that. I get a feeling that I might have to do the quick reset, my friend, before we get to the crunch time. We don't want it to be happening in the dying stages of the race. We'll just give everybody a bit of a break to stretch yourself. Have a stretch, get up, walk around, a deep breath, and we'll be back.
Okay. And we should be good to go to the end after this.
But
so,
just make a mental note, of course, because we're going to lose that information of the last laps, of course, that we'll show that up real quick. So the pit lap, that was the last lap that everybody had boxed on there currently at the moment.
looking at pit stops really from Chiquetto and Corther, or Romano Yunus Brown still, or should be going to the end from here, but we'll have to find out in a couple of minutes' time. Stick around though, because we've only got 47 minutes. We've had 5 hours and 15 minutes of this race, 5 to go. Stick around. One thing I will say very quickly before we go is that on that collision between the back marker car and the stage 1 car, there's a warning to the Razzle Dazzle car for unnecessary contact and giving the spot back, and a final warning to the stage 1 racing car for repeated aggressive manoeuvres. We're going to have to keep an eye on them, but we'll do that in a couple of minutes when we come back. Welcome back then for the final part of the 6 hours of Portimao to kick off this season in FTR, the Endurance Championship, starting tonight. Belle Isle, Jerez, Sonoma's and Woodland Mid and Ohio are on the horizon, but not quite in the offing tonight because we're still in the beautiful region of the Algarve in Portugal. Looking forward to the final 44 minutes. This is myself, Jareth Thacker, joined by Biggles in the commentary booth, and we will take you through what should hopefully be an exciting 44 minutes worth of action. We'll have to see if Chiquetto can hold on, or whether that pit stop's going to allow the likes of Romano a very good run at the win. We've also got this battle in the GT4s between Dwim and Cabrera, but Dwim and Cabrera have dropped a bit of a ways behind now, behind the leader of... Who's the leader in this? My timing page is a little bit wrong. That's why it's taking a moment. But Dwim and Cabrera, who are, they're fighting it out, but they also have to worry about Barrow Club, don't they, Biggles?
Yeah, they absolutely do. So that's a good battle currently at the moment for second in class, as you can see on the GT4s. Which now the timing tower at the top's there gone to that, switched over. It's all good. It will update the interval times. I'm not showing them currently at the moment because it's just reloaded back in the session, so it doesn't know yet until they start crossing the sectors. not giving this position up. This is legitimate, and why not? Battling 42 minutes to go. You know, you've got to get, essentially for both these drivers, they've got to get up the road to our leader, who's just gone into pit road right now, so they should be able to take the lead of the class.
Yes, they should do. So Cabrera and Dwin will go through. Barraclough is into the pit lane for what will surely be his final stop in the race. I think that's why he inherited the lead, is because Cabrera and Dwin had pitted in. He had not yet, and Cabrera should now retake that net race lead as Parker Dwim is fighting away with one of the GT3 cars, who is just going to make their way through. But all very tense at this stage of the race, because you just don't want anything to go wrong now, do you? 42 minutes left on the clock after 5 hours 18. You just do not want to do anything wrong.
That's what I was saying earlier, like, if you're going to have a moment in an endurance race, have it early. Get your repairs done and then fight your way back, because now if you have a big off, then that's essentially almost park the car. I'd say still seed Barney at the end of the day, check flag, because it's just for a good feeling, even if you plump last. However, this is a pit stop that we're expecting at the moment for the RPM racing team. Now, possibly, potentially, the last pit stops.
Yes, exactly. These should be the final stops, no matter what. For anybody coming in from now, this is their final stop. They should easily make it to the end. For the RPM Racing Black car and Cawthron, it should be the final pit stop. But of course, that car is, that's why I couldn't see it. On my timing page, all the order has kind of mixed itself up. GT4 on the top, but for Romano,
that's early. Why? Yeah, they boxed on lap 150. I think you have that information I sent to you before we had.
Oh, clearly they thought they were going to have to need a splash and dash then, and just thought we'll cover it off now.
Exactly. Now, should they get him out of the pit lane if they put less gas in? Because they had more gas in the car. They should have. No. So, RPM Racing Black will come out. Or then again, you'd have to say Hugh Jass had probably gained a little bit of time here on him in the pit road. But
definitely quite a bit of time, actually.
So this is will be
because we'd already seen that he'd stopped. Yeah, we'd already seen that the car of Gannon was stopped before we even saw Romano in the pit box. So he's definitely gained a little bit of time as they leave their box at about the same time.
Here comes Tom too. So it's crucial for Tom here to make a perfect pit stop, because we'll see how that pans out. Keeping an eye, obviously, on the number 2, the red dot number 2 and the red dot number 3 on the track map.
This is Tricchetto's final stop, though. So Tricchetto will be going to the end after this, no matter what. And I think there's a definite chance that he may not come out in the lead, but he'll come out around his teammate, the RPM Racing blue car of Yashal Yunus. And Yashal Yunus's last pit lap was 1:53. We're on to 1:65 now, and I think that'll be a little bit touch and go whether they can get to the end. But regardless, you'd say that with fresher tyres on the car, you'd expect the RPM Racing red car, where Charlie Lund-Nielsen is back in, they'll probably have quite a bit of pace.
Will the RPM team get them here? They're coming around the final corners now on the backstretch. Now exiting the pit road is Charlie. Yep, Charlie's got it for sure there. The RPM Racing to red team are exiting into turn 1. And there, if you look down the backstretch, just starting down the backstretch at the moment, is the racing team blue. A little bit further back, coming around the final couple of corners, is the black team. And then further back from them is Empire Racing, who can hunt them down potentially for that P3 position, I would say, because we're not quite sure. The blue are yet to make a pit stop, aren't they? The blue's going to have to make a pit stop. But then again, isn't Empire Racing team to make a pit stop as well, too? Because, yeah, Hugh Jass just made a pit stop before, so they can go to the end. This is interesting. Backmarker Razadaz will go in for their last time. We suspect again. Yeah, with 38 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
Will be.
But of course, Backmarker Razadaz will have to be careful after they receive that final, or that warning, the unnecessary contact with the 72 Stage 1 racing car. But I think they should be okay. That's the car we're on board with now. Hans Blankart coming together, of course, a little bit over the course of that stint with Martin Pearson. But Pearson is now behind as he's into the box, and Hans can continue on his merry way. 38 minutes now on the clock. Time really is now ticking away for us here in Portimao, and for our time on the Iberian Peninsula, but not for too long, because we will be coming back to Iberia in the not too distant future. On the 2nd of November, we'll be back for Jerez in Spain for a 4-hour race there. Of course, four 4-hour races in the middle of the season, bookended by 2 6-hour races at Portimao and Mid-Ohio. So a bit of a longer challenge to get the season underway, and then we'll go back to a slightly shorter form race with the 4 hours to come. Next round, of course, will be at Belle Isle in Detroit, and it will be, again, in the not-too-distant future, the 12th of October, 5 weeks' time for that race. And a nice gap, I think, between races, Biggles, for drivers to kind of assess the race and then prepare for the next one.
Yeah, 6 hours to watch your back as well, too, for studying your tape. If they watch the whole thing back, and of course, you just watch the parts. We got the stage 1. We got the Digi tracks heading into pit road. Now that's interesting between the stage 1 racing here and the black marker. We know the black marker Razzle just came out of pit road of lap 164. Stage 1 racing, you might have to check the telemetry that I've sent you before we took a screenshot. If they did take a pit stop before, or if they still have to take a pit stop, because they're putting the fight to the back marker Razzle currently at the moment. But Razzle might have them covered. They need to. They can't afford to be dropped behind the stage 1 racing. If stage 1 racing up hitting again, because that'll just cost the time. Because they're in a battle, of course, up the road. With art sim racing, this is where we earn our paychecks to start calculating and crunching numbers to keep you entertained out there at the on the race to see how it's all going to pan out at the end.
Yeah, but obviously that's what we pay to do, but never trust a commentator's maths, frankly. That should be a general rule of thumb that you take in any sport, in real life or in the virtual world. You just don't trust it. Here's Jelle Verstraeten fighting away. This is a battle with a pro car. That's the 88, which is Glenn Grondelaars in the Digitrax black car, 11th in GT3 Pro. These guys, Glenn Grondelaars on his 165th lap, Verstraeten on his 165th lap, they are fighting for position rather than on different laps here. So this is overall position, but different classes, so won't make too much of a difference in terms of their championship standings.
And he's sticking his nose in places you might get it to. Jones would say, like, get it to, you need a plastic surgeon might chop it off at the moment there. The 88's really, really struggling. They just come out of pit road too, so they've got to, you know, they're trying to get temperature into their tyres. Well, the pressure, of course, by the squad Veloci is putting that pressure on them immediately, knowing that they got it, while their tyres aren't up to temperature. You've got to pounce. But it looks like they are withholding that attack at the moment, as we are seeing the Eagle Speed Academy coming for the last time of Ruben Bearings there, and also the 11th 10th racing team of Oliver will be parking that one in there, and well, boxing, not parking, changing drivers as well. So it switches out to Johnny Ella JE. Never seen JE in the name before, but Johnny Ella JE will pilot that one to the end. Fast laps are being pumped in at the moment for the RPM racing team, which are leading 1, 2, and 3, red, blue, and black. That'd be good if it was RGB, right? Because you're still trying to figure out who that flag is for those drivers. But we do suspect that the RPM racing blue team will have to go back in the pit stop for one more time, unless they've pulled some sort of magic to make the gas tank go the way. Then maybe they'll get hopefully not disqualified like in Formula 1 recently for being underweight. Check the gas tank.
It's good, I can't be disqualified being underweight because I am tiny. But hey, that means you could build a great car around me. So if there's any people wanting a driver who's been karting a few times to, you know, race and be like a bit of a, like a mini person just to save weight. Yeah, exactly. If you need to save weight, you just contact me. Right then. 33 minutes and 39 seconds left of this race to go. Charlie Lund-Nielsen is on his final stint and he is in the lead. He will not have to pit again and he is leading the race. This looks pretty comfortable at the moment for the Swedish or the Norwegian driver in this race at the moment. On his 168th lap. 12-second gap, but the 12-second gap will not be afforded to the Eagle Speed Academy Esports G car. They're losing it to ART Sim Racing by being in the pit lane.
Yeah, actually, so they're not. Art Sim Racing is in the lead of that class, but they were in P2. Where currently at the moment is P3. It's Robert. He's coming in before for the RPM Racing Purple. No, they might have to go to the pit road again too. We don't know the last lap they boxed on. So he will scoot past and take that P2 position. But, yeah, interesting. They might have more pit stops to come up their sleeve. And traffic, no doubt.
I think generally if they've been going for the last 10-15 minutes, they should be able to get to the end. Anything longer, they may have to think about it. But I think mostly people will be going to the end. Chris Van Goot, definitely one of them. 32 minutes. It's far less than one stint, so should easily get to the end.
Let's have a look at a gap there between all the classes currently at the moment. You can see, if you're the like of Empire Racing, you have a 30-second gap to the leader. That's a lot to make up. However, in 32 minutes, if you could shave a half a second a lap, you may be thinking about getting yourself in a nice podium position there. They've got to work on that one. Huge ask as well, too, will be working on the back of the Empire Racing to try to get that done. And the Blue Chip Racing, probably themselves, unless any bit of major action up the road there, settle for a nice P6. And then Stage 1 Racing and so forth. They've got their own squabbles, a minute and change down the road. Coming to the GT3 battles, of course, Art Sim Racing, well, they are not necessarily safe just yet with 18 seconds up the road there from the RPM Racing team. And then you've got a bit of a gap there back to the Eagle spread. So that's the battle from P1, P2 is realistic, still available. Of course, the battle in the GT4 is still hot, isn't it? P1 and P2 separate by a couple of seconds, and then only 10 seconds down the road there, you've got WM White Racing Team. So any of those three could take it. And then, well, down there for the Sim Racing grid, team there in the TCR, they have a massive advantage, don't they? They've got a lap up over everybody else. So I think unless you put that car on the fence, they've got that one on Victory Road Lane.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, I think, with only half an hour left on the clock, just to kind of see who's feeling the pressure, who's starting to feel the fatigue as well. Of course. Oh, hello. Hayden Brownlee goes straight on at turn one. I think he made contact with a sausage curb there, and it spat him out in a way that is not comfortable for anybody, and particularly not for Hayden Brownlee, who's now back to P6 behind the Treehouse racing car. He's been in the wars itself. He's got a little bit of work to do now in P6. Let's see it again. From the view of Hayden Brownlee, in towards turn one. Is it the sausage curb?
Yep.
Yes. Massively hitting it there.
You called it. Yeah, perfect. Yep. Reason why you could just lift the car up there. And once again, the 4 points of contact that are important. Regardless how quick of a driver you are or how quick the car is, you still have those 4 points of contact. And even the likes of Max Verstappen and you know, Michael Schumacher and Lewis Hamilton and all that sort of stuff, the greats of motor racing, still can't control a car when it's halfway in the air.
You know, some of these best drivers in the world, they have their issues, and if the car isn't set up perfectly for their preferences, they may not feel as comfortable as they otherwise would. But yeah, it's the same for sim racing, isn't it? Because you can set up the car as much as you want, but it might change. The feeling of the car might change over time. You might start to feel less comfortable, and I think that's to an extent what we're seeing. Couple of these guys, but again, fatigue is going to be setting in. That's going to be quite a big factor, I think. And it's impressive, really, that a lot of these teams have been two-man teams. Be doing, I mean, at least 3 hours. One of the drivers in the race is impressive in such a short period, especially when there's been such high-quality racing and quite intense racing to boot.
As Charlie's one of them currently at the moment who's leading the race. He's done a very long stint, let's say. With his racing. Just looking at some of the other names out there, I think there's been a bit of a nice switcheroo between drivers. So we've got probably most of the drivers that did start the race are back in to finish the race. Generally, you find that, and that generally as well, to a rule of thumb, is usually your quickest driver in the team somehow. And it's the same thing in Olympics and stuff like that, isn't it? And you have racing teams in heat relays and stuff like that. You have the quickest at the front or the first or the last in heats and relays and stuff like that. But in this case, yes, probably. We don't know. But they've had to relax. But Charlie hasn't, has he? Charlie's really been behind that wheel for a couple of stints now, so Hopefully the Norwegian, Scandinavian, Swedish, Finnish driver under whatever the flag is all in one. Well, we can speak to him anyway, won't we, in the interviews, hopefully, at the end. So we'll find out specifically about that if he continues his dominating form.
Hopefully so. But, I mean, he has stepped out for one stint.
Yes.
Of course, Cricketto was in that car, but got back into it to close out the race. So we'll see if he can get to the line, find that checkered flag and cross it to just take all of the points he can. Into the pit lane comes Robert Lancaster, which will be almost certainly the final stop. The 111 car, but he will drop, you'd think, to P4 behind Van Goot and Fratian, but with Hendricks 1 minute 20 behind Fratian, you'd think he'd be pretty much safe in P4. Maybe even P3, depending.
Yeah, exactly. Well, look at that one. So Art Sim Racing still in the lead of that AM class to the Eagle Speed Academy now. Where are they currently? Well, they've just entered Sector 1. I think you might be very much right on that one. Well, P3, but it's more about the Equipment Geek Racing, isn't it, to be ahead of. And where's Equipment Geek Racing? Coming around the final sector now with traffic. There's the Ferrari. There's Robert trying to get a pit road, and quickly he's like, come on, speed limit, come on, speed. See the Ferrari to your right-hand side of the screen. At full speed, that Ferrari is going to be coming down, but I think it's going to be just enough. You can see up the road there. There's the RPM Racing purple. You can't miss it. It's a purple car. Just comes out ahead of them, actually more crucial, doesn't it? Just got ahead of that traffic that came out of pit road. That's worked out brilliantly for that pit stop. A second later, that would have been in the wars of that Ferrari.
Yeah, and just to have that two-car buffer between himself and Fratian will be very much welcome, I'm sure, from Lancaster. And he will continue on. 26 minutes for him to get to the end will almost certainly find the flag. I don't think he'll need any kind of splash and dash with that kind of late pit stop. I mean, you could nearly consider a pit stop anywhere from now as a bit of a splash and dash. Fratian gets through on the 281 in towards turn 5. And will continue on his merry way, but 2.5 seconds behind Lancaster, and that gap you'd think likely to increase with Lancaster maybe getting some new tyres, but definitely just getting the car filled up with enough fuel to get himself to the end. 25.5 minutes to go. I'm ticking away. Our winners, though, looking relatively safe in 3 of the categories, just not in GT4, though.
Exactly. So this, at least for the Equipment Geek Racing, they're going to get a bit more screen time towards the end of this race because they've won the closest battles, as you can see on your timing tower. Just 2 seconds and change, 3 seconds and change down for P3 to get that final podium position for the AM class. Now the close battle course is for 6th position in the GT4 class, and that's for one of the huge, it says huge Haas racing team. There are plenty of those cars out there, the blue and yellow machines, and this one, so you can see a gaggle there of Mercedes popular down the main straightaway at this point, and battling it out for that P6 position and keep us occupied. That's pretty much the closest battles that are on track, and then it's just a game of navigating traffic, isn't it, at that point? Or be navigated around by faster cars, whatever.
Yeah, it's just negotiating your way through everyone around you, especially when you've got the slower cars, the GT4s and the TCRs. If you are a GT3, to try and combat Shane Cameron getting overtaken there by one of the GT3s. You get 2 down in towards the hairpin, and there's another send further back. That could be late, but in the end, everything's okay as they make their way through the hairpin. Any gaps to think about? Shane Cameron, obviously on the back of La, it is really the closest battle on the circuit, isn't it? For anybody anywhere. Lots of lapping battles going on, but this is for position, whereas we're seeing quite big gaps elsewhere. I mean, P4 to P5 in the GT3 hours, minute and a half. This, 0.3 of a second.
Paul Hendricks has come off track here somewhere. This is very important, I think. It is. Where were they? Look, I can't even spot the camera. Where are they? Oh, he's way off there. The cameraman got lost. That's how far he was off track. Well, they've come together.
Oh, there's contact.
That's Austin, maybe. No, that was a lap earlier. No, this is back one lap 157. So I'm just having a look.
Oh,
yes.
no.
Oh, he stopped to say.
I think Austin Diltz
yes
hit the rear, yeah. And then stopped to give the
they stopped to say
or...
my bad, and they've actually towed back to pit road. So that's sportsmanship right there. So that's fantastic.
I don't think they would have towed to say my bad though.
No. That's unusual to do that because they stopped completely on that one. interesting. So Austin, where were they? Well, they currently, let's have a look. They're down here at 3:58. Actually, they've retired from the session, I think, at the moment, so I can't show. Yeah, they have retired. I'll tell you what's close, but let's go to Stage 1 Racing, because actually, Eagle Speed Academy is on the tailpipe of Stage 1 Racing. But, however, this is not for class position. However, this is for Van Gunst to try to get the job done so he can catch the 32nd cap to P1 in the class. Tall order. Oh, but Stage 1 Racing's in. There you have it.
Hans Blankart, yeah, having to come in. In the battle, obviously, earlier with Martin Pearson, the Kiwi for backmarker Razzle Dazzle will likely drop behind him now. And yes, will, as he's coming through down the main straight. Goodbye, he will say, and he will continue on his merry way. 22 minutes left in this race for him to get towards the line.
Lose out to Stage 1 Racing as well. Bang. Another one.
Yeah, exactly so. But at the moment, it's Ivo van der Linden that we're looking at here, who is currently in P8, who has jumped Blankart. Won't have to worry about Grondelars, who is a long way back. But here is Van der Linde and Chris Van Goot. That battle, which I believe is for P10 overall, is the battle. Although P9 overall, I beg. It was P10 overall before the pit stop. It is now for P9 overall. And for Chris Van Goot, it's really for pride because he just won't gain any points from it.
No, but he'll gain a little bit. He wants to catch P1. And as long as you're pushing, 21 minutes to go, of course, fatigue can kick in. Anything can happen with the art sim racing team up the road, and all of a sudden you're in the lead of this race. So you've got to push, don't you, at this crucial time of the race. Not take too many risks. It's hard to say push, but don't take too many risks. We've heard that before team radios, haven't we? Team bosses or race engineers to Formula 1 drivers go, push, but not too hard. It's kind of like, you're always going to risk it for the biscuit and spin off and lose all your places. It's like gambling, my friends. It's like, do you double down on your bet, or do you continue with the same bet? We shall see.
Yeah, you've just got to be ready to change your decisions and ready to be on the front foot, on the back foot, on a more conservative foot, because you do not want to lose the position you're in if you're winning the race. But at the same time, you don't want to go too lax that you start to come under a little bit of pressure and you start overthinking your driving, and you can spiral X, Y, Z. With 20 minutes to go, you just want to keep doing what you're doing. You do not want to be thinking any differently. You just want to be getting yourself to the end of the race, thinking about that snack you can have, that meal, and that drink you can have at the end of the race when all is said and done. And you want to be able to have that drink thinking, it tastes even better because I've won the race.
And what's thinking at the moment, Pablo, thinking for a race victory for the class of the GT4s, and certainly under braking. Look at the oil low. Oh, oil low. That's not going to give us an accurate indication, of course, but interesting, because this is battle for potentially the race win in their class. And I saw that before. See the massive steering? I think it's when he locked up under the braking a little bit, got loosey-goosey. You see, he's fighting with the steering wheel. And we'll see at the moment.
Yeah,
I
having
can't
to
believe we're
wrestle
seeing
that
water
car,
indicators and stuff like that in the cockpit. I've never seen that before. It can't be correct because they don't share that information.
Yeah. On the display there, the water indicator.
Yeah, so that T-water and the oil low. You got no oil pressure at the moment. I don't think this car would be running right now if it had no oil pressure.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's more cosmetic than anything, isn't it?
Yes. But this is it. So it's good we got something to watch at least as well, too, with the 20 minutes remaining. So the battle for P1 in GT4 class, and of course the battle for P6 in GT4 class still boring. Keep an eye out for P4 and P5. Is that... no, that's a minute. Sorry, that's a minute and change down the road there. P4, P5, sorry, in Pro class, potentially could start boring up. And that could be all she wrote towards the end of the race, unless there's anything dramatic that happens. But, it's motor racing, my friend. Something dramatic probably will happen. It's inevitable. That's my solar panels.
Yeah, it's never dull, is it, motor
But
racing?
I have about 20 of them. It looks like there's about 200 of them up there.
That's a lot more than it seems then. Or it seems a lot more than it actually is then.
Oh, my computer types it just a lot of power. It's using 311 watts right now. I know exactly how much it uses to recharge batteries. Chat's been getting quiet at the moment. Justin said, go Art, get P1. I think he's referring currently is
P1
P1.
Rutger.
That's, yep, sim racing up here at the moment. So they're not really battling it up this car. But that's the AM class of, Rutger.
Rutger Hertbosch, who's either Dutch, Belgian, or Luxembourgish. But based off the amount of Dutch drivers we've had in this race, I would lean towards him. Not Dutch, Belgian. I mean, I'd lean towards him being Belgian. But I'm open to being wrong on that. Hence, he's set his flag to Benelux rather than a specific nation. But in the same way that Pablo Carrera is an Iberian rather than Portuguese or Spanish particularly. He's one or the other, but he would rather be in P1 than P2. He'd rather be known as that, as a race winner in FTR this season rather than a race runner-up. He's doing everything he can to try and change his current situation, and he's got 17 minutes to find a way past Torque Freak Racing, a TFR lab currently driven by David Barraclough.
I have a question for you and one for the chat. I've noticed since COVID really, when I started getting into more broadcasting and commentating sim racing, I started in the F1. You can't call that a sim racing, the F1 game. But it was fun. An insurge of Dutch drivers. Now, is that because of Max Verstappen? Do you think that a lot of people that, we're number one, Max Verstappen's there, is inspired people in the Netherlands to get behind the wheel of racing rigs and get on with it? Do you think more than what would have happened if Max Verstappen wasn't dominating Formula One?
I probably. I mean, there's probably a little bit of an elevated profile, of course, just of racing in general because of a Dutch winner. It's the same idea in tennis. In the UK, particularly, it's became much more high profile with Andy Murray winning, and so we had a lot more progress with lots more, kids getting into tennis. I think the same can be said with sim racing, as generally racing is pretty unattainable unless you've got a fair few pounds, dollars, whatever you have in that back pocket. You're likely to have to go into sim racing if you want any form of racing, because of the fact that motorsport is so unattainable for so many. But I think there probably is an elevated profile and probably a few more drivers, but I wouldn't say it's that big of a difference because of the fact that many people are driven immediately into more arcadey games, things like the F1 game, things like Forza,
Rocket League, or even two racing ones,
yeah, exactly.
But they're good starters. It's a very good starters. If you want to get serious into, or stage 1 racing is going into pit road. If you want to, get into sim racing on a serious level, it's good to start out with, because they're fun, of course, and they can't take it away, the fun element. It's very fun because you can get into a Formula 1 car and start, winning championships with the career mode and all that. And that gets you hooked. It's good. You can't just jump into iRacing immediately off the bat without some sort of help and setups and stuff like that, because it's a pain. You'll crash all the time. You probably go, I hate this, and walk away. So there's certain elements to that, isn't there? Like, they have their different pros and cons. Let's get
exactly.
this battle. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, regardless, it's nice. It's nice for the fact that, of course, year on year, more and more people get into sim racing, and there are more and more, the talent pool increases, and that's exactly what we want to see. We want to see more guys trying to stake a claim for why they should, maybe even get in towards one of those programs where they can get into a real life racing seat. But yeah, it's really encouraging to see so many drivers, so many teams get involved, and really for some of the real life racing teams to get involved in sim racing as well.
Yeah, they are, as you know. Max Verstappen's an ambassador for that one as well too, and you've got Williams Esports, stuff like that. They're very, very popular. And we know too that esports, eSIM drivers are progressing into real sports and doing a fantastic job as well too. A couple of them in NASCAR, basically GT cars, pretty much in all classes these days. Apart from Formula 1 and stuff like that, because you need the physical elements of it. Well, you learn that anyway. And it's also, you got to remember too, for, as I said, it's more feasible for coins, so parents can go, young people that are 8 or 9 and 10 and stuff like that. I'll spend a couple $1,000 and buy you some racing rig, because pit lane for our P2 position. We suspected they do have to go in, but they can't go to the end now. But you know, you'd rather that they say, okay, we'll spend a couple of $1,000 for a nice racing rig for you, and then we don't have to worry about taking you to the hospital if you're in a real go-kart or something like that, or a racing car and hurt yourself. So that's also a fair play for the parents as well, too. You know, knowing that a child, their son and daughter, is safe on a racing rig. It's stressful, of course, for parents. Else, that's what we're getting off subject a little bit on that one, because we do have a nice racing. Now we've got a battle for P3 and P4 that's really starting to kick into gear at the moment for the huge ass racing team on the back of Empire.
Yeah, it is, and a little bit of contact maybe up in front as well, with Campbell mixing it in, but he is more than a couple of laps down. I was going to mention as well, on the point about it growing and how, you know, people find it safer and it's more, you know, affordable and more attainable. I was at a LAN event relatively recently, with many people, high-profile people in the esports community there, and there was an interview going on with the almost the head of Porsche Esports, and she was talking about how she personally thinks it's really important to get more people into sim racing, because it then allows people like Porsche, people like BMW, to find drivers who maybe don't have the money like when they're young and can go through karting, because they can gain experience through sim racing, and they can then try and be a driver in the real world, and it helps with social media for the big teams. It helps for a connection, I think, between the big teams and, you know, more normal everyday people, rather than, let's be real, quite relatively wealthy young guys who can get their way through karting into young junior series. It kind of gives that relatability to sim racing, into motorsport, into general, and I think we're really lucky to be able to go racing, for example, in this series with so many guys getting involved, and obviously more races go on every single day, right? There are so many drivers that race every single day, and these guys, they get themselves organised, they get themselves involved, and it's a great thing to get involved into. So I would encourage anybody who's watching along, who maybe isn't too involved in sim racing, get yourself involved in something like the FTR, and get yourself in a racing series where you can get that experience, because it's fun, it's enjoyable, but also it's just a great experience, isn't it?
Yeah, and as I said, like it's also like your racing experience too, like and so it's muscle memory. We have a switcheroo. Whoa, what's happening at the moment? This is huge battle that's brewing for P3 in Claus. That's just all of a sudden. So we've got multiple battles that have just come out of absolutely nowhere at this point, because we do have some late pit stops, and so that's quite interesting. You can see the battle for P1 and P2 in the GT4 class. And, P3, P4, Empire Racing going to try to put that pressure on Huge Ass at the moment, big time, 5th and 6th. We've got JPBroadcasting, another classic example, isn't it? Like, you know, big a streamer on just racing on esports and stuff like that, and then get some real cars and race. Doesn't really full-time racing, but you know. Wow. So, which one do you want to look at? It's close for these two.
Yeah, Cabrera, I mean, he's applying the pressure, isn't he?
Yes.
Barraclough is going to be feeling it, I'm sure. Less than 10 minutes to go now, 9 minutes 30 on the clock. Can Cabrera find the move? He's got to send it somewhere. He's going to have to send it at some point around the circuit, because he won't be able to sit in behind this close and not go for it somewhere with a raceman on the line, surely. You got to have, I'm sure that he's got that racing instinct to go for the move. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's who is that? The Slicer does in the middle of them. That's one of the GT. Yeah, that's the pro class coming through. It's all everywhere now. This is where you have to have concentration levels through the roof. Yeah, with these gaggle of cars around you, it's stressful. You're knowing you're just laps away from a race win now, potentially, or at least a podium, and you don't want to get entangled. Blue Chip Racing have boxed as well, and MRC Endurance Racing, you can see, so they're going to drop all their places back. They probably thought they had enough gas to go to the end. They don't. You don't want to be just... Now you just want to make sure you got enough. Maybe, too, some of the drivers can afford to back off, especially have a 26-second lead that Charlie has at the moment up the road. He can afford to back off from fuel save. Some of the drivers can afford, but not in this battle where you're seeing currently at the moment. They cannot afford to lift off.
No, and I think they should be fine to get to the end, realistically. I don't think they'll be worrying about that anyway. Here is Cabrera, not going to look for it into turn 1, but again, close enough that he can easily send it somewhere and lay claim to an inside line. Like here at turn 3, if it was the final lap, you can guarantee the car is being chucked to the inside line, but biding his time, waiting, seeing if there's a mistake from Barraclough in the next couple of minutes, but time is running out. It's been 2 minutes since they were last at this point on the circuit. You'd think, therefore, they've got 4 laps to go. Opportunities are going to run out, and here comes Cabrera, inside line on Barraclough, trying to find the line. Barraclough going to chop across the front. They get through, a little bit of a touch on the exit of the corner, but I think Cabrera is going to have an outside line in towards 7 and 8. Going to be tough to run it all the way around the outside there. Barraclough with the inside line controls it, but a little bit deep. Cabrera maybe up the inside. No, thinks better of it. But as they go through, 7 minutes on the clock, this is for the win in the GT4s.
Empire Racing box as well too. They can't make it to the end. Their podium position's gone. You can see at the moment. I think that's our race leader of the RPM Racing team going through at the moment in the class. So they had to navigate their way through there just as these two are going for it too. But now they would be aware, your spotter would tell you, hey, these two are battling, so take your time. You have a 20-second gap to P2 anyway, so it doesn't matter. These two have a 20-second gap to P3. So if I was the engineer, I'd say you could risk it. You could set a dive bomb in there somewhere, right? At least maybe in this lap or next or something like that. And that way, if you do make a mistake and run wide, you've still got your 20-second buffer to P3. So you could tell that to this driver right now, Pablo. You could say, Pablo, don't contact, no contact, but give it a shot, because if you do happen to run wide and lose time, you've still got the P2, and you're in P2. So you're risking it for P1, and you've got nothing really to lose for P3. That's kind of what you'd have to encourage your driver to do, right? But
exactly.
Don't take the opponent
and
out.
I mean,
that's the key.
Gaps back are big as well, so you don't necessarily have to worry about looking in your mirrors and if you make a small mistake of losing a position as well. So gloves are off here. A quick note from the stewards as we get into the final 5 minutes or so of this race. 6 minutes, I should say. The incident between the Sunday drivers and the 214 WBM racing car was under investigation. It didn't take very long for the stewards to decide it was going to be a 10-second penalty for the 214 WBM racing car for unnecessary contact. But the Sunday drivers have been in the wars a little bit. They've had their own fair share of warnings. At the same time, they've been involved in some other collisions as well that weren't their fault, seemingly.
Oh yes, it tends to happen that way, and the stewards are watching. They're going to fine-tooth with a telescope everything that's going on. These two, once again, we're waiting for Pablo to see if he's going to be a dive bomb. And also, you got to remember, you got to give it to David, who's piloting this machine, because he's under massive pressure. It's hard to be under massive pressure. You try to focus forward at the same time. You've got a mirror full of a Mercedes, and they're all Mercedes. So you know the equal strength of the cars. You know your pros and cons of the car. So it's nothing like this has a little bit more straight line speed than the other car. No. Even Stevens on that. Even Stevens, we presume, on gas, so they can go to the end. They wouldn't be fighting this much anyway right now, isn't it, if you have to box, because you're going to lose a player's position anyway. Oh, I wouldn't look away. This is coming to the crunch time for the GT4 class.
Here we go then, 4.5 minutes on the clock, and we're lapping in the GT4s about 1 minute 51, so
sending it.
Yeah, realistically, 3 more laps to go here. Can Barraclough defend? Outside line for Cabrera. Is he going to be able to tiptoe around the outside? He's going for the up and under. He's going for a bit of a switch back into the opening braking zone at turn 3. He can't quite make it. Cabrera is going to be able to try and get the exit through turn 4 up towards the hairpin at turn 5. Barraclough defending well. Is it going to be this time? No. Cabrera nearly losing the rear end, having to keep it all together. Is a send in the offing down into the hairpin, going to the inside line. Thinking better of it. No, he's not. Sending it late. I think he surprised himself with the move. He's down the inside. He's late on the brakes. He's good on the acceleration. And Cabrera has taken the lead, it seems, with 4 minutes to go. Barraclough is still there, but Cabrera can cover off the line into 7 and 8. And he retakes the lead with, 2.5 laps to go.
Brilliant job. He's been working. He's been sizing that up for some time now. But you got to remember, now the tables have turned. It is an opportunity at the moment for David to say, okay, you got me there. All right, now I have time in a lap or two to try that back on you. And trust me, he's going to do that. if he's going to be patient to wait. No, he's going to send it here. Oh, he'll have to lift off in that one. This is where you don't want to take too crazy sends. You know what works, you saw what just worked before. So perhaps try that, copycat that move. But then at the same time, you've got to be thinking, is Pablo, that's piloting that Esports GT4 red Mercedes, going to be also thinking about covering off? I don't know. This is what's going through your minds whilst you're driving it a couple hundred miles an hour. Whilst, thankfully, they don't have any other traffic around them. So there's no cars that will be overtaking them right now. This should be a nice little sprint between these two to the end.
And it will be 2 more laps to the end, because Charlie Nilsson's just crossed the line to start lap 186, which means we will complete 187 laps over the course of this race. We've completed a lot more in the second half of the race than we did in the first half. Oh, as Barraclough gets close. Oh, I thought we could ram right into the rear end of Pablo Cabrera there, but stays behind for now. But yes, for the GT3 Pros and for Charlie Nilsson, he will be winning this race. I believe it's Charlie Nilsson, even though that thing says Chiquetto at the top. My timing page says it's Nilsson in the car. He will complete this lap and be able to do one more before the checkered flag flies. These guys aren't far behind, so they have got a lap and a half to go, and that means one more trip to the hairpin for Cabrera to defend the position.
Quickly out there in the chat, we have from Natalie saying, great job from Delano for soloing this race. So that's a good solid 6 hours plus your qualifying and your practice and stuff like that. And I'm trying to see currently where that driver is, just scrolling through.
P9 and GT4s.
P9 and
the Vulture Motorsports car.
Yep. There he is, Justin. So there's a shout out for Justin. Good job. I'm sure Justin's going to be tight. Can't wait to get a couple more laps to get out of the car. We have huge ass yellow heading to pit road. Didn't have gas to go. Still keep an eye on this battle butt for the crucial P1 position in the GT4s. Thank you for that, Natalie. Thank you for tuning in. And yes, solid job for the driver, who will be exhausted after this race. But that's also mental training, as you mentioned before too, that the actual real motorsports teams are looking for. As what's happened? Uh-oh. Mike Braun's crashed. There's a switcheroo in the GT4 class.
No, the GT3 class.
GT3, so pro
Mike
class.
Braun, Empire Racing, what's happened to him? Up through turn 3. Oh, just loses the rear end. Lazy spin. It's a lazy spin for the number 17 car on the penultimate lap of the race. Even the penultimate lap for him. Oh, gutting. In such a late stage. 30 seconds on the clock. Our leader in the race is coming out of the hairpin.
Wow.
Oh my word, this is absolutely crazy. But this is the battle. Is this the battle for the GT4s? It is. Barraclough and it is right behind. Yes, Barraclough is right behind, looking to make sure that he can get through on a TCR car to stay in contact with his rival Cabrera. But this is the last lap of the race. You'd say that this is probably his last chance to really make any kind of move, and he's not making an impression because we're seeing the race leader coming into the final few corners now.
Yeah, and that's the traffic. I don't think that's faster traffic. It should be, right? Well, there is it's a faster traffic because they've got the TCR they've just overtaken. I didn't think they were going to engage in traffic that quickly, but it just goes to show. So we'll have to switch over, of course, at the moment to our race winner at the moment, our Scandinavian driver. That's done it for the RPM Racing Team Red, and a comfortable 25-second gap over at the moment to the other team. Just final couple of corners, right, my friend?
Yeah, final corner up towards the line. Charlie Nilsson will take the win in the opening round of the FTR Endurance season. And for RPM Racing Red, FTR, what a dominant display from them. Also winning just in behind was the Eagle Speed Academy Esports G car for the GT3 AM, so they crossed the line to win the category. But as Patrick Gannon comes home for P2, we've also got to be looking out for the winner in GT4 because they'll be coming to the line next, and that's the Enosis Esports car of Pablo Cabrera. He's just running out to the line now, and in the battle towards the end with Barraclough, he's just going to come out on top. 0.8 of a second, or 7.6 tenths is the winning margin for Cabrera over Barraclough, and a hard-fought race win for him. Final race winner, final class winner of the 4 will be Logan McKinsey, who is going to be winning this race very, very comfortably. 3.5 minutes, or just over 3 minutes, is going to end up being as he fights away with De Vliega, who is P7 in the GT3 round. He won't mind too much about De Vliega. But Logan McKenzie through the final corner, keep the car pinned throughout this long right-hander and get it to the line, rise over the crest and take the acclaim, because the Sim Racing Grid Phoenix car has been on fire today, and it'll be Logan McKenzie winning the race in the TCR category.
Good job. So there it is at the moment. We'll also put the drivers' names up as well. So, yep, Charlie has got the job done, Nelson. So that's for the Pro class, of course, and then congratulations for the AM GT3 winner there of Chris Van Gut for the Eagles Speed Academy esports team. And we switch over, of course, to Pablo, who got the job done there for the GT4 esports machine. I can't quite show you because I parked it. And, of course, we just saw our race winner for Logan for the Sim Racing Grid, who dominated, you'd have to say, the TCR. The rest of the grids weren't really dominated. Good close battles. Very soon we'll get to talk to those drivers as well. For sure, hopefully, if anyone wants to have a chat to us. But, we'll get the final results. We'll pull it up on the screen there and we can go over it.
Yeah, I think pretty much everybody has found their way to the line, which means we can show all of you at home the final race results. And here they are. It's going to be overalls. We're going to have to pick apart the classes, but that should be easy to do.
I could do both.
It was RPM Racing Red. Oh, no, this is fine, because we can still work it out quite easily. And it shows quite nicely how some of the classes did. RPM Racing Red then winning by 25 seconds ahead of RPM Racing Black. It was Huge Ass White who came on the podium, and the only other team within a minute of the race winner was RPM Racing Blue. So a good day for them. Blue Chip, Empire, and Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle. They had a close battle towards the line, but they all finished on the lead lap in the top 7. It was Eagle Speed Academy Esports G winning in the GT3 AM category, with ART Sim Racing in second and RPM Racing Purple in third. Stage 1 Racing, the 72 and the 83 car were a little bit further back, and they were from the Pro category. Equipment Geek Racing were 4th in class and 13th overall. 10th in class for the Pros was Digitrax Black, who were 14th overall, just followed by DDK. 11/10ths, Squadron Veloce Bravo and Eagle Speed Academy Esports S were the top 18 overall, and those three finishing 5th through 7th in class. Looking further back, MRC Endurance Team and the Sunday Drivers rounded out the top 20. Fabulous Foreskin Racing were the last of the GT3s. They were 3 laps down, which leads us nicely onto our GT4 winner. It was Enosis Esports GT4 who won ahead of Talk Freak Racing by TFR Lab. WBM White rounded out the podium, and they were the only 3 cars 10 laps down, because an extra lap down was the huge-ass gold car, the T37, just ahead of the Motor Racing Academy and the huge-ass black car, Treehouse Racing P28 in the end for them. We will roll on to some more cars as we look at Sim Race Sweden Esports P29, who finished just ahead of the TCR car, our winning TCR car of Sim Racing Grid Phoenix, the 323, 14 laps down on our winner, but winning all the same. Vulture Motorsports were P31 ahead of Huge Ass Yellow Goya Autosport, and the Apex is Lava Racing, who were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in that TCR class. Eagle Speed Academy were 35th overall, but I think we're starting to get to some of the retirees. Huge Ass Blue, WBM Racing, DDK by Eagle Speed Academy S, who in the end they were 68 laps down. You can see now some of the drivers that definitely did not find the line. Aspire Competition, ART Sim Racing 1, and Enosis Esports GT3, who are 179 laps down. Final 2 drivers were in the TCR. One Wheel Drive and Team Ben C. Williams. I can only imagine that was just meant to be Ben C. Williams, and they were a long way down the order. But they are the race results from us here this evening. And I think, Biggles, we might be able to speak to some of our race winners.
Yes, we'll go ahead and grab some of them in. We'll pull some of those drivers in here at the moment. We'll go ahead and...
Yes. I'll drag in Tom Chiquetto then, because Tom Chiquetto then part of the race-winning team overall, the RPM Racing Red. I saw him alongside Charlie Lynn Nilsson for a time. Tom, welcome in. Congratulations. How does this feel, opening the season with a win?
Well, thank you so much. Yeah, that was awesome. Definitely an interesting race. Loads of different strategies. Didn't think we're going to pull it off, but generally pretty clean race and mistake-free. And yeah, ended up winning it.
I mean, obviously, not done on your own. Charlie and Nilsson got it to the line for the team. I mean, you were both on fire tonight. I mean, how was the feeling in the team throughout the race? Were you feeling confident when you swapped over for the final time?
Yeah, it was, I think, in the third to last stint where I realized that we can make it on fuel without having to have a splash and dash. So, yeah, fantastic job by Charlie, for sure. Great pace. Traffic management was definitely not easy. I haven't had GT4s and TCRs on track other than on the Nürburgring, so it's definitely something new. And yeah, just, great job. And the other RPM teams did a great job as well. So definitely a good day for us today.
A very good day in the end for the team. And looking forward, I mean, of course, 6 rounds, but you're getting it off with a race win. Next up, we're going to Belle Isle. I mean, it's a very different circuit to Portimao. Are you looking forward to that one?
Oh, very much. Belle Isle's definitely a top tier track in my opinion. We have some guys that are incredibly quick at Belle Isle. So looking forward to that. I'm gonna prepare a lot again. Practice a whole lot and see what we can do there, but definitely in a good mood now after this race for sure.
Yeah, and who can blame you, eh? Because you've just won the opening round of the FTR season. But well done, Tom. Congratulations. Hopefully we'll be able to speak to you again later on in the season.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me. Cheers, guys.
Chiquetto there, race winner in the GT3 Pro category. Next up, we're going to try and speak to Chris Van Goot, who was part of the race-winning team for the GT3 and as part of Eagle Speed Academy Esports. Chris, welcome in, congratulations. Race 1 in the books, and it's a win. How are you feeling?
Pretty tired. Hey guys, pretty tired at the moment because I did the 6 hours solo, so. But all in all, I had a blast. It was a very fun race.
Yeah,
It was
you're going to
amazing.
deserve a drink after this.
Yeah.
I mean, how was it? I mean, how was the traffic management for you? Because it looked like there was lots going on with the GT4s and the TCRs. There were some close moments as well. Were there any times where you were kind of worried, or were you always kind of dialed in?
I was just taking it slow, not pushing. I was fuel saving the whole 6 hours, so I was just driving my own pace, managing traffic the best I could. And yeah, most of the time that brings you the most forward into the race. Otherwise, you're just gonna end up crashing.
And I mean, you're gonna have some food, aren't you? After this, you're gonna have to give yourself anything you want. You can't hold back. You're gonna have to get something nice. But congratulations to you. I mean, I don't know if you want to look forward to the next race just yet after winning this one, but we're going to Belle Isle in 5 weeks' time. Is that a track you're looking forward to? Very different to Portimao.
Definitely. I love Belle Isle. It's not the most driven track, but it's such a fun track. We drove it a couple of times last seasons in FTR here, and yeah, it's always good fun. It's also a race where you can make a difference by keeping your car clean, just using your head, and those are the tracks I like.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be quite an interesting one to just see. Realistically, how it goes, and hopefully it goes well for you, Chris, after your
Thank
race.
you.
And hopefully we'll speak to you again. But go get some rest, go have something to eat, and we'll speak to you
Thank
soon.
you. Thanks, you guys. Thanks for the broadcast.
To Chris, and I do believe that we can next speak up to who I believe we can speak to Logan McKinsey. Believe Logan McKinsey, our race winner in the TCR. Logan, are you teammates with David Johansson?
Yeah, absolutely. We drove the same car today.
I did the second half of the race. I was just going to double check. So I'll track you both.
Oh yeah, no,
I was like, what about me?
Yes. I thought you were, but I just thought I'd double check
count.
with Logan first. But I mean, Logan first, both of you, because you've won a very tough race. How was it? Because the TCR class, there weren't too many cars in it, but you had to avoid some of the traffic because it looked difficult, Logan.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me was just learning who was willing to lunge where and to be prepared for it. Because I think there were plenty of times in this race where we could have ended up face planted into the wall. just off of a GT4 or GT3. So I think we both did a great job to keep it clean and bring it home.
Yeah, and David, I mean, I know we spoke to you earlier on, about 3 hours ago, but at that point, we were just under the caution. You were going to have that gap reduced again. But in the end, I mean, you guys pulled out 3 minutes. I mean, the pace must have felt fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have the pace. Gioro, at least Akram there, he's got good pace too. We had a good scrap there for a few laps in after the first safety car when I jumped in. He got the overtake on me actually just at the restart because there was a GT3 overtaking me, so he went with him. But then after that, we had a pretty long battle side by side for a few corners. That was really nice. But then they had some incident and got damage, and then they were gone. And so from there, it was like just to get it home. Actually,
You for the confidence then going into the next race for you personally, David, and I'll ask you the same, Logan, because I mean this was dominant. So does it give you that extra boost going into the next round?
we not any of us is actually going to do the next race because we
Right,
can't.
fantastic.
So it's going to be 2 new drivers for the next one. So it's going to be interesting to see. We both love the track though, so we're really bummed that we can't do it.
Yep.
But it's going to be interesting. Matthew and Ian, I think it's going to be Ian. Is going to do a good job, I think. So,
well,
I run
to
in
you,
another
Logan,
league with those guys.
on
and they're
that.
fast.
Yeah, I was going to say on that. I mean, well, you answered my A. How much confidence do you have in those guys? Clearly, quite a lot. And B, I mean, what does the rest of the season then look like for you? I mean, how many races are you going to be doing?
Well, I think Belle Isle's the only one I'm missing, and I'm only missing that because Petit Le Mans is taking place in the U.S. on that on that weekend.
yeah,
because like David said, Belle Isle's amazing.
Yeah, we'll see how the lineup look. Me and Dan McFarlane has been doing this league this is the 3rd season now, but he's unavailable for the first half of it, so he's gonna be there for the second half of the season at least.
Yep.
And then we'll see about Logan, how many races he do and I do, if we split it up or not. We'll see.
All the best. I mean, a good luck to you and to your teammates for the rest of the season. We might be speaking to them after Belle Isle. But thanks to both of you for jumping into the box. It means a lot to get to speak to both of the team, all of the team here this evening. And congratulations. And we might speak to you again at some point later on in the year.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks, Logan. And thanks to David. Now, that means, Dean, that we have pretty much talked to all of the drivers that were hoping for an interview. So I think we can pretty much wrap it up here. I mean, what can we say about that race, and what can we say about the races to come?
Well, I mean, it was quite fantastic, really. We had a couple of cautions. Drivers had to deal with that early, and then we had good grid flag racing towards the end. I'm expecting to see much more of it. Good to see some individual battles. So strategies came into play a little bit later on towards the end because of that green flag racing. So I expect to see much more of it, of course. And as you get deeper into the season as well, too, as you start getting a lot more points for your teams and getting good results, that's when the elbows start coming out even more. So you got to look forward to that at the end of the season. And also some of the drivers that haven't been producing some of those results that they want, and teams also guns all come in, all guns blazing, because sometimes they got nothing to lose. So it's a lot to build for. Just like any racing season, it should be a cracker to watch.
Yeah, can't wait to see how the drivers do around Belle Isle. That'll be in 5 weeks' time. Got a little bit of time to wait for that, but in the meantime, you can rewatch this race. Hey, you can delve into all the little intricacies of what happened, and maybe you will be, and hopefully, I should say, you'll be joining us in 5 weeks' time when we get into Belle Isle. Before we go, a couple of quick shout-outs and thank yous to make, no less to Race Control, Brandon Blakesley, Jeffrey Belt, Justin Michaela, and Tom Mail, who've been in there pretty much all race long, getting the stewarding done, getting everyone into check, but also we have to say thanks to all of the drivers who were making us well, exciting us with all the action that we had this evening and giving us such an exciting race over 6 hours here at Portimao. From myself, Sharon Thacker, Dean Biggles alongside me, and from Howie Burrows, who took you through the first 3 hours of the race, we thank everybody for watching along. We hope to see you in Belle Isle when FTR returns, but between now and then, we hope you enjoy your next month or so, and we'll see you when FTR comes back in Detroit.
Does he have it?
Is going to get it. He's on the outside line though, going into the fastest corner on the circuit. Surely this can't work.
Dominic Ligner has got a sensational run outside line now though for the heavy braking zone. Around the outside goes the Audi R8.
Look how much Miller's come back into play. Exactly. Miller's still such up. He's not on second and change. All of a sudden, Miller's back in play.
Can Barry do it? Big Barry's going to do it. Big Barry!